My name is Chris. We're at the New South Wales Outdoors Conference. We went to a couple locations, and something that really stuck out for me was going to the Birragai location, where we had Peter take us through quite a nice journey explaining about the traditional owners of that land, which really stuck with me.
What an exciting couple of days ahead of us. I'm going to start with the formalities for the morning. I'm going to give you a sense of what's going on for the day, and then we're going to get right into the first session at 9 o'clock. So we'll do all of that first. Before I go any further though, let me introduce myself. My name's Jess Bolger. I am in this room. The title I should start with is that I'm the co-chair of Outward Bound Australia, and an absolute pleasure to be part of OBA. I think in about 8 years now, and it's been a really extraordinary journey, and I've been very grateful to have that opportunity with this community. I'm also, in my day job, I'm the CEO of the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute. It's a small not-for-profit where we work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander boards on their governance strengthening journeys. I'll share a little bit more about myself, because I think when you have these sort of things, you think, oh, who's that person? What's their relevance here? What's it all about? So I'll share a little bit about myself as we go through the day as well. But I want to start, of course, with an acknowledgement of country, and acknowledge that we are on the lands of the NatCORR people. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present, and thank them for their ongoing care of country. When I acknowledge country, you can sort of have the short version or the long version, and I'm never quite sure which one I'll give you, but I think it's relevant to mention in the context of Outward Bound and the outdoor sector and all of the work that we do in such beautiful country. And I thought I'd sort of share a story of, I'm just old enough to remember my grandfather giving welcomes before he passed on. I'm a Wiradjuri. I grew up in a little town called Tumut, which is 2 hours from here, or if the road was good, 1 hour. And I grew up in a little country town with a big, proud Aboriginal family, really fortunate to have that connection to country and culture, know a little bit of language as well, and I know that makes me pretty lucky to come from the southeast of this country. So, really sort of aware of the magnificent elders around me and their commitment to link back to the work that I do now. Really, not that you know these words as a kid, but commitment to effective community governance, cultural governance, and that awareness that our people have always had the strength and capability to lead our communities. The contemporary challenge is a little bit interesting in terms of understanding that regulatory environment, but also holding true to community and kin and cultural obligations. So that's sort of the, I guess, frame that I come from in terms of the work I do in my day job, as they say, and then also bringing that sort of perspective to the work that we do at Outward Bound, and more broadly, of course, into the sector which you are all part of and all care about. We care about treading lightly and how we work with the landscape in Australia, and how we work with and care for country, and really a welcome, which this is not, because I am not a traditional owner of these lands. This is an acknowledgement. But welcomes and acknowledgements are about safe passage. And I remember as a little kid, the best thing to sort of, if my grandfather would always be off to do a welcome for something, and over the years as well, not to sort of live in a glossy view of the world, but over the years as well, we recognise that these things can get, they can get sort of taken and twisted and tokenised. And so I always sort of share that, when we sort of if we can hold on to that and put it aside for a minute, and let me share a lovely memory about it is that when we were kids, I remember it being wholesome and being about, well, when you come to this place, this is a great place to fish, and if you go down by the river, be careful of that, and if your kids are going to swim, oh my goodness, this is the part. It was about how to be safe in this place, and it was about welcome, and how to exist here and what matters to us here and how we should work together here. And I think that sentiment of safe passage in an acknowledgement or indeed in a welcome is something that's really core to the broader values of the outdoor sector. So I wanted to sort of share that sentiment, and also just that idea of, as a kid, while we didn't know the importance of it, the best thing that you could do as a kid was fake a sickie on a day that Pop was off to do a welcome somewhere so that you could get to go along. And he was quite a genius in he had an old like kerosene tin that he'd covered in paper bark and sort of, twisted some wire around so that he had this sort of like safe vessel to do the smoking element in. And as a kid, the best job that you could get was to carry the 3-litre milk bottle of water so that you could be the helper to help put it out when the ceremony part was done. So hopefully that's an interesting story to start our day with, and that sentiment of acknowledging country and that idea of safe passage. So as I said, my name's Jess. I'm the co-chair at Outward Bound. Very pleased to be with you today. I'm now going to do a bit of the stuff we all need to know to be here together today. The housekeeping stuff. Bathrooms are in this room and the black opal room, and the bathrooms are here-ish. And if we have any sort of emergency, what we do is we follow the instructions from the venue staff, which I get sounds a bit strange to say to all of you, but if there is an emergency in this venue, we don't need anyone in here to take charge. We're going to take instructions from the venue staff. That's an attempt at a joke. So we've got bathrooms and we've got bathrooms and we've got the emergency exit. We've also got exhibitors in what's called the Winning Post Bar. But that's just the bit downstairs where you all came from. There are exhibitors down there. Encourage you in the breaks to go and engage with them. The other really important thing is that today the presenter slides are available to you, and that's in a special portal. So you don't have to, I know some people like to, but don't feel stressed and fussed about having to take a photo of a really interesting slide. You still do that if you want, but they'll be provided to you in the portal. We've also got lots of opportunity for questions today, and there's going to be a Slido code. It's a QR code that'll come up on the screen during the session, so you can use that. And the person who's hosting each of the panels, they'll sort of have that, and we'll work with it throughout the day. If the technology's serving us well, we continue going with it. If it's not, we'll pivot, and we might. We've got a roving mic on. Backup if we need it. So we'll see how the technology serves us, and if it's serving us well, we'll lean into it. If not, then we won't. And now I've also not been compliant in that everything I'm telling you there's a slide to support, and I've just not even pressed this button. So let me see. Oh, yep, see, she did that. Oh, good, I'll leave that up. I'll come to that next. The other thing to mention, phones. It's a pretty big deal to get this many people into a room together. So try your very best. And I know you've all stepped out of whatever it is. You've all put an out of office on maybe. You've all, written that message to say, oh, I'm at a thing today, try not to. It takes you all a lot of investment to get yourselves here and to get this moment for connection. Try to, have the phone on silent, or if you need to take a call, try and step out and give that, opportunity for connection to the room. We're also going to take photos today, and if you don't want your photo taken, see somebody from the Outward Bound or the Outdoors New South Wales team, and we'll make sure that that's noted down so that we can not have you included in anything that's, for promotional photographs from today. There's also a really important note that sort of finishes off my housekeeping sort of commentary today, and to acknowledge that today it's a bit to share a content warning. There are some big stories and important stories in the agenda today, and I want to make sure that you are thinking of your well-being and looking after yourself in any way that you need to. Also to honour the courage that it takes to reflect and listen and learn. And for those individuals that are sharing difficult, hard, deep stories and reflections, our deep respect to you for doing that with us today, but also if something comes up for you, to make sure you take care of yourself and step out if you need to, or do whatever you need to do. So that's the more boring housekeeping stuff. Not that a content warning is boring, it's very serious, but I mean all the stuff around bathrooms and emergency exits and all. We've done that, we're on track. What I'm going to do now is talk a little bit about the symposium objectives, and then what we're going to do is go into, we've got a special message from the Governor-General, so we'll go into that, and that'll lead us into our first session. But before we do that, I'll give you a quick sense of the agenda. We've got a slide coming up, and I'll just sort of talk you through that. But I want to give special note to the objectives of today. And really important, this objective to build knowledge for resilience in this sector. It's also about forging relationships between the disaster management and resilience sector and the outdoor sector. And it's about an opportunity to collaborate and strengthen these networks within the sector and between the sectors. That's what NatCORR is all about. And certainly that sentiment is shared by our friends and colleagues at Outdoors New South Wales and ACT. So that opportunity to come together and learn and move forward as a sector is really important, and that's what today's about. And also really important to point out is that that's what the research says as well around community and why community, and that we shouldn't have this solo lens, that we should see what we're working on together as a shared problem and have a shared response. It's not about being top down, it's not about the government at a distance, it's through this relational lens that when we are working together and building that cohesion together before any state of emergency or disaster, what that does is provides the terminology that is used in the research is that feel for the game, because we experiment and have creativity in the way that we shift power, listen and facilitate participation. So that's what we're focused on today. I do have here 3 questions that I had up my sleeve in case I needed more time in this section, and I don't need it, so we're not going to do it, but I'll tell you what they are. And they are thinking about that sense of community, and I was going to ask you to share what you want to get out of today with the person next to you, but I was also going to ask you to think about what does community mean to you in this context? And what does resilience mean to you? And I won't get you to do that because we don't need the 5 minutes. It's important. It was important even if we didn't need it. But think about those couple of questions and have them sort of sitting with you and ruminating with you. And there'll be another time within the day where we need to fill something out or stretch something out. Don't worry. So have those questions in mind and we'll come to them at some point in the day. But be thinking about your purpose and your goal here today. That is a much more complex version of what I just spoke about regarding community, and I'm not going to talk to it directly, but it's really important that we have this connection between what the research says and what we're actually doing as well. So this is our agenda for today. What we're going to start off, it's basically in about 5 sessions. So what we're going to do this morning is have the video from the GG, and then we're going to go straight into a panel, and then what I'm going to do is move all of these pages. I didn't need this many pages at all. That's what we're going to do this morning. We've got a panel on the state of outdoor readiness. We're then going to go into this session here around, it's a weather ready workshop, and we're going to also talk about organisational resilience and incident response. And then we're going to have lunch. After lunch, we're going to have a keynote from a fellow called Grant Lynch from the University of Sydney. That's going to be about heat stress and risk. And then after that, we have some case studies, really important stuff as well. And then afternoon tea. And then we come back for a session on collaboration for climate change. And I also want to say that there's networking drinks at the end of the day, but it's a really late afternoon tea. So you've got to hang on until drinks, and just be aware that that last session between afternoon tea and drinks, it's only 1 hour. So don't just keep yarning at afternoon tea and don't come back. That last session, we're going to sort of make a commitment to each other. We're going to get back in here. We're going to do that last session between the late afternoon tea and drinks, so that those people who have prepared, even though they're on the 4 to 5 session, so that they've prepared, you get the most out of their preparation and commitment as well. So that's my only sort of thing in terms of what the day's going to, the other thing, can I mention as well, which is a little bit funny to say, is that at 3 p.m. on every second Wednesday, I have to approve payroll at my day job. So I am really interested in the day and I want to soak up every session as much as you. But if you see me tapping at my computer in the back corner, that's what I'm doing. I'm not being disinterested or disrespectful. So that's something that I've just got to 3 p.m. every second Wednesday, when you've got, people's lives and their salary, it's sort of, even though I've been doing that in particular for years, that gives me immense anxiety. So we're going to make sure I've got that covered, and then we'll be into the last session and we'll be into networking drinks. All right, I reckon I've talked for long enough. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a message played from the Governor General, and then I'm going to bring up the group for the first panel. So also our props to our good friend Doug in the back corner in the AV booth. And if anything goes wrong today, it's because I didn't listen to Doug, not because of something that Doug did. But now we're going to go to the GG video, and then I'll bring the first group up.
Hello everyone. I'm speaking to you today from Government House in Canberra. Now, I was born in Canberra and much of my youth was spent around the extraordinary nature of the bush capital. Today, I'm joining you from Ngunnawal country, and I pay my respects to Ngunnawal elders, past and present, and to any other people or families with connections to the lands of the ACT and this region. As patron of Outward Bound Australia, welcome to the National Centre for Outdoor Risk and Readiness Symposium. Outward Bound Australia has been sharing the joy of outdoor adventure with Australians for nearly 70 years, playing a vital role in transforming the impact of exploring the wild and embracing new challenges. You have supported Australians engaging and enjoying Australia's magnificent outdoors safely while striving for its preservation. I visited Outward Bound's Tharwa campus in March this year with the Australian Rural Leadership Foundation, another great Australian organisation where I'm also patron, for the Trail Emerging Leaders program. It was a wonderful opportunity to see just how powerful outdoor education can be when nature is allowed to do the teaching. Congratulations on your focus on addressing the disruption and risk associated with climate change during this conference. As you know, today's symposium is all about letting nature teach you how to be disaster resilient in a changing climate. And as we've just seen again this week, the severity and frequency of natural disasters are testing communities across New South Wales again. Hearing from industry leaders and experts, including the National Emergency Management Agency, a place where I have visited regularly during the past year, is invaluable. And during NAIDOC Week, the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute, amplifying the wisdom and insights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, is vital. I'm delighted to see that this symposium highlights the possibilities and opportunities of collaboration, because together you are addressing one of Australia's greatest challenges and celebrating one of our greatest gifts, the beauty, diversity and critical importance of our outdoor spaces and their life-changing potential. Thank you all for engaging in this important conversation. During my patronage of Outward Bound, I look forward to hearing more about the outcomes of today's events, and I hope to meet many of you across the term of my office.
Thank you. I'll now take us into the next session, and I'm going to invite Dr. Lauren Miller up to the stage. Lauren will then introduce the people that are going to join her on stage.
Oh. Thanks, Jess. Am I on, Doug? Am I on? Yeah, I love the emphasis on doctor. That very rarely happens and always makes me a little embarrassed, except when I'm dealing with Dr. Claire Dallett, and we have a little bit of fun about that. Firstly, a big thank you, Jess, for your emceeing today. It's an absolute privilege to partner with Jess and the leadership of Outward Bound and indeed with NatCORR. We all talk about how important it is that we actually hear Indigenous perspectives, and thank you for sharing that with us this morning. I love that, the way that we walk together, which is really important, but some wonderful connections for us there, I think, around stewardship of the land and the topics for today. It's really a good idea, I think, always to sort of start with the big picture with the day like today, and often that's really hard for us. And I often reflect on, you know, when I get out of bed in the morning, I don't immediately think, let's think about what might we do if a disaster happens or if we have a mega incident. I've got 101 to-do list items that typically don't go to that thought space. But I also know from experience, and indeed in thinking about leadership, that it's really important for us to step out, to think about the big picture horizons, and to engage and prepare. And I really want to congratulate all of you for coming today and prioritising that, because not all of us in the sector will. Ever. It's just not going to be something where you get 100% attendance and 100% of people's mindsets on this. So in some way, we're a special part of our outdoor community that is actually thinking about this and preparing. So thank you for making that investment. We're going to start with a panel session that really importantly brings in other people from outside our sector who are key stakeholders within this space. I'm going to introduce our panel, and I'm going to start with Dr. Carl Braganza from the Bureau of Meteorology. Up you come. Let's just check who we've got mic'd up to. Are you mic'd up? Secondly, we're going to hear from Sally Kushel from the National Emergency Management Agency. Hi, Sally. I haven't get to say hello in person yet. Are you mic'd up? Not yet. No. Can we send you over to Doug while you're just getting mic'd up? John Richardson from the Australian Institute of Disaster and Resilience. Are you mic'd up, John? Oh, yeah. Yep, John's mic'd up. Laurie Mode, who needs no introduction, from Outdoors New South Wales ACT, and I know she's mic'd up, and Dr. Claire Dallett from Risk Resolve, who I also think is mic'd up. So the way that this panel session is going to work is we're going to ask each panel member to speak for 5 or so minutes to give a little bit of a sense of what their organisation's role is, paint a little bit of that sort of strategic high-level picture around climate change and its potential impacts in the outdoor sector. And then we're going to open up for questions, which is where we're going to be using the technology of Slido. So I'd welcome you all to use your QR Slido. Use your, there's no E in it. Use your QR code mechanism to see if you can log on, and it's a cute little app because not only does it give you the capacity to put questions up, you can vote on other people's questions. So it will hopefully give us some questions to go with, and we'll look to moderate that as we go. So with no further ado, I think I'm going to hand to you, Carl, if that's okay. Green button. Red button.
Should be able to handle that. Okay, so thanks here. My name's Carl Braganza. I'm the National Manager of Climate Services at the Bureau of Meteorology. It generally falls to me to provide a sobering, scene-setting start to the day. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what's been happening in the climate system in Australia, how we experience those changes, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the downstream impacts on people through our lens of working with the emergency services. And I note Sally's here from NEMA to follow me to probably go into that space. But the Commonwealth has some agencies that are really central to all jurisdictions. The Bureau of Meteorology, NEMA is another one, the ADF is another one, obviously. So they all form part of the federal government's offering to the emergency service landscape in Australia, but also to the community as well. So what we've seen in Australia over the last decade is a warming of the climate system, but that's not necessarily what we feel as people. So feeling a 1 degree change in the background climate isn't something we're necessarily attuned to, but that shift in the averages does push the extreme events to become generally more extreme, sometimes more frequent as well. And so that's how we actually experience climate change, is through these extreme events, as we've sort of seen over the last decade or more. So we've seen increased frequency of large-scale heat waves and record high temperatures, Heat waves are still the biggest killers in Australia. They account for the most mortality out of all the extreme events that we get. That tends to occur, some of it's premature harvesting is the unfortunate name of it, but it's when those who are unwell or aged tend to die earlier due to the heat wave coming along and really impacting on their health. We have a longer fire season with more extreme fire danger days, so the season is lengthening, particularly into spring, but also into autumn. The frequency of the very worst fire danger days is going up, and the intensity of those days is going up. Prolonged high ocean temperatures is another big impact on Australia, so I'm thinking about things like the Great Barrier Reef, but also fisheries and kelp forests right around Australia. They also provide a setting for extreme rainfall, which is probably more salient to this group here. So the warmer the waters off Australia, the more potential for the amount of rain that we get over the land, particularly in coastal areas. But at the same time, we're seeing a reduction in average rainfall across the south. So we're also seeing more time spent in drought, a drying of the landscape between those rainfall events, increasing that fire risk as well. We've also seen an increase in heavy rainfall. So that's the sometimes contrary nature of climate change. So a general drying of the climate system, but when the conditions are right, the rainfall's heavier, largely to do with those ocean temperatures and a warmer atmosphere. And the biggest one that we'll see going forward in Australia for terms of impacts probably is an increase in the frequency of coastal storm surge inundation. So, and particularly around river estuaries and other places that we currently do a lot of our recreational activities and settlements, that will start to impact us in terms of the frequency of those inundation and flooding events going forward. I'm available for children's parties and weddings if anyone needs me. I'll just quickly take you through the last decade as we've experienced it. So we moved from the Millennium Drought, which is about a decade old, moving into the Black Saturday events. So these are record-breaking events that in some way have climate change associated with them. All of these have resulted in inquiry. For my sins, I've been involved in every one of them. So some of the insights that we can provide as the Bureau is from that central view that we get. Black Saturday resulted in a Royal Commission, a very impactful event in Australia. We moved into the Victorian Queensland floods. So the Lockyer Valley flood is similar to what we saw in Texas this week, where we had a really huge flash flood due to topography in a matter of minutes, essentially. Record high temperatures in January 2013. The Bureau famously added some contours to its upper temperature limits for the models that we run during this event. But it's also an event where we realised that we were going to see more events where we had more than one jurisdiction impacted at one time. Tasmania saw fires flip to floods in 2015, 2016. We had a huge sea level erosion event in 2016, similar to what we've seen recently in New South Wales. We had a system black in South Australia, so we lost power for more than 24 hours due to very wild weather. Moving into the East Australian drought, the Victorian New South Wales Black Summer 2019, another Royal Commission, and we had Lismore and Queensland floods. I could have kept adding to this, but we had to stop somewhere. I'll quickly go through now. This is what those events look like. So it's nice to see them in a pretty picture. This is the 2019 fires as we saw at the end of that year. You can see the fires burning in East Gippsland, South Coast New South Wales and ACT there, so that I'm looking down the screen. And you can see where they take off about now, those fires. So they start to generate their own weather. This is a huge footprint event. The smoke from these fires sometimes goes to New Zealand, sometimes you see it on the Andes in South America. This actually lapped the globe in the atmosphere about 3 or 4 times. So it was a huge fire. We think probably about 1 million animals died in this event, and a lot of coastal communities and others were impacted by isolation. Going recently, this is Tropical Cyclone Jasper parking itself off the coast of Queensland. Again, a huge impact event. But what we like to point out with this is, yes, we want to keep everyone out of harm's way. That seems to be the way most of the emergency services are moving. If in doubt, get out. Most of the things that we've seen over the last decade that have resulted in more safety and resilience for human lives has actually been to be aware of what's going on around you and to retreat rather than to stay and defend or to actually stay in location. These big events you generally get 3 to 4 days notice of, but it's those mid-level events that are short, sharp and impactful that are also going up. So our challenges are increasing. I'll just quickly finish, because I think I'm going over my 5 minutes, with some of the downstream impacts from climate change on workforces, and this is for the emergency services. So just to understand that the impact of these events also impacts our ability to actually respond to them and to get to everyone in the way that we once did. So we have changing demographics as well. So South East Queensland alone is expected to grow by 2 million people to almost 6 million. We do get tropical cyclones in South East Queensland, we know historically. The last one that occurred probably in the late 60s, early 70s, it was when we had some tropical cyclone activity. There's very little there on the Gold Coast. There certainly wasn't a whole lot of residential houses along canals back from the coast. Power outages is a really important one for Australia. So telecommunications and power will be a theme that you've all become used to. It was an impact, the lack of telecommunications when you look at any extreme event is a big thing that we rely on. So our reliance on power and telecommunications is something that keeps us resilient, but then we tend to think it'll always be there, and in extreme events they tend to go down. Outdoor activity is extremely dangerous, which you'll hear more of. Hospitals can be full during these events. Evacuation centres can be overwhelmed. So for the idea that someone is always coming to rescue me or help me out in true natural disasters isn't always there, and I think this group's probably really aware of that. Professional services, so volunteer workforce is at risk of being overwhelmed. I've sort of showed the timeline and the repeat nature of these events. That 2010, 2011 year, we just had flood after flood after flood, for example, or fire after fire in 2019. ADF is increasingly expected to come to our assistance for these civil issues, and international deployment is starting to be affected by just the confluence of events globally. And then it can be actually hard to get to people or get them out. So in each event we learn something new, whether it's that we didn't have enough fuel to take to allow vehicles to move, if there was no power to pump fuel that was there, if we couldn't get aircraft up into the sky because of the smoke. These events really test you out. So becoming isolated, having to wait a while for someone to get to you is a real issue. Hopefully I've set the scene here, but yeah, I'll hand over to the next speaker.
I think it's Sally.
Great, thank you.
Forward.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go over here. Thanks very much, Carl. Carl's taught me so much, probably everything I know about climate change over the years, and I just think he provides incredible insight and a really effective communicator. So great scene setting today, and those challenges that are there on the screen, they're things that we at the National Emergency Management Agency deal with every day, working with states and territories, with local governments, with the not-for-profit sector and the private sector, because the problem is large and can only be sort of solved or tackled working together. So So I'm Sally Cushel, and I lead our policy branch at the National Emergency Management Agency. And I'm conscious that some of you might not be particularly familiar with the agency, so I also wanted to give you like a little bit of a snapshot about the work we do. Before I do that, I just do also want to add my acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the lands that we're meeting on here today, and their deep knowledge and care for country, and that there is so much we can learn from them. I also wanted to recognise NatCORR, because I think the work NatCORR is doing is really important for the sector and providing a voice for the work that you do. As a lover of the outdoors myself, I really do appreciate that. So Carl's kind of given us a flavour, but I just wanted to give you a snapshot of the way disasters have impacted Australia over the last few years. I just find that really sobering and a reflection of our lived experience and just how widespread disasters are across the country. So NEMA was established in response to really recent extreme events. So there's always been some form of national emergency management capability in Australia since Cyclone Tracy, so for about 50 years. But the government decided to create a standalone agency that focuses on emergency management before, during, and after disaster. And really to focus on how we can support and enable resilient communities. Very importantly, we live in a federation, and so states and territories do have, under our constitutional arrangements, the primary responsibility for protecting life, property, and the environment. So they are critical partners for us, and our role is to work with them and local government and more broadly to support and enable our communities to be more resilient. So this, we like to talk about the continuum. I'm really sharing it just for a reference later in case you hear this term come up. There are lots of different stages. It looks nice and neat and linear there. I think in reality, people are in a constant state of preparing, responding and recovering for many years after disasters. And we have a key role both before, during and after events, but our role is different. And I just wanted to give you a quick taste of that because it becomes relevant later on. So the events we're experiencing, we still do get a lot of low to moderate events right through to really significant catastrophic disasters. And this slide just shows the different consequences and the capability needed to be able to respond. And so at that lower end of the spectrum, emergencies are very much within state and territories' capacity and capability to deal with. So the National Emergency Management Agency becomes involved at that upper end of the spectrum when states ask for help. And there's a lot of capabilities that are being developed nationally to be able to deploy and assist states and territories in responding to crises when they occur. But we work right across that spectrum, particularly in trying to lead national action to understand and reduce the risk of disasters, and also in providing funding support and coordination for how we recover from the events when they occur. So I was asked just to provide some reflections on the challenges that I see for the sector, and I kind of feel you know this better than I do, but from where I sit in the system and from speaking to some of your colleagues, I think the challenge of understanding the risk that immediately and also how that's going to change in the future and how you can plan and prepare for that is a challenge, I understand, for the sector. It's a challenge, I think, across the country and an area that government's really focused on providing further support for. Then being able to take action to reduce the risk, either through having affordable insurance and available insurance products to support you, or understanding the business practices that are needed to be able to adapt to the challenges that you see. I know with the large-scale events that we have, that the cross-border issues are significant because the principle of our system is that the state's best place to determine the recovery needs and the response requirements during an event, and that can result in different treatment and in cross-border events. That's really quite evident. And so there's a lot of work that's happened since Black Summer when that really emerged as a big issue to be able to create equitable support across the country, respecting the sovereignty that the state has for making those decisions. The Commonwealth then does co-fund that at least 50%, sometimes a lot more, to support the recovery of communities. I understand the nature of the sector. There's a lot of not-for-profit organisations, there's a lot of small businesses, and I think engaging then as a collective in a national system can be challenging, which again is why I think NatCORR is such an important organisation. And then lastly, I'd say a challenge is because we value the natural environment so much and it's so critical to the work that you do, and the system does have quite a strong focus on the built environment. That's where a lot of the communities are living, and a lot of the roads and the critical infrastructure that we depend on. And so I think there's advocacy work I'm aware of, because to be able to raise the profile of the importance of the natural environment. So quickly, what we're trying to do in relation to this. So we've got a role in national policy setting, which probably sounds a little bit boring. I love it, because I think it's a chance to work together with other people to be able to identify what's important and take the collective action we need to address it. So there's a National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, which has been agreed by premiers across the country, of the priority of understanding risk and taking action to reduce it. One of the things we've done at NEMA is to develop a prototype of a risk profile to visualise that risk. So, a map of Australia showing the hazards, another layer showing what's exposed to those hazards, and then another one on what's vulnerable to disruption. So we're working with states, territories and local government just on developing that, and hopefully there'll be something to come of that more in the future. There's also significant work in climate change and energy portfolio at the Australian government level on understanding climate risks, and I think there'll be more to say about that in the future. Key thing people are often interested in is funding, and we do deal with a lot of funding. So currently, as of 2024, we're managing $24 billion of funding, and that's not accounting for recent events. So it just shows the incredible scale of need following disasters in this country. What I will say about that is we've now got two main programs that provide funding, one before, one after. Both require applications to come through the state. So that's a different model to how it used to be. And there's also work underway to look at how that can be reformed. So an opportunity to provide your views and feedback into that process will be coming up in the future. And then finally, just building capability. So as I mentioned, the response capabilities beyond the very visible ADF, but also capability to understand and manage risk. And so we have a really key role in working with the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience, where John works. Natural Hazards Research Australia is an Australian government funded program, really build knowledge and expertise about hazards and how to manage them going into the future. That's just a quick snapshot just to show the growth in cost and the real recognition about the fact that we need to do more upfront to drive that down, but not so much to save money, it's to reduce the harm and the suffering and the loss that people experience when disasters occur. And another graph for you to look at later, which kind of shows the proportion of spending and the natural domain, including environmental issues, compared with the built and economic domains. Just a final slide again to show the breadth of work NEMA does. I've just really glossed over it today, but supporting research, supporting work to understand risk, supporting the building of capability, and then the investment to reduce it. But I really thank you for the work that you do, and I really think that there's a real opportunity here working with NatCORR just to have your voices reflected back into the national system, and I really hope you enjoy today and get a lot out of it. So thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thanks again for the opportunity for coming and having a chat today about, I suppose, what we do at the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience, but also some reflections on, taking up from what Carl and Sally have said, sort of around what do disasters mean for us. And this is a great opportunity, and I'm really honoured and privileged to be here. A much younger and thinner version of myself did the Outward Bound 28-day challenge, I think in 1991, and that was one of the best things that I did. Lauren and Jess, I've got to fess up that at the time we broke into the kitchen at Tharwa to steal some herbs and garlic, because I don't know if any of you have eaten TVP, but it needs something. I just want to fess up with that and actually return them. It's not with interest, unfortunately. So this is a serious business, and And I think the events in Texas, in Kerr County, which are clearly at the heart of all of what we do, or everyone in this room, brings into sharp focus the sorts of things that we need to be thinking about and need to be planning for, and also then and clearly responding and recovering. And I think the thing that I want to say, there's a couple of things I want to say. The impact of disasters are long-lasting, they're complex, and quite often hidden. And Carl gave us a really good picture of that. But you think about work that I've been involved with after the Black Saturday bushfires in 2009, and 10 years after that really tragic event, we found that nearly a quarter of the population in our research group still having serious diagnosable mental health conditions. And think about what that actually means to people's lives. So disasters disrupt people's lives significantly, whether it's their ability to earn an income, it's their ability to conduct relationships, their ability to participate in community, and their health status. So these are the sorts of things that we are trying to sort of, we want to sort of make sure that we avoid. So understanding that as our sort of starting point is a really important premise to say this is about not messing with people's lives. And so you think about things like the Sustainable Development Goals is a good framing for us to say, well, we want people to live good lives. So let's start with that and kind of work backwards. Which, sometimes we don't do that in this sector. We kind of start with a hazard and work forwards, and we kind of work through in a linear way. So that's the second thing I want to say is it's all about systems, and everything is connected to each other. And again, we all know that. You all know that with the work that you do and how everything is connected. So hazard, risk, consequence can cascade through systems in ways that we sometimes don't recognise. And I try and describe it, hands up here who plays chess. Yeah, there's a few people. So it's like playing chess, thinking about how you trying to move forward and anticipate the moves, and hopefully you're not playing a chess master who's already thought 6 moves ahead every move on the board. But that's the way you've got to be thinking about systemic risk. Then the other thing I will say is that disasters are not natural, and we talk about them as being natural. They're caused by natural hazards, but disasters are actually choices. We choose to build in places. We choose to build to a certain standard. We choose to put people in certain circumstances. So, and some people will say, "Oh, that's just semantics," but it is actually kind of a framing, because quite often when we talk about a natural disaster, people kind of go, "Oh, well, there's nothing we could have done about that because of the natural disaster." But some work by a guy called Ilan Kelman out of University of London, and really sort of talks about the choices that we make, and so we can choose not to also have them. We could have, in the US, I could have chose not to have that camp on the banks of the Lama River. That could have been sited elsewhere, particularly given that the flood risk there was well known. So we got to think about that as well. So again, everything that you're doing is about making choices. So we've got to reduce risk, and that's, as Sally said, we really need to be kind of shifting and our effort into, if we can reduce risk, we can prevent, we can prepare. These things become, these disasters become a blip on the radar. They're a bump in the road rather than a car crash, which has significant sort of consequences. And so that's the role, one of the roles, well, that's one of the contributions, I should say, that Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience makes. And as Sally said, we're a funded agency of NEMA, and our focus is really to be the bridge between policy, research, and practice. We deal in knowledge, and I think thinking about Jess's acknowledgement today, and Indigenous knowledge, and it's NAIDOC Week, the extraordinary knowledge that has been held about our land, our climate, our weather for 65,000 years, where, you know, local people say, don't build there, why would you build there? But they weren't actually listened to, you know, and say, oh, what would you know, sort of thing. And yet these are places that have flooded and flooded severely. So we deal in knowledge, and because knowledge, as we all know, is power. And so if now I'm not sure if I'm going to get this right, Sally, but the outcome 2 of the second National Action Plan of the Disaster Risk Reduction Framework goes something along the lines of a knowledge system that allows decision makers to make the best knowledge-informed decisions or something like that, I don't know, along those lines. But it is about decisions that are knowledge-informed. So you go out there with the best available evidence and knowledge and practice. So the way we do that is a range of different things. We've got a handbook series, the Australian Disaster Resilience Handbooks collection, and it covers a whole range of topics. And these will be really useful for you. They're targeted to people across the sector, and we're now recognising that, you know, I think in the past the emergency management sector was fire, SES, ambulance, police, local government, defence if they get called in. But we now recognise that this is really a whole of community matter, and disaster risk reduction is everyone's business. So this guidance will be for you to be able to look at and potentially use. So there's guidance on emergency planning, there's guidance on community engagement, there's guidance on recovery. So that sort of guidance is there, and we're constantly improving it. And that's one of the things in my mind is that, you know, how do we can bring in the voices of the outdoor sector into that process. We have a capability development program, and so that's a range of different things through some online masterclasses, or they might be webinars that we run on a regular basis. And we've got a series at the moment called Resilience Matters, which is fundamentals of risk reduction. And if you really got into Sally's policy stuff, then we've got one coming up in a couple of weeks' time on policy. So I encourage you to sign up for that. So we do these webinars, pick off different topics to, again, help you build your knowledge and skills in the area. We have an annual conference, which this year is in Perth. Again, we try to bring together best practice, innovative practice, to again allow people not only access to that, but I think also the networking element, because networking connection is really critical. It's probably not critical, it is the thing in our sector. If you know who you can talk to, who you can rely on, who has what capability and capacity, then that is critical. So trying to be able to sort of provide those sort of networking opportunities is really important. There's a bunch of other things we do, but I'll kind of finish off. And we also have the Australian Emergency Management Knowledge Hub, which is a repository of a whole lot of content around risk reduction, resilience, recovery, and response. And again, where we see that is that should be the first sort of point to turn to when you're kind of thinking, I need to do something about this disaster stuff. Where should I go? The Knowledge Hub is your first point of contact. So as I said, provides a whole bunch of stuff, but it also provides a whole lot of sort of signposts out. So I think that's again that's a really starting point. So that is knowledge.ada.org.au. So you should be able to find that. But yeah, that's certainly a good starting point. So I'll finish up and just I guess one of the sort of the reflections I have around the outdoor sector, and also having been involved in it for a really long time, or enjoying it for a really long time, is that you're really uniquely placed. So we're talking about your readiness, but you also, I think, are uniquely placed to contribute as well. because of your reach into communities, because of your reach into people's lives. And I think a lot of what resilience is about is resourcefulness. And I know from the time when I did the Outward Bound course, where we were being tested intentionally, I realise, but we were being tested constantly to be resourceful, to make plans, to try and deal with problems and problem solving. So you can help people build those skills, because they're the sorts of skills that we will need as we start to deal with the challenging climate that Carl has described. Because as saying, there won't, these resources are going to be stretched, and so this is where it comes down to community-based resilience. And so that's where you've got a really great role to be able to kind of help build that capacity. So I'll finish up, and because we've got plenty more people to get through.
I'm going to stay seated in the interest of time. But look, you're going to hear a lot from me over the next couple of days, so I'm going to be short and sweet. This slide, the number of positions that I hold. And yes, ask a busy person, they get things done. But the whole reason why we put all of my positions up there is because of the intertwining of really how powerful people like myself who are heading up peak bodies in organisations or industries can really touch so many different facets and bring that content into one place. I was really lucky enough a couple of years back to discover my why, and if anyone hasn't discovered their why, I absolutely recommend you do. I did it through the Simon Sinek program, but it was amazing to understand my skills, my experience, and everything that came before put me here to empower those with amazing skills and experience and amplify you to do what you can at your potential. So really, I help leverage what you do, and that's what every peak body should do. And obviously, I'm speaking on behalf of New South Wales and ACT when it comes to the outdoor industry, but I have counterparts in all different other states who are there to support you in that. We are the collectors of content. We're trying to clear the path for you to get done what you need to get done in the most timely and efficient manner. I know I can speak on behalf of Outdoors New South Wales ACT. We have a portal that all our members have access to. There's over 400 pieces of content in that portal for you to access. Everything from incident reports of the past, and to Carl's point, if we're not learning from all of those incidents, we're not going to be better in the future. So that's what the peak bodies role is, and I'm looking forward to many conversations over the next couple of days and today about how we can continue to support you, and can I congratulate NatCORR on bringing this here, and we provide the stage. So over to Claire.
Thanks, Laurie. I'll take up the end. My job, I work for Risk Resolve. We spend a lot of our time in the field. We spend a lot of our time in school executive offices or organisations. We spend a lot of time working with regulators, government agencies. So we're kind of in the doing part, the design and the doing part. So we sort of see, in many ways, 60-70% of our work is reactive when things don't go right, when things go wrong. And in many ways, it's a very privileged position because you see things as they are. And I think that's, it's in some ways, it's an incredible responsibility and a gift. And so there's a few things I suppose I wanted to take the opportunity to share. Our work expands across multiple geographies, all through Australia and overseas. And one of the common themes, and also lots of different domains, whether that's the outdoors, which is probably 60 or 70% of our work, healthcare, aviation, construction, like you name it. These types of challenges they're being faced by lots of different sectors. And I think the thing that's really, in many ways, the consistency of whether it's black rain in Hong Kong or a typhoon in Vietnam or a terrible flood in North Carolina or in the awful in Texas, whether it's wildfires in Canada or bushfires here and floods and cyclones, the hazards might be different, but as we've just heard, the impacts on people's livelihoods, on on programming, if we're talking about in our sector. So there's really the shared nature of these challenges is very obvious. You can invite me to the kids' party for this bit, and then you can uninvite me. The things that we're seeing that are really good, again, observing there's absolutely in the last 3 to 4 or 5 years increased collaboration. This is one example. I think probably 5, 6. I was involved, in a terrible incident 20 years ago this year, a severe weather event. I've been involved. I lived near Marysville for Black Saturday. I've been involved in many severe, serious, horrible incidents. And I think the biggest thing that has really shifted in the last sort of 5 years has been that increase in collaboration. We get, good examples. We get calls from heads of outdoor ed at a school in Melbourne going, Claire, could you put us in touch? We're trying to deal with this issue around like severe weather thresholds or heat stress thresholds. Who else is doing that? Who's doing that well? We're hearing those conversations more and more now, which are fantastic. We're seeing things like the Adventure Risk Research Symposium, every year between North America, around the world, free research, academics, pracademics doing research and sharing their insights. Those things I think are really valuable. So I think people more and more are getting in touch. And, Jess, what you said earlier really stood out, like that safe passage. I think people were just looking for safe passage. I think, so then let's take me out of the party. Let's go back to the other stuff. In many ways, what are we seeing? We're seeing that, yes, we've got, we have shared challenges, but we're seeing, and I think as John said, this is a systemic issue. These aren't the only issues. Lauren said at the beginning, these aren't the only issues we're dealing with. We're dealing with a significant loss of intellectual property and intellectual knowledge since COVID. We're dealing with good examples of that in the field are, we don't have the same knowledge about how river systems work that we did and floods that happened there 8, 9 years ago. That knowledge has been lost in organizations because those people have gone. And so we're almost if another flood comes through, we don't have that understanding of how rivers are going to behave or what the risks are. We're seeing a decrease, we're seeing a significant changes in the workforce. We're seeing heads of outdoor education, heads of programs moving around all over the place because that's just normal at the minute. But we're not just seeing that at the field or operational level, we're seeing that at the deputy principal level. So if we think that these are not the only challenges that leaders are dealing with, we're seeing rapid promotion of folks who perhaps maybe would have waited a few more years until they got promotions in the past or been ready to take on serious leadership roles, senior leadership. We're seeing travel standing up again, going overseas again. We're seeing significant complexity. We're still seeing large groups, 300-400 kids going out at once because it's easier for the school, but that obviously means then you're putting all your risk in one place. We're seeing a disconnect between senior management in schools and the folks on the ground because this is complex. They don't know that senior leaders don't understand this stuff. They're scared of it. So what's that leading to? I think that's leading in many ways to a lack of kind of strategic contingency planning. We don't have the plans. Probably 60% of organizations we work with do not have thought out, planned, practiced, understood contingencies or severe weather plans. So they don't have an answer to the question if we can't go here or how do we make a decision about whether we are going to go or not going to go. They're not well formulated. We have a she'll be right attitude still. In many ways. But I don't think that's intentional. I think one of the challenges here is that there is a fear. Like if we think about it, many of us, feel it every year, going up to summer season, we're like, geez, I hope we can get through another season. And it's like this breath, we're holding our breath. We've all done it. If we can just get through. So it's not intentional, but again, I think all the good signs are there. This is not the bearer of all bad news, but we're not going to do this on our own, and we're not going to do this with a fear response. That's it.
Thanks, Claire. We've got, I'm going to start with them, but please feel free to keep them coming or vote on the ones that are in here. The first question from Clayton, which has got one vote from somebody else, is when is something declared a disaster? For example, is the current algae outbreak in South Australia considered a disaster, and what does that mean for a community? So is it a good thing if you get declared a disaster or bad? Does it make it a difference, and what criteria? Is that a Sally question maybe, or?
So I can provide a bit of an answer to that. So in terms of the algae, that's actually not something that we would be dealing with under our arrangements, our emergency management arrangements. And so if, for things like fires, floods, storms, etc. So the state makes those declarations and declares those areas. There's a lot the state can do just to activate and start to support planning, preparation, and then the response and recovery. Yeah, it's done at the state level.
And is there advantages to it? Like, obviously you don't want something to be so bad that it is a disaster, but what happens if it is or isn't? Is that declaration make a difference to a community?
So in the natural hazard space that we work in, what it means is that the funding can start to flow from the Commonwealth in particular, and it's a different posture for the system, and things start to be able to be done that otherwise would not be done.
Okay, great. Systematic risk was spoken about by hazard, risk, likelihood, consequence, and mitigation. But what about management of risk exposure and industry-wide management? I almost feel like that might be a Claire Dallett one because it sounds academic.
I'm not sure I understand it though. I'm trying to. Could you say that again?
Does anybody whose question it was want to have a clarification, Guy?
So I guess the key thing here is there's a lot of broad latitude defined. You've got a lot of practitioners in the room that are really about managing operational risk and activity risk. So when it comes down to that, we're seeing, and many will see, some commonality across the room, across the industry. But actually taking that next step, so as organisationally, okay. That's all right, I'm used to shouting as a job. So we all sit here, as part of an industry representative group, where we have a really powerful opportunity to, as an industry, manage a lot of that common risk through alignment, through some common mitigations that I guess individually we're all facing as a context. Yeah.
I think I'll have a go at that. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and I think there's some good, there's some good work happening in that area. There's obviously the updating of the AAAS, and I think there's more on that tomorrow from Dave is around somewhere. Mm-hmm. I think that there's so I think that there are supports. There are the severe weather guidance note certainly needs some updating. I think that. I think we're still I think you're right. We're still very much in isolation, and it takes something to get us out of that. So it usually takes an event or an incident. Normally we act on, or if something has happened, then we start looking at what our policies and our procedures and our SOPs, et cetera, are, and then try and find out from are these aligned with what's seen as sector practice, for example. But I probably don't have much more to add on that. I think you're absolutely right. We shouldn't be doing it in isolation because there are so many shared risks, but we have to make sure it's contextual to our unique operational realities. Yep.
I think John's comments too around the fact that actually potentially the outdoor sector has quite a bit to contribute because we are on a day-to-day basis very familiar and practicing risk management all the time. More so than possibly some others in other sectors. So actually for us that we've got the potential to translate that into sort of, the context around that high level strategic, climate change, weather, environmental risk, which is a good segue to Joss's questions. How do we bring others beyond the outdoor space on this journey with us? Fear-based response from senior leadership continues to be an issue in schools. Who'd like to tackle that one?
I could probably start by saying we've got to continue having the conversations. We've got to bring people to the tables like we have today, but keep having the conversations within the industry because the more times you hear it, it's like any marketing, right? You've got to put it out there 5 times for someone to actually see it, another 10 times for people to think about, maybe I should act on that, and another 20 times for people to act. It's not dissimilar. The conversations need to keep happening.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I've been looking at, relatively new in this role, is the sorts of things that we offer around capability development. And I think traditionally what's offered is fairly fear-driven, and that's a really important point for us to kind of recognise. And so we have to kind of shift that. So we have been thinking about, well, you know, what is it we can develop and offer that helps people understand this more complex environment, perhaps takes a more positive approach to dealing, because we deal with risk as a negative, you know, it's the avoidance of something terrible happening. But you know, equally, we could be looking at this as that we actually improve the experience, or we improve the practice, and we actually potentially, you know, reduce costs, because quite often risk management is also seen as an imposition. It's cost, it's regulation, and all sorts of thing. But if you actually take that kind of long view, then an investment in kind of resilience does actually sort of pay off. So it is incumbent, I think, on us to be kind of thinking about changing the discourse and the narrative. But then you just got to keep talking about it. And you know, I've been talking about this for nearly 30 years, and you know, sometimes you got to go, oh God, do I have to do this again? But then you realise that, like, for many people, this is the first time they've heard about this stuff. It's the first time they've been exposed to it. So yeah, we've just got to go the distance, I think.
Okay. 7 votes for Greg Shellard's question. Is there formal training we can send our young leaders on to further develop and formalise organisational and disaster management skills? I guess I'm going to comment firstly just on behalf of NatCORR. That's one of the key things that we've been doing with the NatCORR workshops, and in particular, probably the one that's been most, I think, important and pivotal for us has been working with the Bureau of Meteorology, bringing that weather PD into play, which has been a missing piece for us. But I think when we're talking about young practitioners, you know, the key question goes to workforce and skills development in the sector, which is something, Laurie, do you want to make a comment on that one?
There's going to be lots of conversations
yeah,
about training in the next couple of days. But yes, this is an area that we're a little bit vulnerable at the moment in our training space, but there is a lot of work and a lot of advocacy being done in this. And I think we've got to start really realising what we need and not focus on what we used to have and start moving towards the future. So there, as I say, there's lots of conversations to be had in the next couple of days about that, but it's a moving beast, as is our industry right now. And I feel like we're in a bit of a consolidation phase, and we're about to get into a blooming phase again. But we've got to keep going on trying to get what we need now.
We also offer a handful of online masterclasses, which by a couple of kind of best people in the business in terms of business continuity and other things. And so they're around decision making under pressure and leading small teams and those sorts of things. So that could be a starting point for maybe not kind of, well, it could be young leaders, but I think people who are sort of leading organisations and teams, that certainly could be a starting point. And the idea of them is really to kind of reach out across sort of what we would call non-traditional sort of actors in the space. So that might be certainly something worth looking at. And again, we're the second half of this year, we're going to do a whole kind of capability review. So if we understand these sorts of issues, then whilst we may not design something that has outdoor in it, but you can clearly see that there's some applicability, and we'd want to make sure that whatever it does enhances the work that you're doing in NatCORR, which again I think is a really great starting point and initiative.
Thanks, John. So let's finish on this classic question, and maybe we just run down the panel with it. What keeps you up at night? And I'm going to just add to it, and how do you deal with that? What do you do? Carl, what keeps you up at night?
I'm a climate scientist, so I think thinking about climate change will keep you up at night. Most people cope by not thinking about it. That's the reality. So if you force someone to engage with it and think about it, we find with people coming into the field and working on it that it has a psychological impact on them. So there's that. There's probably a practical answer to this question as well. I'll take the opportunity to say it. So sometimes going to sleep is the wrong option. So I think when we had a deep connection with the environment and we lived outside, we probably understood that inherently. If you look at the events recently in Texas or a few years ago at the Wilsons River at Lismore, when the natural disaster is due to occur at 3 or 4 in the morning, don't go to sleep.
Yeah.
Leave. So often the warnings don't get to you. It can sound obvious. I remember being hauled up in Halls Gap and it was overnight. It was 40-something degrees that day. There was a north wind blowing. I stood up looking at my bureau stuff and my wife was like, aren't you going to go to sleep? And I was like, not tonight. So yeah, I think that's something that is really salient. It's a really, really dangerous period for being having a natural disaster coming at you. Yep.
Sally.
I think what I think about, not just at night, but constantly, is that it's a question of justice, this issue. There's so much harm that we can prevent by changing the way we do things and making different choices. Sometimes the hazard is going to be so significant, retreat is an option, but we can reduce the impact. And I feel it's incumbent on us in the government to work with everybody to reduce that harm. So that, and then the black swan event as well, and our ability to be ready to respond.
I'm a poor sleeper, so I'm awake at night a lot. Yeah, I hold an image in my head, which I won't describe because it's an awful image, but and it is from Marysville, and that's the thing that I won't say keeps me awake, although sometimes it does return, but it drives me to do better, and I think that's the thing. Like we're saying, these incidents have awful consequences, so we need to be kind of driven better. So that's that. The kind of the bigger picture, and and also I think climate. I studied a unit of climatology down the road here at ANU a long time ago, and at that stage the lecturer said, there's this thing, we reckon the climate's changing. We're not quite sure what it's going to do, but we think this could be a problem. And I remember thinking that, that's 40 years ago. And we're like, I sometimes feel really awful about the lack of, progress over those 40 years when we knew. So there's that. And then I think just the practical thing is, making sure we're responding to people's needs, making sure, like the sector, like I, now lead an organisation. It's not a big one, but we do a lot, and I want to make sure that what we're doing is actually relevant and useful. Sometimes that does keep me up. I kind of go, oh crap, really? Should we have done that? Maybe we should have done this. So that's the practical thing that kind of keeps me awake.
Running conferences, for starters.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Running conferences, yeah. No, but seriously, I have to concur with John. It's about the progress we're making from things. Are we learning each step of the way? Are we providing the resources that you guys need to be able to make a difference? Really, we need to continue moving forward and not reflect on past and stay stuck in the past. So that's what keeps me up.
Two things. One, how we look after our own, how we look after our people who've been harmed, and how we keep looking after them and don't think it's a one-off thing. We know a lot more about that now. We know a lot more about impacts of serious incidents. And I think we can do a better job, and we need to do a better job at that. I think the second thing is, how do we keep the love? This is heavy stuff. And fear doesn't work. Fear won't give us the innovation. Fear won't give us the aptitude or the nourishment that we need. So how do we keep these sort of things and actually, keep it meaningfully as light whilst acknowledging the dark?
Really nice way of putting it, the light and the dark. And, you know, I think for all of us, we're a pretty special sector. Unfortunately, we kind of are on the coalface of the impacts in terms of really feeling them under our feet or on our backs and in our faces when it comes to sort of the impact of the changing climate and the way in which it's changing our workplace and our playground. And I think because we're a small bespoke sector, and it's so critical that we actually come together as a community, not just as the outdoors sector, but that we actually engage more broadly, so that we actually have a voice and connect with those within our community who are working with us and will support us on that. So I really want to get you all to join with me in thanking our panel, because we really value the opportunity to engage with you and to partner with you going forward on our preparation and on building our resilience. And thank you for your generosity too in sharing your sentiments about this. So thank you very much.
We now go into a 2-hour session that leads us up until lunch. That 2-hour session will focus on risk, and it's broken into 2 parts. So first of all, we're going to hear from Mary Jane, I'm reading this, but I've heard people say MJ, Claire Dallett and Ben Lovell. The 3 of those individuals are going to lead the first session, which is about assessing your team or organisation's readiness to manage weather-related risks, building tools to improve decision-making, and to respond and adapt. That's the first half of this next little bit. Then what's going to happen is we're going to give Ben and MJ a tree certificate and a notebook, and they're going to sit back down. And then Lauren, who doesn't need another tree or a notebook, is going to come and join Claire, and they're going to take us through the second half of this 2-hour block that we've got ahead of us. So it's all about practical risk management. And really also, I think, before I introduce Claire and Ben, who I know they're terrific. I don't know MJ yet, but I'm sure she's terrific, so I can share some comments about the session at the end. But from a place of people who I do know, I can say about this session, I'm probably competing with a few people in the room to be the sort of leader of the Claire Dallett fan club. But what I do want to say is that as a board member of Outward Bound, we had Claire come in and lead a simulation for an incident response, and it was one of the most valuable experiences I have had as a board member in any capacity in any organisation I've been connected to. That's the sort of expertise that we have with us today sitting across these 2 sessions, and we're really grateful to have the wonderful Claire and also Ben and MJ. So we'll get Ben and Claire and MJ up for this first session, and then you're not going to see me again until after lunch probably, because Claire and Ben and MJ are really good at this as well, and they'll do the bit in the middle to transition, and then probably do something about move around a bit and have a chat as well and get that sort of movement in the room. But I will stop talking now. Ben's going to be at the lectern, and then you'll invite the rest of your group up as you see fit.
Thanks, Jess. Excellent. Thank you very much. My name's Ben Lovell. I'm the Head of Partnerships and Development at Outward Bound Australia. I'm also part of the Claire Dallett fan club, and I'm also part of MJ's fan club as well, after some work that we've done over the last number of months on weather workshops as well. This is going to be a bit more of a practical, hands-on session as well. It was really great hearing from our panel before, but halfway through this session, we're going to get you to do some things as well, which will need your phone. You'll need some pen, and there's some sticky pads on your tables as well. So just giving you a bit of forewarning about what today's about. I've had the privilege over the last few years to be involved in the NatCORR initiative that has been put in place by Outward Bound. And I say it's a privilege because I've been able to do exactly what NatCORR has really said what I wanted to do on the tin, which is the collaboration and the community aspect. And we've been able to collaborate and work with lots of different members of the community, both within the outdoor sector and also within the disaster resilience sector as well. And it's been absolutely fantastic. And one of our really key things that we've been focusing on is listening to you and listening to the sector about the things that they're concerned about, things that they're worried about, and what we can do as NatCORR to help support that. And the things that we've been doing over the last 2 years is running a range of different professional development workshops for the sector. And some of you in the room may have been to some of them as well before. So we've run things like incident management workshops. We've been to conferences and run organisational resilience workshops. And in the last sort of few months, we went to you and we found out, what did you want to know about the weather? How can we help you improve your professional knowledge and understanding of, severe weather events? And what can we do with you and your organisations to help you prepare and respond and adapt better to that as well? And off the back of that, we ran 5 or 6 different workshops across the country where people came to, and it was hosted in collaboration with the Bureau of Meteorology. And we were absolutely stoked that the Bureau came on board and have been a really fantastic partner in this space for this workshop. And if you've been to one of those workshops in the last 6 months, I'm sure you can say that you've probably, looked things very differently at the way the weather sort of works in this country. And you've probably gone online to many different websites and had a look at, what happens with the weather and how it affects your programming and what you do in the outdoors. If you haven't been to one of those workshops, guess what? We're going to condense that into the next 45 minutes or so. So we're going to do our best to try and whiz through this as well. You're going to have to turn your brains on really, really quickly, because we're going to talk about things as best that we can to give you a broad understanding of what was in those workshops, and then we'll give you the opportunity to actually do some trying and some testing of some of that stuff yourself as well. So strap yourself in. Mary Jane McLeod officially is the head of engagement at the Bureau, and she'll introduce herself in a moment, and she'll go through a range of things that Australia's sort of national agency for weather and climate, and we'll have a really good understanding of what their sort of website looks like and the things that they do to actually provide us the information that we use every day in running programs as well. Claire Dallett is the director and the founder of Risk Resolve, has had many years experience in the field and at managerial level in helping organisations really adapt to best practice and put together policies and procedures and aspects to do with that. And it's a great, I'm definitely not the expert in the room, but having these 2 experts definitely is going to be a fantastic thing. We're not as high-tech as the last group of people. We don't have Slido, but we have Post-it Noto on the table as well. So what we'd like you to do is, if you have a question, write it down. And what we'll do the 5 or 10 minutes that we have at the end, we'll come and grab those Post-it notes and we'll put them to our experts as well, okay? So I always tell this with kids when you're in front, they always think about, I've got a question. Can you remember that for when at the end we have question time? You don't need to remember, you can write it down. And then it's there and you can forget about it, and we can ask that at the end of the session as well, okay? So we're going old school, pen, paper, and Post-it notes as well. Awesome. All right, well, MJ, if you wanted to jump up here, and we'll start off with you. So welcome, MJ, from the Bureau of Meteorology.
Okay, can you hear me okay? I always like to start by saying that I am not an ologist. So the Bureau is full of meteorologists and climatologists and people like Carl. I'm the head of our community engagement team, and I was going to explain what the Bureau does. I think most of you know. But the word community has been thrown around a lot already this morning. Claire was speaking about the importance of it. My team, the community engagement team, is the little team that could. We started 4 years ago. The Bureau was always very science focused, and at last we have a team where we can come and do this kind of thing, and we can hear on the ground what you need from us. My team specifically focuses on preparedness and knowledge building for vulnerable communities. So that includes called communities, disability sectors. My job is specifically on user sectors such as volunteers or the outdoor sector, so that's why I'm here today. As Ben said, going about 4 hours into about 15 minutes, but I tend to talk pretty quick when I'm nervous, so let's see how we go. Let's get started. Okay, so one of the things we do at the Bureau is we collect the most ridiculously large amounts of data. The best example of this is actually at the moment we're migrating to a new website, and there's 72,000 individual pages which have to be migrated across. It's not inefficiency, that's just how much data and how many records we have. So every minute of every day, we're collecting data from different places. So amazing places that you mightn't have thought of. We have buoys under the water, buoys on the water. There are ships who traverse the oceans and they take voluntarily take observations for us. On the ground, we have weather observers who are releasing weather balloons, which go 30 kilometres up into the sky. There are flood gauges, river gauges, automatic weather stations, satellites orbiting the globe, and aeroplanes who also take data for us. So what all of this information does, this is creating observations, which becomes our Australian weather forecast and the Australian climate record. So back in the day, this beast on the left was the first ever computer which did weather forecasts. It took 24 hours to produce one day's weather, so not super efficient. And just to show you how much we have this continuous improvement and things changing, really interesting map on the left. So the picture on the right, the track on the right, the red line, is the cyclone map of the actual path of Cyclone Tracy in 1974. The image on the left in green is what was forecast. Huge disparity there. Then you can see as we go along, yellow is 1985, blue 2004, 2010. It's definitely improving. Unfortunately, my Met, who usually helps me with these things, is on leave, so I can't show you what we would have today. But if you tracked Cyclone Alfred, there's incredible quality of those maps these days. So it's a continuously improving, very sophisticated modelling these days. Okay, let's get on to you guys. So what hazards do you face? Well, I've spoken to some Queenslanders and people from all over the country already today. You face different hazards, depends where you are in the state. It's overwhelming. Where do you, oops, sorry, I accidentally moved to that one. Where do you start to find the information? It's just, there's so many options out there. So NatCORR did a survey last year, which you probably completed, and over 100 sources were identified where you can find information on weather, climate, snow, heat wave, air quality, you name it. So that's just a couple. It's pretty overwhelming, pretty confusing too. Where should you start? So I'm going to be a bit tongue-in-cheek here and say, right, that's where you should start, okay? If I don't say that, I might not have a job tomorrow. We also have our really good website. But what I really want to emphasise, particularly for the work that you do, is there is no one best source. So it's really important to understand that. It's important to understand the limitations of the apps that you are using. So I'm going to go through that very briefly for you. And it's okay to use a couple of apps, but make sure you have a really strong understanding of what you're actually looking at and interpreting it properly. So there's two types of apps. There is raw or blended data, and there's modified and curated data. So on your right, there's a couple of examples of raw or blended computer data. So these tend to be apps where it's automated and there's very little human input into the end product. Usually they're really bright and colourful and beautiful to look at. They're a coarser scale and they don't always drill down and take into account local topography and terrain. The forecasts, you may notice, change dramatically day to day. And they can go out to more than 10 days, which is not accurate. Then you have the modified and curated data apps. So some examples on the right there for you. So these have human input. So an example of that is our Mets look at a broad scale assessment and they drill down into gridded areas to a local area assessment and they take into account the terrain, the topography. This is where you'll see probabilistic results. So 10 to 20 mils or an 80% chance of rain, okay? The day-to-day forecasts do tend to be more accurate, or consistent, I should say. And the forecasting tends to go, ours only goes out to 7 days. I think maybe Weather Zone does 10, but to be honest, nobody knows beyond those times. So the main point here is just have an understanding of what you're actually looking at, what your app is, the kind of data and information that it's using. Okay, let's move on swiftly to the tools that you can use. I've broken this up into looking historically, looking forward, real time when you're out in the field, and some knowledge building. So this picture on the left, this is the Flinders Ranges. Now I'm just giving you a little heads up that Ben's going to take you on a trip to the Flinders very shortly in about 10 minutes. And this is probably the kind of day that you're hoping to get. What you can do is type in climate data online and that's going to bring you to one of the most amazing bureau tools that we have. Don't expect you to really be able to see the information there very clearly, but that's what the homepage will look like. What you can access there is rainfall, minimum temps, maximum temps, and other information about specific areas. And depending on how long we have taken weather observations at that place, is how far you can go back. So because we're going to the Flinders, I just pulled up monthly rainfall for Hawker, and just out of interest, it's 170 years of rainfall data there. I just think that's amazing. So it may not be exactly, you might have to find the closest weather station that might be 5 kilometres, 20 kilometres away. Obviously they're not everywhere, but just drill down and look at that information. What I suggest doing with this, don't wait until you're planning a trip. Go on there on the weekend, become a weather nerd, have some fun. Like if you want to go to Hamilton Island, look up Hamilton and look at when's the best time to go. Get your kids to have a play with it and, you know, look up their birthday month since they were born. It's just really interesting data, really good to become familiar with this tool. Then we have information that you can use looking forward. So we have what's called the long range forecast. This shows you, once again, there's a great video that you can watch. There is a summary, written text summary, and you can look at rainfall and temperature maximum and minimum from a week, 2 week, a month, 2 months, 3 months out. So not beyond 3 months, that's the maximum. If you're across climate influences, and what I mean by that is you may have heard terms such as SAM, IOD, or La Nina, El Nino. You can tick on the climate influences box and there is a summary of what's happening in that area as well. Then we have real-time data. So something that you would all probably or hopefully have used is the radar. You've looked at the radar image. So this map on the left is where all of our radars are. We have 60 radars across the country, which is actually the 4th largest number of radars in the world for a country. So we're doing pretty well. A lot of people say it's not covering enough, but the reason why they are where they are is due to high impact weather and population. There's also an economic point in there, which is in agricultural areas and mining areas. So that's where they are for now. They look like this thing on the right, basically like a big golf ball on top of a tee, about 10 metres tall. I don't have the cool graphics that Carl had, unfortunately. I'll have to talk to him about that. But on the left, just briefly to go through it, obviously the radar is there is a colour graph along the bottom. You're probably most used to seeing those light to moderate colours, which are indicated by the blue. On the right is a screenshot from the hailstorm in Canberra in 2020. I think only maybe 3 or 4 times I've ever seen these kind of black colours on the radar. You need to take action. You need to be very prepared when you see these red and black colours. That's a very serious weather system coming through. The other thing just to note on the bottom, quite often I see on social media people say the Bureau can't even tell the time. Just notice on the bottom it's UTC, that is Universal Time Clock. Okay, so it's not giving you your Eastern Standard Time. So we do know the time. Get a bit defensive about that. Couple of things about radars. Okay, so our lovely planet is round and the radar beam goes straight up. It does not follow the curvature of the Earth. So you may be standing there thinking, well, what the radar is telling me is not what I'm experiencing right now. Sometimes when you get further away from the base of the radar, you have the weather system is happening underneath the radar beam. Also distance from the radar, the beam spreads out, and as it goes out, if it hits serious weather or heavy rainfall, those beams can get scattered and you don't quite see as clearly what's happening behind there. The other thing is, despite where radars are placed, sometimes there is blockage. So at a certain distance, they may hit a mountain range or buildings, things like that can affect the radar network as well. Very quickly, satellite imagery. I was going to show you the smoke in Tasmania on the left, but Carl trumped me with his great one as well. So our satellite images come from the Himawari satellites, which are owned by the Japanese Met Agency, and we're very lucky that we can utilise those images. As you can see from this picture, they're very, very clear. You just go onto the Bureau homepage, you click on satellite images, and you can pull it out. You'll get the whole country. You can drill down into your area. On the right, you can see you can click layers and you can add in cities, roads, boundaries, really drill down to where you are. Just a little note on the right, you can click on lightning. This is actually a weather zone product that we add into these satellite images. At all of the weather workshops we were asked about lightning trackers. That's the only option we have at this current stage. Okay, I'm just going to read something out. It's very wordy, but this is really important. I'm going to talk about warnings now. Warnings provide a consistent framework for communicating the severity and potential impact of severe weather events, which allow individuals to understand the level of threat and take appropriate action. Warnings help communities prepare for and respond to hazards. Now, I actually got in trouble from my boss for saying don't become complacent. I'm not meant to use the word don't, so I'm going to say please do not become complacent, okay? I'm very polite about it. Please don't ignore warnings. You can get warning fatigue where there's just constant warnings, but they are there for a reason if you listen to that wording that I have just said. So like yourselves, we have the warning, we have thresholds, which once we reach those thresholds, our warnings are released. I'm not going to go through this is just an example of the Melbourne one, but the one thing I want to really emphasise is that you might be taking groups to different parts of the country. The warning thresholds vary across the country. Rain thresholds are climate-based, so they vary even within states. Probably a good example is Queensland. 100 mils in northeast Queensland versus in Brisbane is going to have quite a different effect, so those thresholds do vary there. So once those warnings are issued, there's a number of places you can access them. I spoke before about different apps. I can't talk to those different apps that you use, but what I can suggest is that you use our products, but you also download your emergency management for your state. The main thing to remember is with us, we will issue warnings, but we're not going to issue action statements, so evacuations, and that's where you turn to your EM partners, the EM sector. With warning fatigue on the left, I took this screenshot off my phone last week. This is when the East Coast low came through. That's a lot of warnings to read through, isn't it? But you can be savvy if you're on the coast, if you're inland, if you don't own sheep. Okay, just be careful, be clever with the warnings that you are looking at. You can look at them via maps as well. If you are not familiar with these products, I'm here all day. I'm happy to show you on your phone what to do. One of the best things I can teach you today, which I hope you all do when you go home tonight, is we have a feature on the app called multi-location warning notifications. So you can be sitting in Canberra office, but you might have people up in the snowy mountains. You can put 3 locations on your phone and on your home screen receive push notifications for those 3 locations. It's also good if you've got vulnerable family members. So I highly recommend just having those on your phone. Very easy to take on, very easy to take off. Final part is decision making, is knowledge building. We spoke before about that. So ADA, I can vouch for their knowledge hub. There's some great stuff on there. The New South Wales and ACT Outdoors portal, I haven't looked at that. There's some options. We have some options where you can just Google Bureau Knowledge Centre and you can look at amazing videos and blogs about every hazard that we face in Australia. We're also developing this weather workshop will be online for NatCORR within the next, I would like to say, month or 2. And the final part is just in the middle. I don't know if you know, you can actually subscribe. I feel like I'm doing a sales pitch now, but it's really good. You can subscribe to some of our products. So when I spoke about the long range forecast before, you can just get that in your inbox every 2 weeks, I think it is. Really good, just keep up to date with what's happening out there. And the last thing, severe weather can develop really, really quickly. So please stay informed. Understand those options if you're using those different apps. Find 1 or 2 that work for you. Don't tell anyone, but I love Windy, okay? When they're wind, it's just brilliant. It complements the Bureau app very, very well. Products change quickly and update regularly, so whether you're doing things yearly, just keep up to date with what is happening. And the most important thing is knowledge building and passing your knowledge on. We only have 1 staff member in each state, so we really look at that train the trainer, imparting knowledge and spreading it on and on as much as we can. Now I'm going to pass on to the, is it the Claire Fan Club now, or Ben? Ben. On to Ben. Enjoy your time in the Flinders Ranges.
MJ. Thank you very much, MJ. There'll be a test on this later at lunchtime, so hopefully everyone's got all the information in their brains. Now this is coming over to you, and I've got a task for you to do on your tables. So if you're sort of in a smaller table, you might want to consolidate so you've got at least sort of 4 or 5 people on a table as well. I'll look down here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the Bureau's website to make some informed decision about a trip that we're planning to the Flinders Ranges. Okay? So this is what we've got planned. You're in charge of an outdoor program and you've been asked to prepare and plan a trip to the Flinders Ranges, which is a bushwalking trip in November this year for a bunch of Year 9 students from Canberra, okay? So you can see some of the details that are up there as well. They're from a local Canberra school and they've done a few camps and things like that before, but they've never been to the Flinders Ranges. So this is the first time that they've gone to this sort of semi-desert, semi-arid environment as well. So your job, whether you're part of the school or you're a provider or whoever you may be, is to do some due diligence on this trip. So we've got a lot of tools I'm just going to quickly run past about for you to be able to make that decision as well. We want you to understand what are the foreseeable climate risks at November in that location at that time with this bunch of students, okay? Your task is to identify some of these really core bits of information to help support your trip planning. So let's look at some of that historical data, and I'll just show you in a minute how to access them. What are some of those foreseeable long-range forecasts as well, and some of those weather patterns that might be in the region? What are some of the severe weather risks for that place at that time of year as well? And what might be some of the control measures that you can put in place to help mitigate some of those risks as well? You've got about 5 to 8 minutes to look through the data, and then you're going to make a decision that you're going to present to your senior executive about, you said, yes, we're going to go on this trip, or no, I don't think we should do this trip, and here are the reasons why. So when you have a look on your phones, I can flick over this, can't I, Claire? Yep. I'd love you to go to the Bureau's website, to the page that MJ talked about. Which is on the screen up there. It's this one here, isn't it, MJ? No, not that one there.
Just type in climate data online.
I'll just go back and just click there. Okay. This is the really good place for you to start and to do your diligence and your planning. I would recommend that you use a place called Lee Creek, L-E-I-G-H, as your weather station when you're doing your diligence as well. So go to that page there, and I want you to look at the weather and climate conditions. You might want to look at statistics across daily, across monthly, enter in the location into that box, and then get the data, and that will give you some decision-making tools for you to have a look at as well. You can also go to the Bureau's long-term forecast. I know it only goes for a few months in advance, but it might give you a bit of an idea about what's happening over the next 3 months to inform what's going to happen in November as well. I want you to think about thresholds that you may have in your organisation. Do they come into play in your decision-making as well? And then if there are other tools or apps or websites that you use that you know that you would do in your planning and preparation, definitely go and do some cross-check analysis as well onto those things. Then, the last thing that you're going to do after your sort of collaboration within your little tables is that you are going to make a decision. So one person on your table, if you could scan the QR code, and then I'd like you to write, yes, we are going to go on this trip, or no, we're not going to go on this trip, and give at least 3 reasons why that is your answer. Okay? I'm not going to take any questions at that time because I think I've explained it very clearly for everybody. So why don't you take the next 8 minutes or so up until about 10 past, and we'll have a look at the results. Thank you. Right, you should be putting your answers up now. Scan the QR code. Pop your answers up. Right, we've got 4 answers. We still need a few more to be put up, please, if you haven't done it with your team captain. Rightio. Let's have a look at these really briefly. So you were asked to plan for a 7-day bushwalking trip in the Flinders Ranges for a group of Year 9 Canberra students in November. You're asked to look at the data to make an informed choice, consider the risks, and make a decision whether you should go or not go. So some of the answers are up on the screen. I think most of them are starting to pop up there now as well. We've got a number of no's due to remote locations, high average temperatures, exposure in arid environments. This is interesting. The experience, the age and the climate. So thinking about the actual individual or the clientele, the students as well. Someone's too lazy, it's too hot for field work at that time of the year, I'm not going out in the bush, that's ridiculous. Little relief for shade at that time of year, so they thought about the topography and the landscape that they're going to, high temperatures, the climatisation for the clientele, for the students to come on the program as well. Then there's a hell no, go surfing instead. Yeah, it's probably a much better idea as well. This is great. So someone's used the data to say there's a 65% chance of increased average temperature. And then they've thought about what would I do if I did go? So it meant I'd have to actually start walking quite early in the morning, rest during the middle of the day, and then may do something a little bit later in the evening as well. Lack of water. It means backpacks are going to be heavier and having to carry that weight as well. Year 9 students, would they be capable and competent about doing those sort of aspects? Too many lemons. Is there an alternative outcome to achieve the same, is there an alternative venue to achieve the same outcomes? That's the sort of thinking that you might actually put to your executive as well. Then we've got a bunch of people that says, yes, we will agree to go. And they've got mitigation strategies in place about walking early in the morning, resting in the middle of the day, doing your diligence about checking for bushfire dangers, making sure you're doing really strong diligence on your participants as well, picking the group leaders that are experienced for that particular area and the training that they have for that as well, making sure people are adequately prepared for the program with the right gear and equipment, etc., etc. Group screening, timing daily activities. So there's a bit of, bit of yes, there's a bit of no, which is really interesting. And I guess for us, it's really making sure that you're making use of the data that's available for you to make an informed choice. ChatGPT said, going on a bushwalking trip in the Flinders Ranges can be a fantastic experience, but there are several factors to consider to ensure safety and enjoyment. Pros, it's a lovely time of year to go to the Flinders Ranges. The weather's generally warm, but not excessively hot. Fewer crowds at that time of year, and it can provoke resilience, teamwork, and appreciation for nature. Spot on, ChatGPT. While November is spring, you need to be prepared for variable conditions. Hot days, cool evenings, ensure the routes are suitable for teenagers, making sure that you've got proper planning for the routes, water supply, emergency procedures, check any students have any health issues and prepare accordingly. Don't forget your permits and regulations, please. Consult with experienced educators, guides that are familiar with the area well, conduct your risk assessments, keep group sizes manageable, and consider the physical fitness. If well planned and supervised, the 7-day journey can be a very enriching experience. There you go. That's a bit tongue-in-cheek that I read that out, but that is the way that we're probably heading. We are probably heading less about you digging around information and looking at historical data and websites to where AI is going to be something for us with large language models that we can just ask it something and it can do the searching for us and give us a result that looks like that. Now, it's not to say that you can't.
Sorry, Ben, just out of interest, did you put the adventure activity standards in before you asked the question, or did you just ask the question?
I just asked the question.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. It's about Liz, it's about asking not just the question, but the right question, and then asking the question again and adding more and more into it.
Yeah, you've got to build your product up.
Yeah. Cool. So that was the sort of thing that we were doing at the workshops, but now we're actually going to head over to the expert that actually brings a lot of that theory into practice and what happens on the ground. So I'm going to hand over to Claire to talk about some of the tools and tricks and tips that you might be able to utilise in your day-to-day work planning as well to do with weather. Thanks, Claire.
Thanks, Ben. Was anybody surprised by what you all came up with? What do we say to the people who don't know this sector who go, can't you guys make a consistent decision? Like, seriously, what do you say? What do you say to the head of school who says, well, the school down the road on the Golden Mile, they're going. Why are you saying we shouldn't go? What about the outdoor provider that goes out and you're working for another organization where you wouldn't even dream of it? because those are all realistic. They're all realistic. We've heard them. We've been involved in them. And, there's heaps of things there. So, I suppose in that context, what is our response? How do we define that for ourselves? Obviously, we were sitting around a table where we had folks from all different organizations. So we would assume around that those different organizations have different tolerances, different levels of acceptability. Are we actively, you don't necessarily need to answer these, but how many of us actively involve our people in those questions? How many of us actively go through these types of processes when we are designing perhaps a new area, when we're thinking about contingencies, perhaps when we're thinking about how we stand up again after significant weather events? That's what we don't see that a lot. We hear that doesn't really happen a lot. We hear one of the biggest challenges around that is that I'm scared if I ask my head around this that they might just not let us go. Like, these are all real. We don't have the answers today, but let's have a look at a couple of things perhaps that might help. So if we think about sort of, this was the sort of question there, like, well, Claire, what's your view on this? What are your thoughts around it? And obviously we're trying to, we covered a lot of these in the weather workshops, but really these are just a few takeaways. Understand what your non-negotiables are. So we've heard in the last 10 years, the work health and safety, WHS or OH&S if you're in Victoria, that is common language now. It didn't used to be. That's the regulator's job is in the event that there's a notifiable incident. Our job is to ensure safety so far as reasonably practicable of our employees, our workers, our students, our clients, volunteers, others. That's non-negotiable, so start there. There's a lot of external guidance. Like, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of data. We talk about crap in, crap out. Be really clear what we're looking at, the type of guidance, the type of information. And then what we do with that, how we analyze that. So there's a lot right now. There's State Department, there's AAAS. It's great to see Dave in the room to get an update around that. A lot of that stuff, though, can date. And so, stuff that we might have thought about for 10, 15 years ago may not be relevant any longer. When's the last time that we performed our own due diligence? 2 parts of due diligence. Do you have the systems, the processes, the tools in place to actively manage your known foreseeable risks? And the second bit, which is often forgotten about, how do you assure those systems are working as intended? So when's the last time you tested that? Do your staff in the field, if there was a severe weather warning, do you have a system? So that we're not just reactive. How are you proactive? Do you have a 24/7, for example? Do you have go or no-go thresholds? Do you have access and egress points? All those things that were just brought up earlier. But actually, do you know if they're working? We have so much, we saw it earlier, MJ just showed us, our survey data is really showing this. We have so much information, proliferation of information. And our families and our clients and our participants do as well. So gone are the days where it's like, we're the experts, let us do our job. We'll bring them back, let us do it, leave us alone. We have to see our families, our clients, our students as active partners in this process. We have to communicate much better. Why? Because everybody's carrying around a phone and everybody's carrying around access to a bunch of information. So proactive is really key. And I think how we look at, again, it came up earlier around systemic risk and really thinking about, everything's connected. How we identify our weather risk, how do you do it right now? Ask yourself, maybe do a bit of a self-assessment. How do you identify those types of risks? How do you include them into your wider sort of risk framework? Understand your current profile? What risks is your organization engaging and navigating? How does that change when you have new staff come on board? How does that change when you work with a new school or a new organization? So I think assumptions are the classic around this. And here's a bit of a tool that may be helpful. And if I don't think you see the writing on here, I'll take you through it, but there's plenty of copies downstairs at the table if you're after one. We came up with this because we were just interested. We were going, what's something that perhaps can help us prompt or can set some guiding questions around weather and severe weather decision-making tool? This is not intended to be a panacea. It could be used in the field. It could be used through the field, i.e. in the office with support to the field. And so some of the things that we might think about in the event of weather. And I'm a big fan of not waiting for a severe weather warning. Like, we shouldn't have to wait for an external piece of data to do something about it. We want to make sure that we're navigating consistently. We just heard from MJ, there's lots of variables. But we can rest assured that if we are out when there are severe weather warnings or if there are incidents occurring during severe weather events, we have questions to answer. So a tool like this might support that. So we might start off with a context check, really trying to understand what's going on. Imagine I'm in the office. I've got a group out in the field. What's actually going on? What type of warning has been issued? What's the severity? What's the expected local impact? Are there clear decision points or thresholds that we have in our own policies and our systems around that? What does that mean for us? If we don't, we might want to look at that. What's the reality on the ground? This is the bit that's often forgotten. Or it's often privileged, for example. And it's not one or the other, in my view. So what are the leaders observing on the ground? How equipped are they to adapt or relocate? Do they need to move? What does that look like? What does that sound like? What do we need? Are there any compounding risks? Have we got 10 days of a trip and we've got high fatigue? Have we got some people with carrying injuries? What would that mean to relocate, for example? Do we have access to transportation? So then we want to weigh up our options. What's our options around? It might be continue, it might be modify, it might be pause, it might be evacuate. So for each of those, what's realistic? We might think about the practicality, the profile, risk profile. We might think about our parent impact, if that's relevant to your programs. One school is not like another school, so it's got to be yours. Which option poses the lowest foreseeable risk and might seem the most reasonable right now? Because again, that's flexible. What about our communications around and considerations around parents and carers, next of kin? Whose additional input do we need to access? Do I need to talk to my boss? Do I need to talk to principals? Who might it be? Deputy principal if I'm at a school. Third-party providers, how do we engage if we're partnering? How might a parent or next of kin interpret our decision? There's a question. Before or after? Is informed consent required for any potential changes? The accident case study literature is riddled with stories around informed consent. If I'd have known I gave informed consent for this, I certainly didn't give informed consent to change the activity and go somewhere different. I didn't have any info. So how's your proactive risk communication around that? Do you actively support parents in understanding what the plan Bs are? So it may be possible that in the event the weather does this, here are the options that we consider. Here's what we may do. How many of us are, again, proactive in that? So it's not a surprise. You're not reacting. As we'll see in the next session, we're not at our best when there's high pressure. What are their likely fears or concerns of families, of next of kin? How will we communicate our rationale and reassurance? So again, these are prompts. These are not designed for big sort of themes and tomes of writing, but these are prompts that the team, whoever your team is, can navigate these questions and consider how do you best manage this evolving situation. And then we might do a final sense check. Have we consulted those closest to the ground? Are we acting from a place of clarity and care? Care is number one. Could we explain this decision confidently later? Anybody try that? Really helpful to do. Are we supporting staff and students emotionally and practically on the ground? And then we might do a decision summary. What's our final decision? What's our rationale? What's our next steps? Etc. So a tool like that, again, not meant to be a big sort of major thesis, but meant to be something to bring us together to make these important decisions, like decisions that are super important that need the right people in the room or on the phone. Any questions about that? Comments? We're not done yet. I think we're on to Q&A. I think we might have a crack at that, if we have time.
You can take 5 minutes for that. It'll cut into the next bit though.
Any questions around the tables? If there are any, Ben's going to run around and get them. Yeah, Dave.
One of the things I've noticed with schools is they're trying to do more for less. Yeah, bigger groups, or cutting corners in various ways. And there's a point past which I guess an organisation might have to say, no, I'm not willing to play,
Yep.
and thank you very much, we're not going to do that this year. I think there's a risk in that area.
Yep, absolutely. And what we've seen a number, I might bring up my colleagues as well, but we've seen a number of organisations do this already and are pushing back and going, you know what, it's actually not feasible for lots of reasons. So you're putting all your risk in one place. We want to diversify our risk, right? So I don't know if there's folks in the room who want to talk through that who are at schools, but certainly we're seeing more and more. Yes, there's still some big schools that go out, but there's less now than what I've seen before. Yeah, good point, Dave. Other questions? Yeah, Clayton.
Question for MJ. Would the Bureau, or does the Bureau use the citizen science data? So there's obviously apps out there now where me as a citizen scientist or me as a weather nerd, for whatever reason, can upload my own weather station data that draws on that. So in regards to things like, and using the Flinders as an example, when I was up there a few weeks ago, the wind data, for example, was being taken from an airport 120 kilometres away, for example. But there could be local weather stations closer by citizen science data that would give or some information that might be more suitable or relevant. Is that something the Bureau does look at or would look at?
There is voluntary observers who do feed in information. I'm aware of rainfall. I don't know about wind data. Do you know, Carl?
I think the question is Weather Underground or our app, right? Yeah, I use Weather Underground.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the app and the observations, forecast locations, it's standardised equipment, so it's calibrated. It's very difficult for us to add third-party data to that network. It's the scientific specifications, and as the Australian government, it's also privacy issues. So, long story, short answer is use our app when you want to know precisely what the climate is like. So what you just went through there. Even if you're asking your favourite AI, go and just check the data for yourself as well. I think it's a good exercise. And then if you want to know the very local conditions, I also open up Weather Underground because there's a house around the corner that has a weather station. Just be really aware of topography when you do that. And know that those equipment could be nails or things, so it doesn't actually get from one direction, etc., etc. That's the reason we don't integrate it into our course.
Thank you.
We'll do one last question. And this is probably directed for, not at you, but you're the probably best place to answer it. He really talks about that leadership divide and that there's lots of questions to ask of leadership at schools and organisations where culture change moves at a glacial pace. Any suggestions to get that quick buy-in for things like this, Claire?
One of the things that I've found works, and there's some folks in the room who've done this, that works really well, is to put senior leaders in contact with other senior leaders. Like literally connect, like that's the whole point, right? Collaborate. So there's folks here who are working at a senior level in schools and they're having some challenges with whatever, they need some leverage. And one of the best places that I think that can come from is talking to a trusted professional at the same level at another school who has experienced the same things, who's gone through significant changes, who's improved X, Y, Z, who's invested in risk and safety support, whatever it is whatever the thing that you're interested in. I think that's a really helpful one. Some people, like some leaders, if they're the type that like to, there's a big thing with a bunch of canoes going past. If they're a bunch that like to, folks that like to read, like find out where the leverage is. Like, so if they're readers, if they're motivated by that, if they're motivated by relationships and networking, find your levers because they're there and connect them. That's one of the things I've found work really well. Cool. It's hard. It's bloody hard though. Yep.
One last one. Oh. Sorry, Jess.
Yeah, I'm just interested in, and Claire, maybe it's for you, but I was like the social psycho risk for our staff. Like we're asking staff to go out and be in the field and grapple with these things on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
And and I guess I was looking at the people that responded yes to that, and sort of that decision making to say, well, we're knowingly putting them in a position where they're going to have to make these decisions with knowledge of that, and how we're preparing them and supporting them. And I guess versus saying, well, how about we go surfing and we take out those implications.
Yeah, Brendan, great question.
Yeah. Any ideas or thoughts, or
Well,
where we're seeing it from other industries or professions?
Well, let's just say, so Safe Work New South Wales have just recruited 50 new inspectors for psychosocial risk management. 50. So think about that. 50 annual salaries. Think about the investment that's going in there. It is the number one thing on the regulator. Like, let's go to the bad bit first. It's the number one thing on the regulator's plate for a reason, right? For a reason, because mental health claims are going through the roof. They're costly. They last a long time. They're complex. They do harm. People get harmed through their work. And so there's a lot more at the conference on this tomorrow and the next day, so stick around for that. But I think the answers are not there yet. We are crazy if we're not asking the questions and we're not being curious about it, because as we know, these types of events have a significant impact. We know that fear is a terrible, terrible thing to be able to have to deal with. And so it's no panacea, but we need to include it in the whole thing. Yeah, great question.
Amazing. We're gonna, don't go. You have to stop here anyway. We'll leave that there before we move on to the next section. But just the last thing from me is that the purpose of NatCORR was to do exactly what we just saw in a very condensed version today. On one hand, we've got an expert from the outdoor sector that knows the field, it knows management, it knows everything black and white in terms of policies and procedures and practices in the field, and is operating at best practice and does lots of work with people in this room as well. NatCORR has also brought people outside of our sector, such as the Bureau, into this conversation and into this group of people as well. We know that the climate is changing rapidly and it's affecting our workplace at an alarming rate. And not only where we go, but what we do and the impacts, as Brendan just said, on our staff is really, really important. So these conversations are vital, but NatCORR is the connector. So if I'm the rose between these two thorns here, the NatCORR connector of bringing the outside experts and the other experts, that's what NatCORR is here to do. And we've been really pleased to be able to do that over the last sort of 2.5, 3 years as well. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much, MJ. Thank you so much, Claire.
Pleasure, Ben. Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben and MJ and Claire. I don't know who's got the clicker. We'll find it. All right. Let me just say thanks to MJ. I think the room would agree with me. The note that I made was that you had such an engaging way of bringing important, deep details to life. It's really important, particularly in this context when we're trying to get information quick and set up that workshop. So thank you for that setup and for your contribution. Also thanks to Ben, who I was going to sort of do this big glowing thing about being a terrific facilitator, and then he called himself a rose and called but very engaging and really clear and articulate and a great facilitator. We probably should have saved you for the 4 to 5 p.m. slot, but the people from 4 to 5 are terrific as well. So now we need to make sure that MJ and Ben have got a tree certificate and a notebook. Terrific. I was just going to give it over to Claire for this whole session, but then I realised I shouldn't make her give out the gifts. I could have made you do it. I'm going to stop talking now. What we've got now is 50 minutes for this next session that is about responding to emergency situations and stress and how we deal with that. So we'll be with Lauren and Claire for this next 50 minutes. Then I'll come back and lead us into lunch.
Thank you. Does everybody just want to stand up and spin around or wiggle for a second? Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Okay, we've all wiggled enough. So there was a lot of content in that weather workshop, as we indeed try to condense one day's workshop down into an hour. The bad news about this next session is that we're actually taking 2 day-long workshops and condensing them into this hour. So strap doubly in, and probably doubly worse, one of the topics that I'm presenting is even a little on the dry side, if finance and insurance isn't your cup of tea too. So we're going to cover organisational resilience that includes the not so sexy stuff. Also talk a little bit about safety culture and how culture is really important within the context of organisational resilience. And then we're going to do an accelerated version of some of the critical incident response workshop content. Why am I talking about organisational resilience? And I guess there's a couple of things that I'm bringing to the table today. So I worked as a group leader with Outward Bound back in the 1980s, and I even after that did a stint with OAG, in those days too. But then I went off and had a corporate career. I did an MBA, I'm actually CPA qualified, worked in management consulting and indeed led governance and risk management and finance at universities. So I've and they do wacky stuff, universities, the full gamut of wacky stuff too. So I'm bringing some of that corporate experience to this session on building organisational resilience. But the other thing I guess I bring too is having led Outward Bound through the crisis of the bushfires and COVID, and there's a case study on that that's not about the finance after lunch, but it's that experience too that hopefully brings that sense of relevance to the outdoor sector. So organisation, risk and insurance, and there's a couple of parts to this. So things work best, I believe, when the risk load is shared fairly. When the benefits and the rewards and the responsibility and where it can be worn sit naturally and not unfairly. And I think most of us think that's when we're being ripped off, or indeed when we're having to bear too much of the risk. And the rewards are somewhere else. Financial markets are supposed to do it perfectly, but of course they don't. But in our sector, ideally, you want the risk being borne and the decisions and the rewards being borne across everybody. It's also really important, I think, for all of us as individuals to think about what are our risk-sharing principles. Some of us have higher personal risk tolerance than others, and that's kind of a good thing from a human and societal perspective, because it's good to have people who'll both hold us back and be a bit more cautious and who will push the boundaries. But being aware of what it is, your sense of risk and your risk values is actually really important, but also knowing how it sits and feels within the organisational construct and being aware that there are different perspectives. I don't know about everybody in the room, but for me it feels like risk is stacking a little bit up against outdoor organisations. There's increasing regulations that are putting more and more onus on us. The insurance market is making it increasingly hard in terms of whether they're willing or not to share that risk with us. And indeed, participant expectations or indeed community expectations on what is a reasonable risk to take in the outdoors and safety and harm and so forth is changing. And so it's actually, I think, it feels like it's making it harder for us as outdoor organisations. And the challenge for us is to still feel like that risk is manageable and reasonable and know that we're in a dynamic context that we can't control the full seesaw, but the only bit that we can control is what are we comfortable with. So understanding what your organisational risk profile is and what those what is, they're keeping you up at night or what do you need to be keeping an eye on at that organisational level, and this is sort of more in a corporate context or organisational context rather than a risk assessment for an individual program. There are tools to do that, and this is a classic one that we use in terms of risk register. And it should be done at that top level and include both executive and board for actually understanding and tracking proactively where are our risks, what are our mitigating strategies or controls, what's the likelihood that would happen, what is the impact, is it going to be extreme if it does happen, and you end up with a residual risk rating. So given all of that, Is it still a really high risk or is it low? We track this quarterly and half yearly, and it's an active conversation in terms of what we're doing. It's also really interesting, it's got a really close relationship with strategy, because quite often your strategy is how do I make sure we don't run out of money? How do we make sure our clients keep coming? And risk is what do we do if the bad thing, we fail at our strategy. So that really close relationship with strategy and risk is a really interesting one. Reviews and audits are a really important part of your organisational resilience in terms of actually thinking about and proactively managing each year. What are we going to review this year? When did we last review our equipment, our facilities, the types of the types of programs we're running? Who is it that is doing that review? Is it just an internal review? Is it are we getting somebody external in to do it? Is it a part of a formal regulatory audit? Who's doing it? What's the methodology? Is this a checklist, flick and tick, or is it a sample, or is it interview-based? What's the methodology you're using on your review, and when? How frequently? And then, very importantly, what are the outcomes from that review, and how are you actually turning those into actions? And this is, I'm just using Claire's voice because she's sitting there and not up there at the moment, but one of the things that I find really interesting in working with Claire is, you know, when you're in a leadership or an executive role, and indeed when you look to your website, you know, there'll be things that you say or believe that your organisation does in terms of what its risk tolerance is, and it says, oh, we're a super caring school, and, you know, your child's well-being is our first priority. But how do you actually know that what you say you do, or indeed what your leadership or your board or your community thinks you say that you do, is actually happening? And that's a really vital check, that actually what you're presenting and saying, this is what we stand for, this is what we do, is actually happening in practice. Insurance. I think Greg's in the room somewhere, Affinity, and they're great partners of NatCORR, and we really appreciate it. Working with Affinity, AB Phillips is another one. It's really important that you actually know your broker. And, you know, the insurance market is totally fraught, and indeed what we're seeing at the moment is some market failure associated with it. And unfortunately, I believe it's actually probably pretty important that the insurance market does fail in some instances at the moment, because it's actually something that will stop us doing dumb things, stop us building on a coastal beach cliff. You know, don't do it. If the insurance market is saying we don't want to go there, there's actually a financial rationale to that risk assessment. So whilst it is a real pain in the arse, I think for us as a small sector, and indeed I think we're being unfairly or you know, we're probably bearing more than we should in terms of harm, it is also important that we actually do respect the fact that there is a market mechanism at play here that is actually recognising risk. How do we deal with it though? It is actually really important that we have good and ongoing relationships with brokers who actually do understand that what we do and that can help us to actually secure insurance if it's available. And whilst market competition typically works, it won't in all instances if that isn't a knowledgeable buyer and it isn't a knowledgeable market. So actually having those relationships with the brokers, I think, is really important for us all. It should be a board decision, and indeed exec and everybody, as much as it's really dry, is really important that you understand what you're insured for and what you're not insured for. And indeed, when there is an incident, going and understanding the full implications and testing what it is. Because I know from our bushfire experience, we went back 3 times, and unusually were successful 3 times. When is self-insurance okay or a bit of a reality? Because if you can't get insurance, you know, in essence, you're self-insuring. You're saying, I'm going to bear the burden of the implications of that. It's okay if you actually are willing to accept the risk and you can afford the consequences, or that you can manage with other mitigating strategies, or the bank will let you. And in some instances, the bank won't let you, particularly when it comes to property insurance in the bush. Otherwise, you really need to make the hard decision and stop the activity. Oh, this is a favourite soapbox of mine. Watch out for indemnity and warrant clauses. Because we are a small and unusual sector, we are often contracting with larger commercial operators who will want to insist that you sign their 26-page terms of business and terms of contract, and there is a very good chance they have hidden in there an indemnity clause or a warranty clause, and most of us just go, yeah, I really want that business. I know, you know, Rob Peterson, who I'm dealing with, he's a good guy, this is fine. They say it's just the standard. Do not sign. My advice would be very wary about signing, look for them, indemnity and warranty clauses, because it's a classic example of where larger organisations, or indeed some business manager who is good at this stuff, is trying to shift the risk unfairly onto us. And I know for a fact we've had clients that we've walked away from because it's not fair to let a small not-for-profit with a volunteer board bear the burden of a indemnity clause against a large, I'm going to name them, Catholic diocese. It is not fair. And you just watch, we walked away and they went and signed up with another outdoor provider, and I don't even know whether that volunteer board knew what they were doing. So it's one that is a real soapbox item for me. Be wary and read the fine print. Because in a higher risk environment, this is the sort of stuff where our risk exposure just goes up. Declarations and claims. If something does happen, you really need to let your insurer know straight away about what's happened. Use incident reporting trackers, keep your records, and this is where even people in the field often end up getting involved too, because it'll be potentially you have to evidence who drove where, what the costs were, stupid things like I think at one point even after the bushfires we had to evidence how much methylated spirits had been used or lost in whatever, and so it's quite often that you actually do need ops to get involved in your claims management. It's really time consuming. It can take anywhere from 3 months, and for us after the bushfires we didn't settle our final claim until 2 years later. So not something that you want to be waiting on in terms of cash flow management. Check your cover carefully, you might actually be covered. Sector issues and trends. This is really interesting, and there's been a few parliamentary roundtables on the challenges in this sector for insurance. I don't know that they've actually made any changes or made a difference yet, because it's a really hard problem. I think the Australian Camps Association have got an active project looking into this as well, and I know Laurie's been doing what she can on this one. We've found it really interesting this year, for the first time, abuse cover used to be included within our public liability. They refused to include it and made us take it out separately for an amount that was larger than what our previous year's public liability insurance was. And it's an interesting one too. I mean, it depends who you are, but for many outdoor providers, actually our risk exposure for grooming, if you only have kids all coming in for 5 days, 10 days, it's not the same grooming context as a school potentially, yet we're being all hit with the one same sort of brush, so to speak. Property is an interesting one, also a bugbear of mine, because we've had quotes for property insurance, 80 to 100,000 for including our property on the Murrumbidgee, whereas the neighbours and the farm down the road can get it for 10,000 or less than 10,000. And when we ask why and we test it, it's because of the nature of our business that we're running outdoor activities. Whereas our argument is, I'm sorry, the building is the building. Sitting beside the river in the same way it is, next door. And I think that's discriminatory pricing, but we don't seem to be able to get anywhere with that issue. Business continuity is the other one. It's extremely hard for us to actually get business continuity insurance that is meaningful because it looks generally to destruction of assets. So it doesn't matter if it's destruction of the national park, that wasn't your asset, your business continuity won't cover it in that context, which is challenging. That's my insurance bit, sorry, hair and death, insurance soapboxing. Moving on to managing finance for resilience, and there'll be some stuff in here too that potentially I'm going to whiz through fast, and some of it won't be relevant for you if you're a field operator, but it's always sometimes good to know what other people are thinking about. I've got 8 tips here, so there are 8 slides. Balancing investments with reserves, and indeed with luck. So we all know from Monopoly, which one do you want? Do you want to have cash, or indeed do you want to have bought the properties? It's really tempting to use your cash, if you are cashed up, to put it into investments. But of course, if you land on somebody else's Mayfair with a motel on it, if you don't have cash reserves to pay for it, you're in deep shit. It's as simple as that. You need to be thinking about managing your business so that you are both making investments and maintaining your portfolio of investments, be that canoes, packs, cars, trailers, but at the same time, if you run your reserves and access to cash and you, in this instance, a bushfire goes through or whatever, you are in trouble. So once again, everybody knows this, people play Monopoly differently. Some people will keep the cash reserves and other people will buy everything in sight. Knowing what your personal profile tends to be and your organisational profile tends to be is actually really good advice. The other thing that's fascinating is it's influenced by others. If everybody else is buying up, there's a tendency to go, oh shit, I'd better buy up too. So it's actually really worthwhile thinking about, and indeed the society does that as well. Interestingly enough, even with Trump and the global economic certainty, we're all saving a bit more, we're spending a bit less. So we all do this sort of as a sort of like societal, which phase are we in? What does a good reserves policy look like? So I think it's actually really important to have a reserves policy to sort of say, okay, what ideally should we have in the bank? We now have one at Outward Bound because we learnt the hard way. But having said that, the reserves policy goes something like, we're going to keep $1 million in the bank unless the board agrees that we're going to invest some of that elsewhere. So we still have that tension, but it's a very deliberate strategic strategic decision. There's different metrics to say, well, what should it be? And it's quite interesting, the rule of thumb for how much working capital should you have used to be 3 months. I'd argue probably it needs to be, more like 6 months in this business, or 25% turnover, or the amount of your largest client. It depends what your profile is and what you're doing, but you really want to actually have a think about it. Cash flow forecasting is your other element that's absolutely vital, and it's complicated because, of course, there's what's on the balance sheet versus what's on the profit and loss. But by definition, insolvency is when an organisation is unable to pay their debts when they are due. And because how well you're doing financially is closely intertwined between the balance sheet and the profit and loss, it's not immediately apparent, because if you've got deposits and fees in advance, if you've got some grants, that you've got to acquit, it's not immediately apparent always what your cash flow forecast is going to be. But if you do not have the cash to pay your future debts, you are by definition insolvent, and that's where directors get into trouble very quickly. So it's actually really important to understand that relationship and have your cash flow forecasting in place. In terms of business, to share and mitigate risk is really important, and for us all, knowing what they mean if shit hits the fan, and I'm saying that as a way of sort of saying force majeure or disaster, if anything happens such that your business can't continue, what is it that you're going to do in terms of your business partners? Are your terms similar to others in the sector? Are they going to stand? Do they share risk fairly? Who has the most power? And indeed, really importantly, how are you approaching this from a relationship management perspective? Because at the end of the day, it's probably not the terms of business that's going to get you out of trouble. It's the relationships that you have and the shared values and the commitment to continue working together. The other area that's really critical is employee obligations and understanding them. For most of us, we're in a service sector, and employee costs are the highest component of your business expense. If you have a disaster, the clock is going to tick very quickly in terms of running your cash flow down unless you actually know what you're doing about your portfolio of staff and people. So actually understanding what it is, there are a lot of provisions that help protect employees that are really important to understand. And indeed, also, it's really important to know where your values sit too, associated with what are our priorities. Who is it that we're going to look after in the first instance, and how we're going to make decisions about communicating that and so forth. But the longer, if you sit in this space without actually knowing, you can find that's a decision by default. So really important that you actually understand that position from the get-go and make that decision with both values and people and the economic impacts in mind. Bank relationships, also really important. Know your banker, practice good banking and talk to them early. The other thing that's worthwhile knowing about your organisation is what sort of savings do you have, and do you have any realisable assets? So that can also help your understanding of how resilient are we, because we could always sell off the grandmother's jewellery or whatever the version of that is within your organisation. Whether you could just put other projects on hold, what are your other strategies? Government grants and support, and I don't really know what made me put the picture of the dinosaur on that slide at the time, but it felt right. With respect to our government colleagues, it's really hard. Government grants and support, it's really challenging for outdoor organisations because we often are a square peg in a round hole. And indeed, being in the ACT during COVID for us was an absolute nightmare. And I'm going to tell the one story because the only support was available was via the tourism and hotels for businesses. But that was being made on a decision based on your water supply. We're actually off the normal water supply out at Thawa. And so I rang them up and said, hey, this isn't going to work. And he said, oh, good point, let me get back to you. So he got back to me a couple of weeks ago and he said, I've sorted it out. If you tell me how many flushing toilets you've got on site, we'll be able to do the maths and work out your metric for your business use. And the next statement of, yes, that might seem to make sense, but our clients actually mostly shit in the bush. So a government support mechanism based on how many flushing toilets we have on site is not going to work for us. And I can't believe that story is actually true just in telling it, but for most of us, it's really hard for us to actually fit into what might be a government way of trying to divide up and structure the community for support. Don't expect anything to be fair. Quite often it's about voice, relationships, who knows which politician where, who's got money in terms of, Victoria's broke at the moment. ACT never really seems to have much money. It's not going to be fair. And the other thing is that anything of significant is unlikely to be available for probably 6 months in terms of, there'll be maybe some of that small short-term emergency funding, but, most of the grant processes are long. and there are extremely high administrative demands associated with them. So be creative in that engagement, but also be careful what you wish for. There endeth insurance and finance. Claire, take us into something a bit more palatable. Have I got one more? Oh, yeah, okay, there's one more. So we all have a critical incident plan in terms of what to do, typically in relation to when we respond in the field. And if you don't, Claire will fix you up with one in the next couple of minutes. But I would also argue there's a place for organisational resilience checklist within your critical incident plan as well, covering off all of those things. Claire, take us into lunch.
Okay. How do you follow that, Lauren?
Oh, hard.
That was exciting. Thank you. No, it really was. It was really good. How many of us have been to Japan in the room? Okay. Anybody heard of Onagawa? Yeah? Not many, right? Some have. Probably the reason we haven't heard of Onagawa in many ways is because it didn't happen. It was a non-disaster. So it was one of these, we've probably heard of Fukushima, right? Onagawa was actually closer to the epicenter of the earthquake. Onagawa was a nuclear facility. As you can see on the slide, there were a whole bunch of nuclear power plants along the east coast of Japan. And in 2011, when they had the terrible earthquake followed by the tsunami, Fukushima, number one, got significantly damaged, and obviously the major impact that came from that. But interestingly, Onagawa, which was closer, suffered a non-event. Why? Let's have a look at what were the things, let's take a walk down a case study lane around what were the things that we might learn from these non-events, these non-disasters, and why it was like that. Because in many ways it shouldn't have been, if we just think about it. So Fukushima, for those of you who are involved in nuclear, it's a fascinating area. But all the reactors melted down, core meltdown, so that's bad. That's a bad day at the office, as we know. There was explosions in the reactor buildings, multiple reactor buildings, and the highest level of nuclear radiation release on the nuclear scale happened. Like it was a massive, massive disaster that happened at Fukushima. Then we had the tsunami, and the tsunami was 13 meters high. Just think about that for a second. The seawall was built to regulatory requirements, which were 5.7 meters tall. It failed. The system, the defenses failed, obviously terribly. And 150,000 people were displaced. There was a lot of people obviously impacted. A lot of people lost their lives as a result, or the impacts, ongoing impacts of what happened at Fukushima. Let's look at Onagawa. 120 k's apart, these two places. There was no meltdown. There was no radiation release. All three reactors did what they were meant to do. They shut down automatically. The plant remained stable during and after the tsunami, and the seawall at Onagawa was built at 14.8 meters. It was the only one along the Japanese coast that was built that high. Let's understand a little bit why. In fact, Onagawa was such a safe place to be during that disaster that the local residents took refuge there in the gym. And they stayed there for 3 months, whilst everything around them was obliterated. So it was a safe haven. It was a place to be that they could get their food. There was food, water, shelter, electricity. Everything was working as intended at Onagawa. Let's look at why. Maybe some factors within the cultural norms and the cultural routines at Onagawa that made the difference. And much of this work is informed, there's a lot of research around this in safety culture work. It's quite interesting research. And Jeff Jackson, who was here and who was with us in December as part of the NatCORR roadshows back then, this is much of Jeff's work. So this is really just sort of giving you a taster of some of the work that we did in the roadshows. So I think there's some lessons here. Sort of when I was going through this, it was trying to understand what are some takeaways here for us. So this wasn't the first time a disaster like this had happened in Japan. It certainly wasn't the first time it had happened around the world, where there's an earthquake followed by a tsunami. So Onagawa had a very open approach to learning from previous events. I think in many ways we can say the same about our sector. There's plenty of previous events that we can just learn from. Lauren was just up here talking about two key aspects of that around finance and insurance. Much of that learned literally through experiencing really hard, challenging times. So these folks had a smaller one in 2005 and they got to work. They did a complete revision of their current models and the processes for managing safety and responding to these types of events at Onagawa. Interestingly, they did not wait for regulatory pressure or regulatory outcomes to say, you must do this. They said they used their own models. They had significant sort of access to data that they captured. They looked at historical models, kind of sounding familiar, right? If we think about what we just did with MJ. All that information is available. And they said, you know what? We don't reckon a 5.4 meter wall is going to cut it. They planned for the probable, not necessarily just the possible. So they literally said, you know what? We're going to build a much higher seawall. We don't have anybody to tell us to do this. This is what we're choosing to do based on the data and the information we have. So obviously that took money. It took budgets. It took investment. It took this working. There we go. So what did that take? Leadership needed to be involved. Leadership needed to be driving, needed to be leading. So there was and we see this, right? This is one of the, if you look at the work health and safety regulations, if you look at codes of practice, what's the first thing that always comes up? Leadership commitment. Number one, a very significant determinant of safety performance. This place, I forget the person's name, but this place had a leader, a very well-renowned leader, who led from the front. So they put budgets into it, there was strategy, they aligned their strategy and their risk. Exactly what Lauren just said, they're a living example of that. It was a place where bad news was welcome. What does that mean? It's a place where they were comfortable trialing or piloting. They didn't get stuck in the rut, so to speak. They didn't get push stuff underground. It made it safe for people to go, do you know what? I don't think this is going to work. And isn't it interesting in a culture like Japan for that to happen? Renowned for the opposite. You don't question hierarchy. This place bucked the trend. So bad news was welcome. Again, a really strong research is very clear, a really strong determinant of healthy organizations where people feel free to speak up and share. Multiple ways to do that. They were very open to multiple diverse perspectives. They were a learning they really embraced that part of it. So they did things, and we're seeing this a lot more. They did things such as, pilots. Let's get comfortable failing. Let's not expect to fix all this in one go. So they got very comfortable with those types of things. Let's give it a crack. They had strong technical resilience. So these people, after all, were working with nuclear power. So they had to know the technicalities, very similar to our field. They have to know how to interpret weather information, climate information. They have to have that technical capability, has to be there. And so they had that. And they did a lot of work around, they moved their backup generators to better places so they wouldn't get flooded. They improved the seals. So again, flooding would not be, the risk of flooding would not blow everything. Finally, they got themselves really prepared for if it didn't work out. So they prepared for critical events. They were really good at scenario planning and scenario practice. It became normalized for them. Again, really interesting in a context in a culture like Japan. Their decision-making structures were very adaptable. They didn't have a key person dependent approach. What that means is they didn't rely on this person always being there and making the decisions. It was highly, highly adaptable and flexible. What if that person wasn't there that day? So they realized that they can't rely on individuals, they have to rely on roles and process. They were very good at it. There's a reference there to a paper that if you're interested in looking at it. So, it's one of those sort of how we learn from these non-events and the differences between a place like Fukushima, which in many ways is seen as more traditional, and there's plenty of papers on that, why that failed. But if we look at it from a safety culture perspective, we're better off looking at these non-events. So let's look now, let's take a step around one of those key parts. And again, this is not going to be a day into 5 minutes. This is just going to be a bit of a taster of some of the stuff that we've been delivering and working through during the various workshops, the incident response workshops. And so I tried to be a bit fancy with the financial sort of term, Lauren. I put the bottom line. I thought you'd like that. So thanks. So What is the bottom line when it comes to crisis and critical incident response? I think there's two things. One, the information needs to be accurate. It needs to be communicated quickly to those who need it. They talk about always the number one need in a critical incident. Anybody remember? Information. And secondly, and aligned very closely to that, is demonstrating absolute genuine, not surface, not what we think, but genuine human care to those people who need it and deserve it. By doing these things, my view is, our view is, the bottom line is that will increase the likelihood you're going to be around next week, next month, next year, and for many years. And you're going to be better for it. This isn't about just let's get through the crisis and keep doing what we've always done. This is about how do we constantly be a learning, growing organization. So when we talk about, and this is what we talked about in the workshops, there's typically 3 features. Some of you, many of you, and some of you have been in those workshops. But they're important to consider how they differentiate from regular incidents, normal incidents, incidents that we highly expect. What we're talking about, is these things that don't happen often. Otherwise we wouldn't be up here talking about them. We'd be used to them. They're things that there's very little time to respond. You're not getting a cup of tea. You're not sort of, watching Netflix. You're literally in. There's not much ability to actually have time. You're reacting right away. And then finally, that we don't really know what happened. We don't know why. We don't know how it's going to sort itself out. We don't know, what's going to be the potential impact. How many of us have defined a critical incident in our organization? How many of us are really clear? Okay. What if you were to ask 10 of your staff? Would they tell you the same thing? That's something to consider. Have we got consistency around what we're speaking about? Here's one example, and there's lots. My view of that around this is just keep it as clear as possible and as simple as possible. You'll see here that this is, obviously in the event of a fatal incident, serious injury or illness with threat to life or limb, missing person or group after an hour, or other situation is judged by staff. Obviously significant weather events, flooding, etc., wind, etc., would be in that definition. We want to make sure that we still keep enough leeway for our teams to be able to pick up the phone and call in. That's the whole point. We talk about key principle, escalate early, de-escalate later. We want to make it safe for people to call in and ask for help. There's 3 phases of a critical incident. There's the initial, minutes, first aid, etc., get on the blower, ask for help. That can go on from minutes to hours. Then there's when the cavalry's called in. Many of you in the room who get the call, for example, if you're operational leaders. And that can go on for days, depending on the incident. Let's say it's a long, drawn-out, severe weather event. And then you've got long-term considerations, which is, again, those things can often be quite surprising. They can take years, anniversaries, birthdays, investigations, you name it. So here's a question for you. Just take sort of 1 minute or so at the table, and then I'll share with you what 636 of your colleagues said. What's one thing? Many of you have been involved in incidents. Many of you have been involved in severe weather events. What's one thing, thinking back, that you wish you could have known beforehand or surprised you about that event? What's one thing that stands out that it was a surprise? And it would have been nice to know about it beforehand, how it may have unfolded or worked. Happy? 1 minute.
I always find, from a human nature's perspective, I've had the call come into me from a sort of central operations point, and I wished everyone would think or act the same way, because it's much easier to manage, but people just react completely differently in critical incident situations, and trying to manage that and the differences in approaches.
Friends, bring it on back. Have we got good call? I could hear. It's good. It was really interesting hearing across the room about some things that people were sharing. When you're ready.
One thing is generally.
All right. I'm interested. Does anybody feel open to sharing? Any insights? Yes.
I'd say the collective understanding and risk appetites of those around you and the critical risks are going on.
Yeah, the differences in those potentially. Yeah, brilliant. Excellent. Great. Thank you. What else? Any others that surprised you?
How long it stays with you versus how quickly the rest of the profession moves on?
Oof, good one. Yeah. Yeah, say that again, Brendan.
How long it stays with you versus how quickly the rest of the profession moves on?
Yeah, fascinating. That's a, what is it, the front bar, the back bar? What's the bar? That's the conversation there later for people, isn't it? Yeah. What else? Any others?
Not having control of what the emergency services make public.
Great one. So Liz said not having control of what the emergency services made public. Yeah, great. One more chance. Any others? Yes.
I was just going to say,
Tintin's coming. There you go.
just with scenario planning, you might be doing a first aid course or whatever, and then when you're in that real life moment, it's so very different. I think the comment that you made of being able to, or someone made in a previous presentation of, you can go back and say that that decision you made holds in hindsight.
Yes.
Like that idea of it's so fast, you don't have time to think, oh, what does the, procedure say?
Yep. Brilliant. Great. And we're going to say that's a really nice segue because we'll have a look at why is that? What are the things that might influence that go up in here in the governor, in the brain? So here's what your colleague said. Most of us were surprised at how quickly it escalated. This thing went from 0 to 100 like that. So a little bit similar, in the way. There was all these other people became involved and things went quick. Once that train was on the tracks, it was not slowing down. How ill-prepared we were for the amount of things to do, the sheer volume of tasks, the sheer volume of needs, and people who need something from us is often said that it's a surprise. How people reacted, very similar to down here, the first comment. We talk about crisis management is not an intelligence test. So we have these expectations that people will react in a certain way, and it's often not necessarily the case. We can still, many of us probably have seen very senior leaders fall to pieces, and junior young staff literally run the show like a boss. So that's often a surprise to us. And then finally, how long it takes to meet those needs. If you've got the phone and you're on with one person, that can take a long time. And we know that because what's the number one need? Information and care. Two of those, but you know what I mean. Okay, so here is why. And again, for some of you, this will be a recap. For some of you, you'll have experienced this. Why is it that we can't rely on the brain to do the things or ourselves to do the things or think the things or do them as well as we normally do when we're under excessive pressure and stress? So there's a couple of things. Eddie, if there's biologists in the room, we know that a bodily reaction is kicked off. We don't have a choice. That's there to keep us alive at one point in our evolution. So fight or flight is activated. What else happens? It's hardwired, and it's to protect us from harm. We get a massive chemical dump that goes on. So we get all these different types of chemicals that are released into our bloodstream. We have no choice over this. This happens. If we think about when we got bad news or we're involved in a serious or critical incident, we get physiological changes. So our pulse and our heart rate goes up. We then start to get some information sent to our amygdala. So little small, the term amygdala comes from the Greek word almond. It's about the size of an almond, tiny. But really important part, just right in sort of in the middle, through the ear into the middle. And that starts getting information. And when that starts getting information, it's kind of like warning, warning, warning. Our good colleague Deb Oyango, who was involved in this work early on in the first year of NatCORR, is an expert in neuroscience, and she was very good at talking about that for those of you who heard her bear stories. Long story. But the amygdala now is basically going, I've got this. So there's no choice. It's taken over. And so that's the part of our brain that's designed, it's thinking about survival. The prefrontal cortex, where we do all our best thinking, where we do all our best writing, that's gone. That's gone. It's gone out the window. I can remember a couple of months after a serious, like a terrible incident 20 years ago where a young woman lost her life. And I remember as the risk manager in that organization at the time, and I remember writing things after, 2-3 months after, and literally reading those about 5 years later and going, who wrote this rubbish? Like, it did not look like my writing. It did not look like what I would have written. That's the impact. That's the impact of literally ongoing pressure, ongoing stress at such a high level where your amygdala is taken over. And so what happens then? What's the impact? The impact in our context is severe. It's significant. Everything becomes through danger. It's survival at this stage. We lose the ability to be situationally aware around us. We're not making the best meals. We're not sort of doing our best work. We lose the ability. We're so focused, honed in. This is why you'll typically see other incidents, secondary incidents occur. Kids go walking off. You don't see them walk off because you're so focused on what's happening here. Secondary incidents in the office. Phones going unanswered because, again, you just don't have the ability to be aware of that. Fear is our lens, and we can overreact to the slightest comment, just like our colleague here that's on the right-hand side of this slide. This was a comment from a business leader shortly, not long, about an hour after a young person was critically injured in a program, outdoor ed program. The media rocked up and said, how could this have happened here? And this came out of his mouth. How do you reckon that guy felt about an hour later? Mortified. Mortified. He was like, that wasn't me. I didn't even say anything about that young person. I was so defensive. I don't even remember those words coming out of my mouth. That's what happens. We go to habit. You'll see people go back to knitting. You'll see people go hide in corners. You'll see people watch TV. Whatever they can do that's habitual and comfortable for them to regulate, to self-soothe. So this is the impact. If we're thinking about this with us, think about this as happening individually, but this is also happening collectively to those people who've been significantly involved. So why does it matter? There's 2 reasons that we talked about in our workshops around why this matters. The first one is we underestimate the impact and how stress will affect our brains and our ability to do our jobs well, and our colleagues' abilities to do their jobs well. And secondly, we always overestimate our abilities. We think we're going to be better than we normally are. We think we'll respond the way we rationally normally do. And both of those are real challenges and real tricky. What's happened here? That might be it. Okay, we'll stay there. We got it back. Thank you. So here's a couple of questions for you. One of the biggest things, I think there's a slide missing, but one of the biggest things that we realized through practicing and through preparing for responding to critical incidents, whether those are severe weather events, whether those are building events, whether those are other types of critical incidents, is the capturing of that initial information. If we capture the initial information from the field well, if we support those folks on the ground with tools like we just talked about or examples, we know that we're going to be able to get that group or get those groups the support that they need. So the question for you is, what do you currently do to capture and communicate that information? How do you capture it first, and then who do you get it out to? At what point, for example, do you contact families? If you're a partner organization working with a school, who does what? Who's got the role of capturing that information? Who's got the role of communicating that? Who are your other stakeholders? One of the most important things, and one of the things that we often find you can do really well, is identify who are the various people that need something from you, or you need something from them in a critical incident, in a serious incident. So capturing those ahead of time on a stakeholder map will save you a lot of time when your amygdala is hijacked, because you won't be able to think of them. I often share the story of my biggest mistake, the thing that we talked about what keeps you up at night, was how badly I personally felt I performed by forgetting to call a staff member's next of kin and tell them that everything was fine at that point, but it was an incident that happened. A group was missing up in Kosciuszko a number of years ago. 2 groups, one group hadn't returned. The other group went, oh my God, where's the other group? Called the cavalry, called for help. 15 minutes later, the SES had the group, everything was fine. But it had made the media. And it got into the 10 o'clock news at the time. The school camp group's missing. Everything's gone to hell really bad in the snow, in the terrible weather. And it had all been sorted. I'm rubbing my hands going, it's fine, we'll deal with that tomorrow, it's okay. And I got this really irate call from the staff members next of kin who'd seen it on the news and said, how could you not even think, what type of this organization is this that you don't think we're important enough to call? Do you think we ever did that again? No, but why did we forget it? Why did we not think of that? We didn't because we were hijacked, because we hadn't captured the known knowns. We hadn't captured those things that we know we need to do in the event of a critical incident. And so some of those things are some of those tools that we could use. Here's another one, the critical incident contact card. So again, what is the information that you want to capture from the office, from the field to the office, so that you're both working on correct, clear information. And if you want a copy of these, there's a bunch of them downstairs as well. Lauren, we might talk and finish off with you about setting a new vision. That was your slide.
That is my slide. I'd forgotten it had gone there. But it is really important, and there was a really interesting question we didn't get time for in that first panel. That was, I've noticed after a significant incident or a natural disaster, communities tend to be weakened. And it would have been really good to have had the panel's reflections on that. I don't know, I think there's some truth in it too. And I think even as an outdoor sector, we know COVID probably weakened us. And there's truth, you know, because people react in different ways. People are harmed, they're injured, some will leave, some will stay. So there is a role then that is really important for us in terms of rebuilding that community. And a big part of rebuilding a community is actually what is the vision, the common sense of purpose, what is the next horizon, and garnering a community around you and building that next new vision, because it heals and it prepares and it takes you forward. So I think it's actually a really big part of thinking about. And Sally's slide had it this morning, that sort of life cycle of disaster management is to getting into that rebuilding phase. There's one other thought that I would like to just conclude on too around organisational resilience, and it's kind of a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword, it's a big policy word now, and it's a reality for us all as we need to think about our careers, our futures and our organisational health. And I was sort of thinking about it used to, in all the, management MBAs and all of this sort of stuff, what makes a good organisation always used to be defined by its performance in terms of its profitability and performance. And a key driver of that was efficiency. How efficient are we? It came out of the sort of industrial revolution, and indeed it's sort of fed by the financial markets and so forth. But it's not sufficient, I think, in a changing climate where you need to be resilient. If all your drive is how efficient am I and how efficient are our systems, you can become unstuck. And Jeff Jackson has a little bit of this in his safety culture theoretical work, that actually one of the things about resilience is building in some slack and some flex. You need to have some flexibility and some adaptability, and you need to have some resources in your back pocket, and both in terms, not just money, but actually human resources. And for us, it's probably the most important one. And it's funny when you sit as an organisational leader and you actually have to balance all of those things. I've kind of started to celebrate. There are times when it's like, actually there's no such thing as having maybe put an extra staff on when you maybe didn't need them. Maybe that's quite good sometimes. Or, having some more people in your program coordinator pipeline under development. So you're building resilience into the organisation, because not only is it, going to help for those day-to-day small, adaptability, but it will also help us in terms of if we do hit really bigger bumps in the road. But that's a very different psychology to the way that I was brought brought up in terms of, management consultancy and what are the key metrics of a high-performing organisation look like. And I think that's part of what we need to be starting to think about too, is thinking a little bit differently about what good practice looks like, not to a silly extent so that we can't afford it. And indeed, there's also psychology too. You don't want diffused responsibility so that there's 5 people sitting around watching one child in a canoe, because that's even more dangerous than going the other way. But actually thinking about it in terms of building some slack into your organisation, because that will help build your resilience.
Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Grant Lynch, who's a researcher from the University of Sydney and the CEO of EMU Systems. And we had a great conversation about how to introduce people, and we decided we wouldn't embarrass him and go into all of his accomplishments. We're going to let Grant introduce himself. Here you go.
Thank you. I guess I can I talk with this as opposed to with this? Do the double up.
Oh, you don't need
Is that okay? Seeing as I'm mic'd up? I just took it off you out of politeness. Out of habit. Okay, afternoon everyone. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak to you all today. Thank you very much. My name is Grant Lynch. My official title is a postdoctoral research associate at the Heat and Health Research Centre at the University of Sydney, and my expertise is human thermal physiology. So naturally, the first question I get asked whenever I attend any function is, how on earth do you end up as a human thermal physiologist, and how do you end up in the area that you are? So the answer I normally give people is that I just fell into it, wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with my career. The actual answer is that I had a very real experience with the heat back in 2016. So this picture here on the slide is me, 21 years old, quite a bit more hair on my head, fit, playing a game of football and being treated by a physio on the field for an unknown issue. Now, some of the symptoms, if I can get that, so some of the symptoms I was displaying, elevated heart rate, blurred vision, disorientation, flushed skin. And then we look at the conditions that were there at the time. It was 29 degrees in Sydney, 39 degrees in the sun. We can talk a little bit about that later. The humidity, was fairly humid for Sydney that day. And the airspeed, I've put meters per second here, but it's about 4 or 5 kilometres an hour. So pretty still air, reasonably warm, nothing too dangerous, apparently. And then we talk about the treatment. So what happened was I got given some water, I got some ice packs to put on my neck, taken over to the shade, stopped activity, and then pretty much just left to my own devices, left there for the next hour. I went home that night, vomited, was suffering dizzy spells for the next 48 hours. And really what this time, or this point in time, really left me asking is, what happened? It was 29 degrees, I'm a fit 21, well, supposedly fit 21-year-old that's exercising and shouldn't really be struggling in those conditions. And the answer to that question is that I had suffered heat exhaustion, but the true answer is that our bodies are complicated, and the way in which we respond to our environment based on the things we're doing, the things we're wearing, can really have drastic impacts in the effects that we feel. So this is one case study. Another one, to be able to draw the group's attention for those that are in the room that are aware of this, is that not all of these stories end up as an anecdote for how you kind of fell into your area of research. There are terrible tragedies that happen all around the world relating to heat stress and relating to heat illness specifically. This one example was Alexander Lee in 2016 in Adelaide, or just outside Adelaide, on a school camp. The activity for the day was a 14-kilometre walk with a 17-kilogram backpack on. Peak temperature throughout the day, 39 degrees. And then again, tragically lost his life during that day. And really what I wanted to do here was bring this, sorry, I'm just going to try and, okay. So really what I wanted to do with this slide is really just have a little insight into the severity of heat stress as an issue within our society. We'll talk a little bit about what the problem is right now, how much worse we expect it's going to get. But I find these types of events really help me or really motivate me to continue the work that we're doing to really try and ensure that these things never happen. And I'm of the firm belief that every heat-related death is entirely preventable, and I want to talk through the way in which we're trying to make that a reality. Okay, so the first step to becoming a human thermal physiologist is part biology, part physics. So what I wanted to do was just briefly touch on how we interact with our surrounding environment so that we get a better understanding of why we as academics test certain strategies, why we want to try and embed certain strategies into policy to then be able to inform the systems and procedures that everyone in this room would put in place. So the first thing to note, us as human beings, we've got the football example here, we generate heat internally within our body. So at rest, we're generating anywhere from 75 to 100 watts of heat produced within inside our body. When we're playing football, as the example here, we can produce anywhere from 7 to 10 times that amount. So the very first thing to note is that it is very important what you are doing that will determine how you respond to a given environment. Now, the next thing to note is that the way in which our bodies try to disperse this heat. So we have this heat that's stored within us, and we want to be able to try and effectively lose that to the environment, because if we get too hot, that's really going to cause a lot of strain internally. It's going to lead to all sorts of conditions and eventually death. So the first way we do this is we send blood from our core to our skin surface. And so that does a few things. It allows us to better interact with our environment, the skin, which is subject to our environment, and it removes hot blood away from our central organs that we don't want to overheat. And then the way in which we then take that blood and our body responds is we have 4 main pathways that we use to be able to try and lose heat. The first one is convection. And so what that's determined by is how hot or cold the surrounding air is compared to how hot or cold our skin is. So an example of that is this air-conditioned space right now, which is maybe running a little warm, but using air conditioning to be able to cool down the temperature of a room is a really effective way for us to be able to lose heat to the environment. The next one is conduction. So whenever we are in contact with an object, if the temperature of that object is much cooler than our skin, it allows us to transfer heat from our body to that object. A great example of this are ice packs for people that are across. So ice packs are a fantastic way to be able to maximize or really prioritize conductive heat loss. The next one is radiation. So this is thermal radiation, and really what this is primarily from is the sun. So direct sunlight, I think I mentioned it in the previous slide, but for people, I know this is a very weather-savvy room. So the difference we can expect between temperatures that are measured in the shade versus in the sun are anywhere from 7 to 15 degrees. So the importance of shaded structures and being able to not be in direct sunlight is really, really critical for keeping our bodies cool. And then last but not least, you get to see my amazing animation skills here. The best way for us to be able to help cool down during hot weather is by generating and then being able to evaporate sweat from our skin. Now, the important point there is that the sweat that you generate must evaporate to help you cool down. For anyone that's been in really muggy conditions and feels that sweat that all starts to come on their skin surface but then drip off their body, that's a sign of non-effective cooling through sweating. So we need to be able to evaporate it to get that cooling effect. So in a nutshell, this is how our body interacts with our local environment. In terms of what determines that local environment, we've already talked about it. The sun plays a key role in this. The wind, so how much airflow is being put across the skin, is a key determinant in how effectively we can transfer heat away from our body to the environment. The ambient temperature, so how hot it is, how close it is to our skin temperature, makes it easier or harder to be able to lose heat. And then, of course, the humidity, so the vapor pressure or the vapor content that is in the air is absolutely fundamental to understanding how we are going to be likely to respond to our environment. So that is all the environmental factors, but from a human being perspective, and really where we put a big emphasis on in our centre and the work that we do, is that these environmental factors are key pieces of information, but they're not the only pieces of information you need to make a clear assessment. So the next things we need to consider are things like the activity that's being performed. Are they playing football in this example? Are they canoeing? Are they walking? These are completely different profiles for the amount of heat that we're producing internally. What clothing are they wearing? If we're dealing with, we've got a project at the moment where we're dealing with heat stress in firefighters who are mandated to wear very, very extensive PPE to be able to effectively fight fires. That is completely different to if I have the opportunity to be able to remove any excess clothing and help lose heat that way. And then lastly, the time that we're expecting to be able to complete that activity. So when we group these together, in academic circles, we call these individual factors. And so this slide kind of captures in a snapshot what we try to consider when we're trying to understand the likely risk for someone within a given environment. And I would love to sit here and tell you that is the whole story, but it's also not the whole story. We have other things we also need to think about. There are personal factors that impact how we're going to respond as well. So things like history of heat illness. If people have experienced heat illness previously, this would be myself included, you are predisposed to be more likely to suffer heat illness in the future. People with increased or higher body mass produce more heat internally, so it is absolutely a consideration that we need to understand when making these types of assessments. Aerobic fitness, so the fitter you are, the more trained you are, the more likely you are to be able to regulate your body temperature during hot weather. If you've, the evidence is very clear on this, if you've done repeated bouts of heat exposure, and so my PhD was on heat acclimatization and acclimation and the idea of being able to produce certain adaptations for our bodies based on doing consecutive days of heat exposure to be able to help protect during hot weather. Hydration status, so if you go into a certain event dehydrated, that makes you more at risk for suffering any adverse events. And then illness or infection, as well as use of certain medications that can blunt sweating to be able to really impact the likely response you would have during hot weather. Okay, so a lot of information. I promise it's only a little bit more and then we'll jump into some practical examples. But so I really wanted to just take a moment to touch on some of the key things we're fundamentally worried about when it comes to the consequence of heat stress for human beings. And so we've got 4 things that we really care about. The first one, which seems very obvious and is that we get too hot. So if we reach critical temperatures, we start to have this cascade of events that results in adverse events and death, or eventually death. But the thing that we're seeing more often than not, particularly with vulnerable members of the community, is that it doesn't tend to be that people are overheating, which is where most of the deaths that are attributable to heat stress are actually due to cardiovascular events. And the reason for this is because when we talked about in that previous slide, we generate that heat and we want to send as much of that as possible to our skin. What happens is by doing that, we actually take blood away from the heart to be able to function as it needs to. And so for fit, healthy individuals, this is not really an issue because the little bit less blood is okay and we can manage. But for members of our community that have cardiovascular disease, any kinds of pre-existing conditions, this puts them at a significant risk of adverse events during hot weather because of the cardiovascular implications. And then also what we need to be concerned about is that by taking this blood away and by putting this strain, we put strain on our renal system and by extension, we become significantly dehydrated, which exacerbates the pathways of the other three highlighted here. Okay, so we have spoken about a football case study, a school case study, but I wanted to also just make it clear just how big a problem this is worldwide. So heat stress is the leading cause of weather-related deaths worldwide from the World Health Organization. It results in, it's estimated that 489,000 deaths occur because of heat stress every single year. And like I said, most of those deaths are attributable to cardiovascular events, but the numbers when it comes to outdoor workers, and in this situation it's a proxy for outdoor education, recreation, can be grouped into this category. 2.4 billion workers worldwide are exposed to excessive heat. And what that means is that we've got just under 23 million non-fatal injuries every year, like mine, and then just under 19,000 deaths, like Alexander's, annually, that we want to be able to try and capture and mitigate as best as possible. And it sounds like I'm getting very doom and gloom here, but we only expect this to get worse. So a number of the talks earlier on today were really, really impactful listening to be able to understand that our changing climate is also going to play a role here. So we have this issue that is present right now, and we only expect it to get worse as our climate continues to warm. So what I really wanted to spend the rest of the talk focusing on was really trying to get a handle on three questions that I felt would be pertinent to this group and something that I feel like I could add value as from an academic side and then transitioning into some of the industry work. So we've got how do we treat adverse events? So what is the gold standard management right now to be able to cover that? What mitigation strategies I say are best, but I would say what have the most evidence to be able to support them at this stage. And I would love to hear thoughts from all of you on what strategies are being employed in the field that we can, as researchers, go back and test the efficacy of to be able to help continue to promote it. And then what policies exist to be able to improve decision making. I'm certainly not in a position to cover the local school level policies that I'm sure everyone in this room is well across, but just to be able to give you a taste of some of the tools we've developed with this approach to be able to try and help solve this problem. Okay, so let's start with how do we treat adverse events. So it's going to be a little bit hard to see on the screen here, but I really love this graphic. It's produced by Australia-wide First Aid, and it really does a great job of showing the progressive nature of heat illness. And one of the things I wanted to just make clear to the group is the distinction between heat exhaustion and heat stroke. So as a show of hands, or maybe someone feeling brave enough to answer, does anyone know what the main criteria is for someone to be diagnosed with heat stroke? Stop sweating is a great guess. Unfortunately not. It's one of the symptoms that we display. It's also maybe not true, but that's a little, okay, I won't get into the weeds. I can talk to you about it after. That's okay. It's all right. So we'll start with heat exhaustion. So heat exhaustion, symptoms we've seen before and covered before. We've got things like confusion, dizziness, rapid pulse, irrational, slurred speech, nausea, vomiting. And then the way in which we treat this right now, the gold standard for this, is really, really hopefully intuitive, which is remove said person from activity and then try to cool them as rapidly as possible. Now, the strategies that we employ at our climate chamber and in our centre, as well as what is deemed to be gold standard, is the combination of ice packs around neck, armpits and groin, as well as dousing the skin in water to be able to help promote that evaporative cooling, as well as get fans, electric fans, to be able to circulate air across the skin so that they can get cooled down as rapidly as possible, with the aim that if they don't improve within 10 to 15 minutes, you should be calling emergency services straight away. Now, how that differs from heat stroke, and one of the things we speak about quite often, is that in order to be diagnosed with heat stroke, it's going to hopefully highlight here, the main criteria is that someone has an internal body temperature of greater than 40.5 degrees. Now, I can't speak for all of you, but I'm sure in most situations, we don't have the requisite tools and resources to be able to accurately and effectively measure someone's internal body temperature to be able to confirm this diagnosis. So when people come to us typically and talk about someone experiencing heat stroke, usually what we see is that it is heat exhaustion. To be deemed as having heat stroke, you must have a body temperature greater than 40.5 degrees Celsius combined with those symptoms that we displayed or that we showed before. Again, a nice little graphic. I really like this from Australia-wide First Aid again, to be able to show this is nearly to a T exactly how we at our centre have set up our heat safety protocol. So if someone was to ever experience ill effects from the heat in our care, we would look to put them in a situation that looks almost identical to this. Lying down, feet up, fan on them, dousing the skin as much as possible, remove any excess clothing, and then have ice packs on multiple locations around the body. Okay, so all of that to say that recognising heat illness is incredibly challenging. So maybe it seemed a little bit more simple going through it, but in practice, it is incredibly challenging to be able to tell that someone is suffering heat illness as opposed to a combination of other things. So a few of the reasons for that: non-specific symptoms could conflate it with a number of other issues that could be there at the same time. The symptoms develop gradually. This is not something that you can definitively tell start to stop unless they lose consciousness. You're often dealing with a slow elevation in body temperature that really starts to have lasting effects the further on you go. The visible symptoms can sometimes be misleading. The idea of not sweating and you have all these effects that are maybe directing you in a different way and not necessarily linking you to the cause. There is no single warning sign. So one of the challenges in this space is that it's very, very hard to be able to point to one thing and say, this is a sign that this person is experiencing heat illness. You need to be able to essentially be a detective and piece a number of jigsaw pieces together. Overlap with other medical issues, and then people often don't report existing illness. So one of the common themes we see in this space is that there will often be a pre-existing issue that is not reported that leads into the event that they are participating in that puts them at additional risk. But again, having the structures in place to be able to report that can often be very challenging. Okay, so next, what strategies are supported by the evidence? So again, my background in academia, this is really where we really put a lot of time and effort into. We have a purpose-built climate chamber at the University of Sydney where we can simulate any environmental conditions on planet Earth, including future simulated heat waves from 2100 and beyond. And so what we spend a lot of our time doing is taking certain population groups, bringing them into that chamber, utilising some of these strategies to be able to test the physiological responses so that we see how effective or not effective they are given a certain activity. And so this is a Lancet publication from the director of our centre, Ollie J, who packaged these all together quite nicely, and I wanted to draw your attention to a few of them just because I think they would be really interesting for this context. The first one is self-dousing. So the idea of having water available to you and not just drinking it, but also using it to be able to wet your skin surface, an incredibly effective way to be able to help cool yourself down during hot weather. Drinking cold water, which is a intuitive one, but again, nonetheless, a very well-studied and a very efficacious strategy. Optimizing clothing, which for this context essentially means being in a position where you can remove clothing if need be to be able to help encourage that those heat loss pathways when you are hiking or going in the outdoors. And then the last one, which is starting to build a lot of evidence in playing sports, and we're hoping to be able to extend this into other areas, is the idea of taking your clothing and actually saturating it and wetting it. Because what it does, it essentially allows all that heat to be extracted, provided you can re-wet it regularly enough. It's, I would say it's an incredibly effective strategy.
Question on cold water.
Yeah.
Again, it might be one of these myths, not myths, but you hear that you shouldn't give someone really cold water, it should be more room temperature. Doesn't matter because water.
I'm so glad you said that. Hold on, next slide. Do I have a next slide? Cold water ingestion, look at that, that's fantastic. Yeah, to answer your question, I'll go back to the next slide afterwards. But as far as water ingestion goes, really what it is about making it as palatable as possible. So there isn't really much distinction outside of if you go to slushy level, which I can't imagine is going to be too frequent in this example or in this context. So as long as it's something that encourages as much fluid consumption as possible, then that's A-okay with me. Going back a slide here, so all we did is just break down each of these suggested strategies, and again, this isn't to say that all of these strategies would be effective in outdoor recreation, just simply to show you where the evidence has taken us and what evidence has been built up for these different strategies over the years. So you can see there, electric fan use, self-dousing, foot immersion, very effective, wet clothing, starting to get some more traction there. Yeah, of course you can. Don't wet your clothing. Fantastic. You were paying attention to my physiology slide. Oh, sorry. So the question was, what about wet clothing when it's really humid outside? And the answer is that's excellent. You shouldn't be adding additional water vapor to your local environment if it is very humid. So one of the real key strategies that we recommend when it is very humid is airflow. So that can either be artificially through electric fans or it can be through naturally ventilated areas. So trying to get into open spaces where you have the opportunity for wind to pass over your skin, which helps you evaporate that sweat that you're generating. Okay, and so you can see the few different examples there, cold water, ice towels, which again, probably not as suitable for this context, but so you can get a sense of what has been recommended in different settings and what evidence there is to underpin that. In terms of some of the other individual level strategies that have been employed that have evidence to be able to support them, you've got risk assessments, which I know a number of talks have been going through that today, and so I won't go too much on it, but personalised hydration plans, modified schedules, heat acclimatisation protocols, as well as education and monitoring are all strategies that have evidence to be able to support their use, provided your context allows it. So really what it should be viewed as is having a look at this suite of options that you have to be able to choose between, figuring out which ones make most sense for your context, and then knowing when to be able to implement them. So we move up to urban level strategies. I just wanted to have a quick slide to say we're not just thinking about the individual level, we also have the kind of the next phase up, which is the structures around us and where we place ourselves. And the two of note here, in my estimation, is being able to have places where there is adequate natural ventilation, as well as plenty of shaded areas. So I understand there are limitations and logistics for different camps and places that you're going, but trying to prioritise areas that do have that natural ventilation as well as shade would be a big tick from a human thermal physiologist perspective.
Set up before, we've had like shade cover in the misting lines, and so in the shade then you've got air moving through the mist, pouring, so it gives you both shade and that cooler air as well. That was option.
Fantastic. You can jump up here next time. That's great. You're applying it perfectly. Yeah, exactly right. So it's the idea of try and combine as many of these as possible, and the fundamental principle is understanding how our human body works. So we generate sweat. We want to help evaporate that sweat. We want to remove ourselves from sunlight so we're in the lowest temperature possible, and we want plenty of airflow across the skin to be able to promote convective heat loss. Okay, so if we go back to our kind of capture all slide, we've now taken this individual to a group that is in I'll say a context A, it gets taken on a camp. They're on green there, so I'm assuming they're on grass. So based on what the evidence tells us, the key things that you can be considering for your trips. The first thing is environmental, so having those natural shade sources, ideally, or artificial, if need be, as well as having a water source to be able to either wet clothing if it's dry enough, or use it for all of the other individual strategies, which would be misting, spraying, dousing, being able to ingest that cold water to avoid dehydration, and then ideally wetting clothing, again, providing the humidity profile is okay, to be able to help keep the risk of the group as low as possible. Okay, and last, in terms of questions from me, is what policies, I probably could have phrased this a little bit better, but what policies exist to be able to help shape decision making? What I really should have said is what tools we've developed with this strategy and with this holistic view on heat stress management to be able to help hopefully improve decision making across this sector. So the main one I wanted to talk about was our recent collaboration with Sports Medicine Australia. And so what we did was we updated their extreme heat policy. We worked with them very closely to be able to take this approach of having characteristics that are specific to different sports to be able to create specific risk profiles for each of those sports out in the community. And so where I think this would be really useful here is that we were talking about the example of canoeing or school camps and different activities that they're performing. This type of tool, it could be a really effective way to be able to understand what the sport-specific risk is for your group. And so looking at, there's a lot of information on that left-hand side there, but if I can press the thing here. Really what we've done is take, first column on the left, the estimated clothing properties of people when they're playing this particular sport, what intensity they're performing that activity at, what the self-generated airflow is across their skin. So not the external airflow, but instead, if I'm running or cycling, that's very different to me brisk walking or playing volleyball, two different amounts of airflow that passes across my skin. And then what duration that we anticipate that sport to be played for. So you can see 3 examples here on the right of how we categorize risk based on temperature and humidity, but to make it a lot easier for you, we developed a web tool to be able to communicate this very clearly and effectively. So if anyone is interested, you can type in UCID SMA heats. There's probably any combination of those words that would be able to get you here. But what it is you essentially do is you put in the sport that you are playing, you put in your location. Thank you very much, Bureau of Meteorology, for allowing us to tap into your data to be able to bring weather information so that we can provide you with not just what the conditions are, but what that means for you as an individual within that environment. The problem is not the hot environment, it's the hot person within the hot environment. So we really believe strongly in taking that approach to be able to best make judgment calls and decisions based on how hot it is. It also gives you the key recommendations, detailed suggestions, as well as forecasts for the next week. I know we can't do it very accurately beyond 7 days, so I think we stopped at 7 days for that reason as well. Okay, so the follow-on from that is that we have done all this work and evidence to be able to support policy change for Sports Medicine Australia. The next question, and one of the things we're really excited to announce, is that there is nothing like this available for outdoor education and outdoor recreation specifically. And so that leads me on very nicely to how I'm here talking to you all today. So quick story, we got approached by Tennis Australia in 2015 or 2016, I can't remember. And they asked us to be able to update their extreme heat policy. I'm not sure if anyone remembers the 2014 tournament, players passing out on court, fans passing out in the stands, complaints, media pressure, a whole lot of credibility issues. And so we went to be able to update their policy and went down there with a bunch of commercially available devices because we made it very clear that taking weather information from the local bureau station is not necessarily reflective of the conditions that are being experienced by the tennis players on court. So it became intuitive to us that we need to measure the conditions on court directly to be able to make an accurate risk assessment. And we did that, and we found that the commercially available devices weren't really fit for purpose in that way, so that kind of led us on this big long journey, which is the device you see on my left here, which it's great to walk into a room of weather-savvy people who all immediately know that's a weather station, because normally I walk around and people have no idea what it is. So what we've done is we've really taken an approach of trying to not only be able to quantify the environment that people are in, but be able to integrate that with the assessment and the holistic understanding of what that risk means at a human level. So what that looks like, being able to measure all the key environmental parameters that we care about when it's hot outside, and then displaying that in a way that you as an end user get to see exactly what that means. So I am on Rod Laver Arena, I'm playing tennis. I don't need to know the risk profile for someone who's resting at home. I need to know, if I'm playing tennis, what is the risk for me right now? And then most importantly, what you need to do based on what you're doing and what the environmental conditions are at the time. So some examples of this, you get to see the Australian Open example, being able to update their policy so that they have all this clear, graded management plans with all the necessary information to be able to inform their decisions in real time. We've extended that to other sporting codes like World Rugby. So this is a lovely picture of the device in Dubai. If anyone hasn't been to Dubai, it's incredibly hot in Dubai. And one of the really interesting insights from that trip was that because of how hot it is in Dubai, temperature hot, it's actually most risky as it comes into late afternoon because you don't get a drop off in temperature as much as you get an increase in humidity. So it's actually less risky for rugby union players to play during the middle of the day in Dubai compared to mid-afternoon because of the interaction of all of these environmental factors all playing a role in how hot you are likely to get. And then the other example, which we love talking about, is we've now extended this to festivals. We've worked with Untitled Group, who are a fantastic collaborator of ours. We deployed these at Beyond the Valley and Pitch Music and Arts Festival, if anyone knows what those are. Essentially multi-day camping festivals where they need to be able to try and make decisions in real time about what to do with all their patrons. I think the previous year they had said, it's too hot to continue, let's send everybody back to their campsite. The only trouble with that was that everyone went into their tents and essentially cooked themselves like in a convection oven because they went, okay, I'm out of the sun, that's fantastic. Apart from now, you're in a very confined space with no airflow. So helping them build a number of these cool spaces to be able to cool, temperature cool, not cool, I am cool, spaces to be able to really help them manage the risk of the patrons that are there on site. But my most exciting collaboration of all is with Outward Bound and NatCORR. So really, the conversation started about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, I think. I'm trying to remember when it actually started. But the real purpose of the project was to be able to take this existing knowledge, take this approach, and redirect it to this sector specifically. So very, very excited to continue the work here, to be able to merge how we report the data that is being gathered and how you track and your incidents throughout your camps and throughout different activities, and then merge that with risk planning and mitigation and assessment. So very, very excited. Watch this space. We are aggressively moving forward to be able to try and make that a reality as soon as possible. So very, very happy to talk to you and happy to be here and happy to answer any and all questions you might have. Thank you very much. Did I talk for too long?
Really well, though.
Sorry. I got excited and kept talking.
Hey, thanks for that presentation. It was amazing. I come from an organisation that strictly complies with ongoing assessments based on fatigue, nutrition, intake and work-rest ratios.
Yes.
And everything I do in that, by working for that employer, I have to comply with that. I noticed that you didn't cover any of that at all.
Yeah, so trying to figure out what to show in the 30 to 45 minutes that we had. It's obviously very, very important consideration. I would say that the evidence to be able to support that would need to be industry specific. It depends what industry you're in. But in terms of the compliance side, I think it's the work to rest ratios are capitalising on reducing heat production, being able to utilise some of these different pathways, and it would really be a conversation of how we can optimise those things.
Yeah, Roger. I mean, the key thing there being that a sporting field, you can stop play and have a drink and spray down on a through end-to-end expedition. It's work rest is about the best you can achieve, probably.
Yeah, a little bit more challenging. I think if it didn't come across, I think the way we certainly approach this is we take it as a case-by-case or a specific setting approach. So what happens is we take into account as many of those constraints as possible, create a management plan that is bespoke and fit for purpose for that setting, and then deploy it. So it certainly wouldn't be a case of, well, this worked for tennis players, so we're now going to deploy it here. We take a specific approach to any of those situations we do come across and collaborate with. Great question, thank you.
In my industry, we work at about 1,800 metres. Does altitude have a big effect on that? Because we've noticed, particularly because we're facing west or northwest in particular, in the afternoons, even if it's only 20 degrees at 1,800 metres, people get really hot.
Yeah, so the answer to that is it does have an effect. We're still trying to figure out what effect that has. So the relationship between heat and altitude, the same way we're trying to figure out the relationship between heat and air quality. So they operate in very similar domains, which is we have lots of evidence to support both, but then it's trying to merge the two together. But yes, anecdotally, we're definitely hearing that as well. We don't have the ability to do altitude in our chamber, so we're collaborating with our partners in the US to be able to start to answer some of those questions.
Thank you so much. Is that questions going once, going to, or one from the other end of the room, Ben?
I'm also here all day, so if anyone wants to come and find me after.
Do you want to talk a little bit about air quality? Because I know on the EMU unit there's an air quality device as well, and Claire, you might know a bit more about this, but I think in the US a lot of outdoor sector are actually starting to do a lot of measurement with air quality, things like bushfire smokes, pollution, smog, and how that has an effect on recreating in the outdoors. I know we didn't mention a little bit in your presentation, but just can you touch on that just a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So the reason that air quality sensor is on there is because of the bushfires in 2020. So Tennis Australia taking a keen interest at that time in saying, listen, we're really concerned about this for the health of our players. And again, we feel that has significant crossover to a number of different industries and areas. And to your point about how they interrelate, Again, I'm going to have to be non-specific and say we're working on it. We've got air quality guidelines, so we have a good sense of how many particulate matter or how many particles of a specific size can be in the air before we deem it hazardous, but we don't really have a good sense of how that then interacts with it also being hot. So we have a fairly good idea of air quality itself, but then couple that with 35, 40, 42 degrees Celsius, that becomes something that we are, we've got a current NHMRC funded project to be able to look at just that. So, no problem.
Thank you so much. We're going to take, you want one more question? Go on, you can.
Is that as big as the little emus are? Can you get littler and littler and littler ones?
Oh, I thought you were going to say I wanted to get bigger. And I was going to say you're the first person to ever say I want it to be bigger. No, you want it to be much smaller. I know. So the reason it's not much smaller is because we're very strict on maintaining international standards for being able to measure these things as accurately as possible. So if you talk to the Bureau people, I'm sure they'll cover the exact same thing. This is about as small as we can get it. We are certainly exploring trying to miniaturize it as much as we possibly can without losing the quality of the measurement that we're trying to take.
Thank you, Grant. Absolutely fascinating. Tin has a tree certificate and a notebook for you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
And our next session goes into case studies. I'll invite Lauren back to the stage, and she'll then invite whoever's joining her up.
No, we're good. Oh, I'm moving on. I might, yeah.
Which one of these?
Okay, I think we're good. And I do just want to say thanks, Grant, so much, because the work's really valuable. And Margot, to your question, we have had chats about the fact that one day we'd like the mini emu that potentially just sits discreetly on the back of a group leader's backpack, and yeah, but you've got to dream that. Yeah. Yep. That sort of thing, yeah. So anyway, who knows where technology can take us. But, I think there's a couple of really big advantages. Firstly, really, for us to understand the nuanced elements of heat stress, because it's not always obvious. And the other one, I think, for all of us, in terms of business continuity, the worst thing that we can have is just a blanket that's going to be top of 35, all activity stops. So for us, it's really also about firming up, being able to continue what we're doing safely. So I'm really passionate about this next session. I'm hoping I'm looking forward to it the most because it's about case studies on some of the impacts. We've got 4 different sessions within this next hour and a quarter. And I'm really grateful to the people who have offered to share their story of impact. I'm going to share the first one. So apologies, you've got me on stage again. I shouldn't apologise, but because I think it's important that we do all share. And it's Outward Bound's story through bushfire. The formatting that we've got in this session is actually to have a couple of lead-in slides, just to talk a little bit about the nature of each natural disaster. We're doing bushfire, floods, and then erosion and landslides is what we're going to cover off in this session. So we'll do a couple of slides on what do we know in terms of occurrences and, a short snippet of where we've had some big case studies, and then we'll draw on the lived experience of people who've gone through them. So trends in fire seasons, this very much flows from the change in climate. There's climatic drivers, more frequent heat waves and drier winters, and fire behaviour is actually exceeding historical norms where we start to see them generating their own weather, and we're getting hotter and more intense fires. We're getting longer fire seasons. They've lengthened by 27 days since 1997, and the danger now starting earlier and ending later, and indeed, unfortunately, overlapping too with seasons internationally. More extreme heat days, 56% increase in extreme fire days since 1979. Interestingly, 4 of the 10 worst fires since 1930 have occurred in the last 15 years. We typically have, this actually surprised me as a stat, there's typically 45 to 60,000 fires a year in Australia. Severe fires burn 10,000 to 100,000 hectares, and mega fires more than 500,000. So lots of little ones, and then we get these really unfortunate mega events. When I read that 4 of the 10 worst fires since 1930 have occurred in the last 15 years, I went, which ones? What are the 10 worst fires? So I couldn't help myself but do a slide not dissimilar to your one this morning, Carl, in terms of the doom and gloom. But really interesting. Most of us, well, actually, some of the older of us in the audience will have heard know of the Black Friday fires back in 1939. They went over the Black Spur and through the area that was hit again so tragically at Black Saturday in Victoria 2009. Western Victoria, some of those other ones hadn't heard about. If you look at what defines worst, though, too, and you see that little cluster over the last 15 years, if you look at fatalities, it varies. You know, the Black Saturdays one in Victoria was an extraordinary loss of 173 people. Black Summer, 33, and that plus indicates the estimate of 450 lives lost through smoke. Hard to say whether or not that's measured, captured. Homes destroyed, and this of course is influenced by places that we live, and are we building in places susceptible to fire. But Black Friday, 1,000, Black Summer, in excess of 3,000, Black Saturday, 2,000, and Ash Wednesday back in 1983, which was a really big one in Victoria and South Australia, 2,500. This is the one that surprised me. Black Summer was massive, 19 million hectares burnt. But look what happened in 1974-75. 117 million hectares burnt, 15% of Australia. And that was the largest fire ever. I didn't know much about that. Did anybody know much about that one? Laurie knew. Yeah. Whereabouts, sort of? Do you know? Okay, Sydney had quite a bit and everywhere. Yeah, because I think it must have been a lot of really quite rural areas because it didn't get that same impact in terms of people and property. So we're seeing more of them, and they're not a lot of fun. 33 billion animals is along on that.
Also wonder whether the fact that Cyclone Tracy occurred with Christmas 74, whether it was a bit of the information over the fires that happened.
Oh, really?
Because Cyclone Tracy was Christmas 74.
Yeah, it was 74.
You wonder whether that had all.
Whether men would, yeah, don't know. Interesting. So just having a look at a couple of these, 2009, and I know there are a number of us in the room who this was very close to home with Black Saturday impact. Marysville, the whole town was wiped out and a significant number of lives lost there. The Lake Mountain Alpine Resort, those facilities burnt down. The Cathedral Ranges in King Lake National Parks were totally decimated. Xavier College had Buxton Camp. Their camp was burnt down. They sold, it was never rebuilt. And there was a $400 million recovery effort in the community to rebuild after the fires. The 2019-20 Black Summer impact, estimated property cost, a loss of $100 billion. These numbers get so big that they're kind of hard to conceptualise. 1.7 billion in direct economic loss to tourism, and I've put that one there because I think we're bundled with tourism. And 2.8 billion in tourism supply chain related loss. Thank you very much to Vivian Rayner, who's just done a PhD on the direct impact of that on the tourism area. and estimated 7,300 jobs lost in that tourism sector. So really massive fires. In terms of outdoor sector impacts, Binnaburra Lodge was an 86-year-old heritage rainforest lodge that was lost up in Lamington National Park in Queensland. And this was a real icon lodge to many of the people in Queensland. Around estimated losses of about 5 million and local tourism losses and the trail closures in the Lamington National Park as well. It's rebuilt now, and if you have a look at their website, it's absolutely beautiful. And they've had in excess of $20 million government funding to rebuild. And it came in 3 chunks. They got, I think, a bit over 1 million in about 2020, I think with initial bushfire relief, and then I think they got another 1 million, and then the Queensland state government came in with 18 million. So once again, 3 chunks of funding to rebuild, because initially it wasn't enough. Really strong community involvement to actually secure that government funding, and a big success story of rebuilding. Another one, Kangaroo Island. 46% of the island burnt, 25,000 plus 25,000 hectares burnt. Lots of koalas lost. It was a big koala population. Were you thinking there was 25,000 koalas lost? Yeah, there might have been, needed to be a comma or some grammar there. It might have been that many koalas. I don't know how many were lost. It took a lot, yeah. Let's face it, there weren't 25,000 koalas on Kangaroo Island. Flinders Chase National Park was very much devastated. And this one I find really interesting, the Southern Ocean Lodge, which is a really upmarket lodge. Has anybody ever stayed there? I thought there was a low chance. Yeah, it's not quite our market, but it'd be nice. What's really interesting about that is it's been rebuilt, and it's rebuilt at a cost of $50 million. And I thought, where did they get that money? It's private equity from the US. So really interesting just to look at what are the stories, who stayed, who's gone, if they've stayed and rebuilt, where have they got the money from?
The other impact was the impact on the cockatoos, red-tailed cockatoos, because they've got a certain cockatoo tree over there, the cockatoo has and a big population there. They all went down, so all of a sudden this whole, they lost so much land for the cockatoos to feed and grow and breed.
Yeah.
Another massive thing as well as the koalas.
Yeah, that was, for those who didn't hear, Clayton was just talking about the red-tailed cockatoo with endangered, and they lost a lot. So what did the fires mean for Outward Bound? The first of our operational areas that went up in flames went up in November 2019, where we had a base in operations up in Newcastle in northern New South Wales. The Walgan Valley, where we've worked with Cranbrook, went up in December. Buchan, Victoria, went up on December 31st. That actually came right across our base, and the only thing that stayed on the base was the ops shed at the very top of the hill, but otherwise that whole area went up. And then Thawa, ACT, February 8th, 9th, 80% of Namadgi National Park went up. Our site was evacuated, and it was pretty grim. That's not an easy, for a small not-for-profit organisation to lose that sort of level of operations across a 3-month period is really tough. And we didn't have the cash flow reserves to cope with that, which probably isn't a surprise for those of you who've known, Outward Bound's motto of getting by on a shoestring. So it was really tough for us. I'm not going to talk a lot about the finances in this instance because I've done my high-level learning, but I did want to talk about, so what have we done and what has been the implications from it? So Newcastle, Northern Rivers, New South Wales, we packed up and left, and we haven't gone back. We had a lease that we paid out, and yeah, we've left. And indeed, for us, a part of surviving and rebuilding was consolidating. I've not ever regretted having left, particularly the history of floods that followed. The number of times we've gone, thank heavens, that we haven't had to deal with the floods, or indeed the stretch that we would have needed to have maintained. So, yeah, we're no longer up there. Walgan Valley, New South Wales. To me, this is just an iconic photo. We went back in, I think it was about 12 months after the fires, this would have been. I'm looking at Sam and Helen who are in the audience here who did the recce. We sent a team of about 8. Cranbrook said, let's go back. We're ready, you know, surely we can run there again. And we went, hold your horses, we're not too sure about this, let's go and have a look. And we spent about $15,000 sending a crew up there to do a full recce and writing a full impact report, and could we really run it? Pictures like this tell a story really compellingly, you know, because access right across that area was still incredibly challenging. And the story here again has only become even more and more challenging, and we're going to hear a little bit more from that in one of the case studies coming along, because road access to the valley closed in 2023 post-flooding, and it's not open and is unlikely to open for many years to come, so we've not been back there. Snowy River down at Buchan. We lost a house from down on the flats there, and all of our outbuildings burnt. We had locals living in our shed for 12 months because their houses all burnt down. We didn't run any programs there for at least 18 months, I think. Yeah, I'm getting nods from Sam and Helen. We have got a $400,000 federal grant for bushfire recovery. We only got $11,000 out of the Victorian government for compost toilets, and I still feel badly done by the Victorian government. But I do need to let you know, compost toilets being burnt in a bushfire that's not nice to have to deal with them from a hazardous perspective either. So we're fully back there. We've used that money to invest in facilities in slightly different ways. We've had to replace our solar and batteries because we think they got a bit fried. But we've had to change the way in which we're using the area. We're probably only using about half of the previous area in terms of the Snowy River National Park, and the blackwood wattle regrowth there is extremely thick. So I think one of the first programs took 4 hours to walk half a kilometre or something. It's not easy. So we've really had to change the way. And when you talk with them, we're going to hear from Vic Parks soon, when you talk to people from the parks about what's going to happen with that black wattle, nobody really knows. It's sort of like every time you get a fire through, it regenerates in different ways. So that's our Snowy River. And then ACT, this is a picture from the fires on the day, which looks pretty frightening and pretty bleak. 80% of the park burnt. The park was pretty much closed for a year, and then when it did reopen, the road into Aurora Valley, which was absolutely stunning, the bridge got washed away within a month of the park reopening. It was back closed again. And fortunately, one of the local politicians was pretty passionate about that, and he made sure that one got fixed. Did that take about another 8 months, 6 or 8 months? Yeah, keep doing the nodding, Helen, and yeah, if I go off, that would be really good. We were really fortunate. We ran programs, and we still do. Our wonderful neighbours at Baroomba Station, really big property sheep station neighbours. We wouldn't have survived if we didn't have that family business willing to let us roam their property, and that relationship goes back quite a way. But we've put a lot of time into being a part of their community and their life tour. We take the family rafting every year, and it's really good fun. It's really interesting. I would still comment, and I'm a little bit biased here because I knew and was very passionate about the bush 30 years ago when you couldn't see a single rock on the landscape of Mount Tennant, and now it's a rocky, a rocky mountain. The bush isn't the same. It'll probably never be the same. What it will look like and how it evolves, you know, over time, because weeds are such a problem, erosion is such a problem, you know, it's hard not to have a real sense of environmental grief. I do keep reminding myself the kids don't know that though. They don't know the sense of loss and they can still see the beauty, which is positive. For us at Thawa and for those who were on the tour yesterday, it was great to have 20 people come out and on the tour as a part of the Outdoors New South Wales ACT conference program. They'll see we've been investing very much in the campus because we know that we need diversification. If the national park is closed and or the weather is going off out there, we need the capacity to be able to run activities and programs on campus as well. And we're really excited about new bushcraft workshops that we've got there, a new communal centre coming up, and really having it as a campus so that we've diversified a little bit. We got an $800,000 bushfire recovery grant and we got a $500,000 bushfire loan. The bushfire loan took more than 6 months to come through, and if it weren't for other things happening as well, we would have run out of money by then. So the government processes for support were really excruciating, and indeed that had me in tears. And I've worked in universities and I can do bureaucratic administration stuff till the cows come home, but that one nearly killed me, or the admin associated with this. And when there was all the newspaper articles about the fact that farmers hadn't got any of the recovery funding, I thought no wonder, because it's just too hard. So what to expect in this context? You know, you can expect trauma, exhaustion and hard work, unfortunately. You will see both the best and the worst from people. Insurance will under-deliver and be heaps of work and take at least 6 months. The other thing I think you can expect too is that other things will go wrong. As we were exiting New Kai, we had, and it wasn't by any fault or whatever, but we had a nasty near-miss road accident. We had a heat stress incident up that way as well. So when you are in a crisis mode and your resources are stretched and you are impacted by all of this sort of thing, you're more vulnerable to other things going wrong as well. So you really have to be mindful. Government red tape, no guarantees and no fairness, but do your best. This one is my biggest one, and I think I'm saying it to you as a female leader, because I think the literature and indeed most people's experience in female leadership is that we're often more willing to ask for help. And you do need to be able to ask for help in this context. So asking for help, and it's there to be found if you know where to look and you know who to ask and you keep asking. But I think it's one of the really nice things that actually can come from this is that you will build really good relationships and community if you do all collaborate. And it is a 3 to 5 year road to recovery and renew, and it does need that new vision. And I think that's the nicest thing for Outward Bound is that we're seeing, we're really enjoying that road now. We're in the fun stage. People and process are just as important as finance. You need to regroup, you need to reimagine, you need to restructure, and you need to rebuild. And then the other positive out of the experience from Outward Bound is that it's what seeded NatCORR. So it really came from that sense of this is a problem. Hopefully it doesn't happen to Outward Bound again, but it will happen. These natural disasters are keeping coming at us, so the more that we can actually lean in and collaborate and prepare, the better. So that's my case study on bushfires. I am now looking to Nikki Hansen, who is the power behind the scenes, about the order of this, because we've got 2 case... Okay, so Sean Elwood is going to speak to us from the Lithgow City Council, which is the council, of course, up in the Blue Mountains in the Walgan Valley, and he's going to bring some of the story around the landslide and erosion. And
before you go to him, can you facilitate a stand and wiggle?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to facilitate a stand and wiggle because we also have to work out how to get Sean up online. Stand and wiggle.
We can do that.
It's really easy. Forward, back. I know. Sorry? Has Sean? Doug's got him all done. Okay. Okay. So do I press any buttons? Are we wiggled enough? Okay, we wiggle and settle. Okay. So our next speaker is going to be online and he's ready to go, and I think he's going to take us through the case study slides in terms of some of the trends that we're seeing on landslide and erosion. Sean, as I said, is from Lithgow Council, and I thought it was really good idea to bring some perspectives from land managers to the complexity of the scenario.
Oh, thank you for that, and yeah, thanks everyone for being around and interested in what we're talking about today. As was mentioned, so I'm with a director with Lithgow Council, which is just on the outskirts of the Great Blue Mountains area, just over the Blue Mountains. But given the terrain that we've got, the landscape, it was quite topical to be talking about trends in erosion and those sort of issues. Now, as you can see, one of the main issues we've got is perceptions of increasing intensity and frequency, both of erosions and often from rainfall or flooding events in both inland environments, coastal and on the plains, be it river verges collapsing in, elevated escarpments, and obviously the highly visual coastal erosion events as well. Now, one of the interesting aspects that we just need to be aware of that is the increasing frequency, quite often related through to weather events, but whether the event or the issues that arise from erosions or the actual erosion event itself may not actually occur during the event that is viewed or is actually the emergency state in the first few days, depending on what the geotechnical makeup of the terrain is, may depend on actually when the event occurs. It may be that the preloading of the soil types or the landscape actually occurs during the event, and then there's a trigger event that may actually be after 2 or 3 days of absolutely fine weather, or actually a couple of weeks of fine weather. and the surcharge destabilise the environment actually triggers the event. So that's an important piece that we've been looking at from land management as well. The other piece, so the post-fire erosion, which surged after the removal of vegetation, the damage to vegetation, the damage to other aspects of the environment that actually provided that cohesive element to a lot of the soil and a lot of the landscapes, is quite often not immediately taken into account in these situations. The wide geographic spread, so a lot of the activities that we're taking place in and that recreational activity occurs in are in these vulnerable environments. And incidents are reported typically in the stable areas where everyone goes to. So probably yourselves included, when you're out undertaking your own recreational activities, you probably have a higher level of acceptance of the risk and may see some of these landscape scale incidents and not be specifically perturbed by them or report them as well. So obviously areas with this higher visibility, these sort of incidents get reported in a more increased frequency. The access to these landscapes and where we're impacted, as we're all very much aware, a lot of the areas that we go into that are popular for the undertaking of outdoor recreation activity are the more at-risk locations, but also they're usually the more accessible as well, just because of the needs of our businesses. So in that, a range of adaptive measures are evolving, and some of these discussions, I think, will go into that and have already touched on it. But we're talking about preemptive or early closures of tracks or facilities, real-time monitoring, be it through telemetry or systems that are already put on place, such as slope stabilisation measures, tracking between points. So a lot of those measures have been put in the associated cost with those, as well as infrastructure being rebuilt to higher standards. And for a while, one of the buzzwords was betterment, which is a new word. Whether it's in the dictionary or not is a different story. But as was just mentioned, through grants processes following a lot of these events at a federal level, some of the programs were called betterment programs to actually rebuild to a standard that was higher than the infrastructure levels that were previously present, but incorporated design measures which accounted for changes in the frequency and increased intensity of a lot of natural events. Next. The impacts have been pretty broad, and these are just some key examples with high-level consequences. For example, in 2022, a family of international visitors, two of the members of that family were killed by rockfalls during a mobile landslide on a cliff in the Blue Mountains. And in that similar environment, unfortunately, a couple of years earlier, a worker on ropes dealing with landslide and geotechnical mitigation measures was also killed through landslide movement. So it's a significant issue that is having to be front of mind of landowners, land managers in these areas at risk. Thank you. And Victoria as well has had its number of very clear high-profile incidents, including the fact that Falls Creek was basically cut off for general visitation and certainly logistically for the supply and support measures that were needed to keep the village running due to landslides. Thank you. So the key here for what I was going to talk about is the Walgan Valley. And what I'm going to be touching on is a broader range of issues that as an asset manager from a council perspective, a manager of a road, but also on the basis of a number of other issues that land managers and landowners associated with outdoor recreation activity have encountered in the Walgan Valley. Next. So the Walgan Valley is on the edge of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. So we're talking around about 2.5 hours out of Sydney. So very accessible formally. It has provided and continues to provide significant recreational natural assets, everything from rock climbing opportunities, walking tracks, the outdoor education facility that was referred to earlier at Cranebrook. Actually, one of New South Wales' most, let's just say, highest rated internationally standard resorts in the Emirates, one and only, which, as well as road access, quite a few customers and clients fly into, as well as trail running events such as the Glowworm Tunnel Marathon. So very popular site for a range of recreation activity. The specific event that has closed the road in the current situation that we have occurred during 2002, when above average rainfall triggered mobilisation of upslope and downslope. So it wasn't just materials destabilising above the road, it was actually materials mobilising and taking downward flow below the road as well in a range of number of different locations across the road, not just in one point. So that resulted in the actual physical closure of the road, as well as the closure of the road by the asset manager, which was Lithgow Council. Next. The issue is, prior to the road closure, the site also had impacts from most recently the 1920 bushfires, and that was very significant. So road access was actually, and full access into the valley was actually constrained during the bushfires as well, and post-bushfires. As a result of the bushfires, there was rockfall destabilisation. The National Parks Service had to close a number of the popular walking tracks in or around the valley as a direct result also. And the temporary road access was opened after 2022, but due to the nature of the access, it was a different route that had to be formed and cut in over the period of a few months. So the former road was unable to be used. So the new road that's been cut in, locally known as the Donkey Steps, very steep gradient, over 30% in some points. So that had to be concreted instead of being left to a gravel or dirt surface. So that road remains and restricts and constrains access to landowners in the valley or other specific approved uses. And as a result of the road closure, the one and only, the luxury resort, has had to close. The impact has also been an inability to deliver the Glowworm Tunnel Marathon. We've seen a significant reduction in recreational foot traffic. The campgrounds that were down the valley have had to close. The education facility at Cranebrook is inaccessible from a general sense, as well as the additional risks of, if it is used, not having the ease of access that was previously in place. So the significant impact has been felt very broadly across the wider level of community and the businesses that were using the site. Next slide. So what the angle I'm taking here is more of a discussion piece, just to raise a number of questions and also identify where and what were the land and asset owners had on, and potentially land managers and property owners had on. Some of the issues and questions that are increasingly council is finding comes to the fore, and certainly are prominent in discussions we're having with landowners and land managers, especially state level land managers in regards to state forests, national parks, for example, with this situation. So the first one has been that in many instances, these activities that are under undertaking are in vulnerable natural landscapes. I mean, it sounds basic, but we just need to accept that. And the basic one is everyone's always looking for something to blame, so it's pretty easy on this one. Let's just blame nature. And nature is forcing the business continuity planning. And when we have these discussions, or we talk about these nature of events occurring, when we talk about, okay, where have you taken your continuity planning? How is your business plan accounting for the nature of these events? Quite often, it's a question that hasn't been asked of many businesses, especially due to the small scale of many businesses, especially, we're talking guiding operations, we're talking sole operators that work with schools or provide services to schools and other youth agencies as well. Next slide. So here we go. We've got property owners, asset owners, land managers, where a lot of your activity is occurring, irrespective of whether it's on public lands or private lands. So it's really quite crucial that the different stakeholders have different views. And as a user of the lands, irrespective, as I said, of whether it's public land or private land, you need to be very much aware of what those different views are from yourselves, and also what the different views of the stakeholders are for the area you're operating in. And that includes considerations of First Nations, for examples, and often those stakeholders that require more certainty about how the land is being used, or what is going to occur post this event that has destabilised or caused a change to the landscape. And quite often, and we'll come to this a little bit shortly, many considerations are, well, I'm using this land, or I've been using this facility or this track, so it should just be rebuilt, or I should be allowed to go back in there as soon as the weather or stabilisation occurs, or as soon as a landowner or land manager has done some repair work. And the pressure that has come on as a result of the road closure into the Walgan, for example, has been quite intense, both from a residential and local perspective, as well as commercially, into what are the options and why can't an option be delivered or in a quick time frame, or why do we need to continue to deal with investigations into the best way to go in. So really understanding what pressure and what interests are coming on a stakeholder is quite important. The other aspect is considering the risk perspective and the risk profile that either the property owner, the asset owner, such as council for the road, or the land manager is dealing with. It's very likely that that risk profile or the risk appetite will be at a level much lower than what you are potentially considering as acceptable. So quite often having that discussion or putting the pressure on to say, you need to open this now, or I'll be responsible for my own risk, is not going to get any traction. And where we're talking issues to do with insurances, we're talking issues to do with dealing with government processes, as was referred to earlier, about grants, or actually meeting current legislative or regulatory guidelines about when and how a facility can be reopened. Those are considerations that land managers and the property owners are probably more aware of, possibly more than yourselves. So it comes back to that awareness of the full environment. It's very complex. And quite often land managers or the owners will get the blame. But is this a lose-lose scenario? It's not a lose-lose scenario. It's actually loose. It's the discussions that take place, the thinking that's occurring is quite often very loose in the early stages, including considering what the options might be for reopening or re-establishing access, rebuilding a facility. There's a lot going on in that space of communications. Some of it is actually realistic, some of it may be unrealistic. And it's the early messaging that everyone remembers. And that can quite often cause issues when it comes to latter stages of finalising or being quite specific about how a site's going to be managed, or how we're going to continue the reaction to a landslide, for example, or a site closure with the pressure that's coming on. And then we've got the emergency response constraints. So whose risk is it and whose responsibility is it to provide or attempt to provide a means of access for emergency services? Is it the business that's actually undertaking the activity on that site or would like to undertake the activity on that site? Or is it the land manager or property owner? And that can often guide decisions and discussions on whether or not businesses that used to use the site prior to the event occurring can actually be allowed back in or will be allowed back in. So that's very broad. It can even be to the extent of airborne evacuation. So let's say you're getting a helo in, for example, and whether or not, if it's due to a flood or a landslide, there are actually enough fines in the area that become airborne that could actually restrict helicopter access. So it might be as simple to say, well, we can get access in and out if required through helo extraction. But the constraint may actually be visually or through to damage of the machine itself from the fines in the vicinity. They may actually say, no, we're not going to access that site or provide access to that site if you allow the activity to occur. Next. So what we come down to is who is going to do the thinking. So I might need to just get that next slide up.
I've actually, sorry, Sean,
no, you're right.
Yeah, I've gone next.
So what we're
That's
looking
my
at.
last one, Sean.
Okay, there's a few more after that.
Oh, sorry. We are getting a bit tight on time too.
Okay, so the next piece is we'll jump past the next slide, but the main piece here is just being aware of the complexity of the issue and very much aware of participating in the conversation at an early stage and all the way through with either the landowners and the land managers. That level of participation is quite important to get what you're after and to get what you're thinking about. Now, one of those considerations as well is conversation is through a range of different means. It's not just through social media, and that's become quite apparent in some recent incidents that had to be managed locally within Lithgow or the Blue Mountains, managing the communications rather than just only being through social media. And the other last piece is your ability to be agile. So agility is required in a lot of these situations, and many businesses we've been speaking to through these landslide events and through bushfire events did not have a plan B. So that was a significant wake-up call for some of the businesses, and also into looking at, can they find a resilient location, a location that can provide their needs, but also is likely to be more resilient in the face of the increasing changes that we're seeing from these natural events. So probably the other element to take out of this and to go and have a think about is really, what does this mean for the outdoor sector? And just one last comment, and it was referred to before, the fact that, well, let's just say we had a 35-degree cut-off point for outdoor activity. A lot of asset owners and land managers are increasingly starting to develop TARPs, trigger action response plans, which guide decision-making from their perspective on what can happen and what will occur with facility closures, track closures and the like, irrespective of whether it's a rainfall event, a bushfire event, or temperature degrees. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks so much, Sean. I don't think we've got time for questions. So, and look at that, he's disappeared with a click. Have you disappeared? I think you're still there.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Sean. We are going to move on in terms of the next case studies in the interests of time. I do think it's interesting to note it's a really interesting case study to Google, and I think the last time I Googled it, the estimated cost of reinstating that road was $300 million. And that's where you go, who would pay that? New South Wales government, federal, who knows? And the opening wouldn't be till 2031, even if they managed to get that through. So really problematic in terms of decision-making, money, and that full range of complicated questions. Our next case studies are on flood. I'm going to whiz through really the trends before bringing Helen and Leanne up from Parks Victoria to talk about our Buchan Caves case study. Similar story here, increasing severity and risk exposure. Carl talked about this morning. Extreme rainfall events are more frequent and intense. Urbanisation and some of the infrastructure that we're putting in place is exacerbating it. And we're seeing probably more flash flood risk rising because of that short duration, heavy downpours. Really high cost. The cost put against something like $8 billion a year in losses with flooding. Insurance cost is really escalating, and indeed there's market failures where it's not possible to get insurance anymore. Number of record-breaking floods are listed down there. Queensland 2010, 2011, Northern Rivers 2022, the Kimberleys after Cyclone Ellie, where Winjana Gorge and Geeki Gorges were shut for a very long time, and most recently in the Channel Country in Queensland that we're going to hear a bit about as well. So in terms of outdoor sector impacts, some infamous ones that many will remember: Wilson's Promontory, Victoria 2011, 400 campers were airlifted after flash flooding took out the Derby River Bridge. And that took them a long time to repair as well. And we also all know there's ongoing storm impacts. The Sealers Cove track has been closed since 2021, and I think they're just putting that out to tender again. It's been problematic for a very long time, but it's truly an iconic track. Echo Creek School Camp Evacuation, Queensland 2018. When you look at these kids, it looks like their school camp ended up being a ripper because they got a plane home. They were safe, I think, but they were trapped by floodwaters near Tully for close to a week, I think, until they flew into, had planes come in to airlift them out. A lot of walking tracks and lookouts and things closed there. So no fatalities, just some flights out, but would have been very stressful for parents and the camp owners at the time. So that brings us on to the Buchan Caves Boxing Day flood case study. Thank you so much, Helen and Leanne, for coming to talk to us about this one. I'm going to give you the clicker to control. Thank you.
We're going to tag team this. So good afternoon and everyone, and thank you for having us. So today we will be talking about the Buchan Caves Boxing Day flash flood that occurred in 2023. My name's Leanne Hodge and I'm Ranger Team Leader for Commercial at Buchan, and joining me is Helen McDonald, who is the Ranger Team Leader at with the Operations Team at Buchan. So before, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and I'd also like to pay our respects to the elders past and present and future. Yep, there we go.
Alrighty. Hello everybody. I just wanted to start by painting a picture of what happened on Boxing Day in 2023 at Buchan Caves Reserve. Just to give you a bit of an overview, our reserve is in a valley. It has one road in, one road out. At the end of the road is Fairy Cave, 500 metres towards the entrance is Royal Cave, and then you've got a kilometre of road to get out back into the township. So one road in, one road out. We have two creeks in the reserve. One is called Spring Creek, and that generally has a little flow most of the year. We also have Fairy Creek that runs from a private property into Fairy Cave, and that is generally a dry creek bed, other than when we have heavy rainfall, it can get a little bit of water running through it. All right. Okay, so Boxing Day 2023. It was a normal day. My colleague Dave and I were the rangers in charge in Buchan Caves on that day. It was a bit bleak, a bit miserable. There weren't too many people hanging around the reserve just because it wasn't a beautiful sunny summer's day.
There were no emergency warnings in place, but we were keeping a close eye on the bomb radar because there was a bit of a rain shower around. Okay, excuse me. At around 4:25, knockoff is 4:36, everybody. At around 4:25, we looked at the bomb and I challenged Dave to a bet. I said, I bet you a Snickers bar, Dave, that this rain shower is going to go right around us. We're not going to get any rain today. It's safe to say I very much lost that bet. By 4:30, so about 5 minutes later, the rain started. It got quite heavy quite quickly, and there was just really severe winds that hit the reserve. We're quite sheltered in the reserve, so it's not normally that windy, but it just got wild just like that. I saw a tree come down, so we knew we were in a bit of trouble here. There was still a cave tour about to exit the cave at the very end of the reserve. So Dave and I jumped in our vehicle, made our way down through the road to do a patrol. We came across a large London plane tree that had fallen across the road. We ignored our safe work procedures and actually winched the tree about 100 metres back down the road, which is not normal. Normally we would have gone and got the chainsaw and cleared it, but it was just absolutely wild weather. Thunder, lightning, you name it, all around. Again, at that stage, flooding was not on our mind. We were concerned about the winds and trees coming down over patrons and their vehicles. Okay, so we got to Fairy Cave. It was about 4:45, 4:50 at this point, and Fairy Creek had started flowing. It's normally quite a novelty in the park when the creek starts flowing. I can't tell you how many videos I have on my phone of seeing the little trickle build up. So normally it's an exciting thing. It's never a threat. We started seeing it fill with water. And again, wild weather. So we helped visitors to their car, told them probably best bet you get out of the reserve. We have a lot of really old trees that do often lose limbs, so it was not a good place to be in. So we wanted them out because we were concerned about these trees coming down. Fairy Creek started to fill up quite quickly, more full than how I'd seen it before. And it was at that point we started to think, oh, okay, I think Fairy Creek is going to break its banks and potentially come across the car park. So a little bit more urgency in this, telling visitors to leave. Our staff were left in their own vehicles as well. It was just Dave and I left in the car park at Fairy Cave, and we had one car full of visitors, and I'll never forget them. They refused to leave. So they wanted to get changed. They were soaking wet, understandable, and they wanted to get changed before they left the reserve. So we wasted about 4 crucial minutes arguing with them, trying to advocate for their safety and our own safety. It was at this point I turned around and there was a literal wall of water coming towards us. We screamed probably some choice words, sorry Parks Victoria, to get in their vehicle and leave, and they did so. They saw what was happening just up the creek there. So we got in our vehicle and started making our way, what we thought, to safety further down the reserve. It was our understanding at the time that the water was travelling with us. And I remember thinking while I was in the car the whole time, do not drive in floodwaters, do not drive in floodwaters. But there was actually nowhere else for us to go. It was in the car or it was in the water. You often look at the things on the news. I know I did before. I experienced a flash flood. And you think, what were they doing there? Why were they driving their car through there? But in that moment, sometimes you just don't have another option. You don't know till you're there. And it's actually been really humbling here, seeing everybody that's been through similar experiences, fires and floods, and relating to that. We've both found that very valuable. All right, I have a tendency to waffle about the flood, as you can see. I'm part of the trauma response. Okay, so where am I up to? We got to Royal Cave. At that point, the water had well and truly caught up with us. We had to abandon our vehicle. The water at Royal Cave was probably only about this high, so we walked up a hill. We had communications at that point that there was a cave collapse in the Royal Cave. So our primary concern at that stage was getting the people out of the cave. Okay, we had someone had told us that the entrance was caving in. So I went into the entrance tunnel to see where my colleagues were. There is no way to communicate with people inside our cave system, which has always been a major safety concern for us. There are only 4 phones, and if you're not at that phone, you can't contact anybody. So we were really, really worried about our colleagues and the visitors with them. So I went into the entrance, saw that there was a bit of a collapse in the cave, massive water coming in. I couldn't actually get past the water, so left the cave entrance. My colleague Dave had gone to the exit to check if the visitors were there. Luckily they were, nobody was in the cave, which was great. A lady came out of her vehicle, she was in her car, it had started floating away. She somehow got out, I didn't see it, she just came running up to me, have no idea what happened. We joined the group and we made our way to what we call the old office building, which is on a hill, so nice and safe above the water. And we sheltered there for quite some time. In all, there was about 25 people, including day visitors, campers and staff taking shelter in here. The water was still too high to safely evacuate anyone from the site. It did drop down already, it probably only lasted about half an hour, the water rising and going down. But there was so much damage and still water over the roads and the bridges that we couldn't leave. So no emergency services could get to us for a period of 3 hours. We were looking after the visitors, we provided them with Old Parks uniform. It was quite a sight, seeing about 30 parkies in one building. They were provided with hot pies and sausage rolls from our Bain Marie. And park staff that were on site at that time were conducting patrols throughout the reserve, making sure there was nobody trapped anywhere, making sure there was no severe structural damage that we had to notify emergency services about. And it was that point, unfortunately, that we were notified by emergency services that they had uncovered a fatality on their way to try and get to us. At that point, the site was immediately shut down and handed to Police Victoria, and even if it was safe to do so, we were not allowed to leave the site until that investigation was complete. That was really tough for everybody there. You know, we're the Buchan Caves Reserve, people come to have a great time, and to hear that someone didn't make it home that day was and still is really devastating. A full police search was conducted overnight and into the next day, where they had found another fatality. Unfortunately, a young couple passed away in the floodwater on that day. And we were evacuated about 9:30 p.m. in total darkness. Visitors were taken to the local hall, and staff, I think most of us ended up at my then boss's house. All right, so that's my take on the day. We do have a little video so you can see it for yourselves.
On Boxing Day 2023, an extreme flash flooding event occurred at Buchan Caves Reserve, causing major damage across the site. The flood has caused great distress to the community, visitors, local businesses and our own staff. Water rose quickly, damaging roads, buildings and infrastructure. The area, including the campground, is currently closed to the public. We are working with our joint management partners, the Gunai-Kurnai Land, Water, Aboriginal Corporation, to clean up and develop a recovery approach. Repair and recovery work following a flood is complex and takes time. We're committed to making sure these works are carefully planned and delivered. We're undertaking assessments on caves, trees, roads and bridges to understand the impact of the damage and make sure all recovery works are delivered safely and in the best way. Parks Victoria and Gunai-Kurnai Rangers are working together with specialists to carry out important repair works, to safely reopen the site and welcome visitors back as soon as possible. Buchan Caves Reserve is likely to reopen in stages as different facilities and areas across the site are made safe. We appreciate the community's understanding and support and will continue to keep you updated as things progress. We're committed to keeping Buchan Caves Reserve safe and protected so that visitors can continue to explore this special place. We look forward to welcoming you back.
All right, so the water subsided by around 8 p.m, as I said, but it was too dark to see any of the damage. So we didn't really know what had happened until the next day, around 8 a.m. when we arrived back at work. So here's a bit of a list of what happened. All 9 bridges sustained damage, some structural, some just superficial. 1.5 kilometres of road surface and road erosion, and up to 700 metres of asphalt was stripped away, and it was in the creek. The road was in the creek. 250 tonnes of debris was cleared. All the services along and underneath the road just were dug up. The wastewater treatment plant was damaged. Royal Cave entrance tunnel damaged, damage to the buildings and visitor centre and toilet amenities block. Lots of other infrastructure, including our walking trucks, rotunda, picnic tables, you name it. In all, 9 vehicles were lost, including one of the Parks Victoria cars. And of course, this was a very traumatic event for staff and for visitors, especially those ones who've lost family members, and visitors also that were there during the day with their caravans and campers completely destroyed.
So the immediate response. So our priority was to carry out make safe works and to reduce any further risk and damage. To support the recovery process, an incident management team was established to lead and coordinate efforts, which helped because it freed up the critical resources. With the IMT in place, many of the usual procedural barriers were temporarily lifted, allowing for a faster and more agile response. A dedicated recovery team was deployed to manage the on-ground operations, and up to 40 personnel were on site over the 2-week period, including staff from DECA, GLOAC, FMMV and some private contractors. Their support enabled our local staff to concentrate on the essential day-to-day tasks of clearing debris, but also prioritising their mental health. So over those 2 to 3 months, like Helen said, we removed 250 tonne of debris that was burnt on site. We did building works to reduce the mould and other damage, flood with the floors, carpets and deck repairs. We did damage assessments. There was a lot of trees that needed to be re-straightened, and we filled a lot of potholes. And one of the other key things that we did do was organise a walk for the small, close-knit community of Buchan, many of whom rely on the reserve for the local business. It helped them understand the scale and damage of why we weren't able to reopen. We couldn't open straight away.
All right. So in the foreground, we were working with our stakeholders to get the reserve open. But behind closed doors was another part of the reserve that had been knocked down and needed rebuilding, and that was our staff. Excuse me. Being such a tourist hotspot, and one that had closed fairly recently due to fire, so for those that don't know, our site did pretty much completely burn down in 2019. And then we had lots of minor flooding before this big flash flood. So there was a lot of concern with the community, especially the tourism operators, that we weren't going to reopen for a long time. So there was a lot of pressure on us to open as soon as possible. I think before anyone said, hey, are you okay? It was, when are you going to reopen? Throughout the physical recovery efforts, it became pretty clear pretty quickly that whilst the reserve itself was getting ready to reopen, the staff were not there yet. So often stakeholders like yourselves are told of the monetary or logistical hurdles when it comes to reopening, the policies and procedures and tick boxes. There are plenty of them in government. But it's really important that we humanise it a little bit too. Trauma affects everyone differently. Each staff member had to be treated with a different lens. There were staff members that were actually trapped in the floodwaters, staff members that were rescued, staff members that, we thought our lives were at risk. Our reserve is nothing without the staff that run it, and so their mental wellbeing was given top priority. So what did we do? We organised a group counselling session for everyone to have a debrief the next day. Also independent counselling sessions. We just had a counsellor sitting in a room. She was there all day for a whole week. Anyone could walk in or walk out whenever they felt like it. They didn't have to book anything in. Personal leave was approved, no questions asked. If you needed to not come to work for a week or two, do it. Staff were taken out of the reserve on a team building trip to Gaybo Island. And we developed a FAQ poster that's up on the screen there to sort of help filter out some visitor questions that we might get when we do reopen. Focusing on this has made our team so much stronger than it was before the flood. We actually are so much more cohesive as a team and have such a deep understanding of each other now. We're nothing without the amazing staff that help us keep going at Buchan Caves, and it really has been brought us all together because we focus on each other at the start.
So moving to reopening. So once the site was made safe, we immediately began planning on the reopening, and even though it wasn't, we knew that it wasn't going to be at its full capacity. A recovery implementation plan was developed to guide the process of covering governance, budgeting, accountability, reporting, risk stakeholders, and the formal approvals. So the key milestone was that Buchan Caves reopened exactly 3 months after Boxing Day, which we opened on the 26th of March, which was the day before the Easter long weekend. So the local community was the key driver in getting the park and open. The tourism is vital to their economy. We reopened just in time for the Easter tourism boom, bringing much needed visitors back to the town. Major works like road resurfacing were sort of scheduled for shorter closures after the Easter period. The other key thing was supporting the staff. So we had, with the 3 months, it is in recovery terms is quite a short period. So some staff weren't ready. So we only rostered them when they felt comfortable, and we paired them with a buddy, so somebody else could step in if needed. And then before we reopened, the Gunno-Kurno people, the traditional owners of the site, held a healing and smoking ceremony at the caves, and that's supporting the recovery of both people and country. And it was a beautiful day. So recovery takes time. So the stabilisation works, so what's still happening today. So the Royal Cave entrance still remains closed. That's in the design and engineered phase, so hopefully that will happen later on this year. The visitor centre, the office building and the main amenities blocks are still waiting on mould remediation works. And the rotunda walking tracks and campground main road and the wastewater treatment plant are still to get repaired. But those works are in they should happen within this financial year. Like Helen said, we are also waiting on some works from the 2019 fires. So because of the floods, the Boxing Day floods has also delayed many of the works because of the flood mapping that is now required. So we're still getting cabins rebuilt. The cabins are to be rebuilt. The guide hut, the Spring Creek waterfall lookout and bridge, and the North Arm flood mitigation works.
Alrighty, the 1 in 200 year flood. So the flash flood at Buchan was marketed as a 1 in 200 year flood, as is often what comes out in the media, a 0.05% chance of happening again next year. Very unlikely to happen again in our lifetime. So that's kind of how things were run, that it was an extreme event, maybe it won't happen again. However, 1 year post-flood, Buchan received several severe thunderstorm warnings, literally right around Boxing Day again. One warning eventuated into a severe thunderstorm with intense local rainfall, and the roads started to fill with surface water, the creeks rose rapidly, and whilst no flash flood occurred at this time, we all had a bit of deja vu and realised that we were actually in no better position now than we were in Boxing Day 2023. And maybe this wasn't a 1 in 200 year flood after all. So the reason it maybe took us a year to get to that is maybe because of the whole trauma response, we were still dealing with what happened. It's easier to sort of think, oh, it's not going to happen again. You know, you can live with that. We were also kind of waiting for someone to tell us what to do. You know, all right, as land managers, maybe you should do this, this, and this if this happens again. Here's your trigger points. And that sort of wasn't happening, so we came together as a team. It really does come down to boots on the ground. You're going to be the ones that are there in the crisis events. You will be the first responder, so you need to decide what you're going to do differently next time or how you're going to prevent this next time. And that's what we've done.
So getting prepared for the next event. So what we've learned and how we're improving. So hazard guides we have hazard guides that now outline the steps to responding to events like fire, flood, and earthquakes. We also have staff empowerment. So every weather event helps us, staff empowerment. So on-ground teams now have the authority with the management backing to close areas in the park or cancel tours when needed in an emergency event, particularly on those days like Boxing Day. There's always continuous learning. So every weather event helps us refine our response, and we've learnt to adapt each time. Pre-event briefings, these were really key. All staff are briefed ahead of forecasted weather just to ensure emergency readiness, and pre-event briefings. So yeah, I've said that. So flood risk modelling. This was something that Parks Victoria commissioned a report comparing past and post-flood scenarios to guide future infrastructure decisions. And the communication upgrades. So emergency radios have been issued to staff, and a new assembly point has been set up on higher ground because the original one got flooded, because they were all on the low-lying areas. And visitor safety, so we've implemented after-hours visitors now receive pre-arrival emails or to do with the Vic Emergency app, and to also monitor the watch zone that they're in. So we've given them guidance with that. And we're also exploring installing a warning siren on site, so to alert visitors and staff during a severe event. So some key takeaways. So be prepared. Severe weather events are becoming a regular part of working in outdoor environments, so plan accordingly. So staff support is crucial, and this is something that we found. Recovery starts with looking after your team. We've learnt that debrief early. Holding debriefs soon after an event helps people to process and to recover, and to maintain communication. Engage the staff before, during and after weather events to provide ongoing support. And one more, make resilience part of your everyday routine. Recovery isn't a one-time thing anymore, it's how we live and work moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leanne and Helen, and thank you for really being generous in sharing that story. It was fascinating, and it's such a special space too. For Outward Bound. For those who don't know, from our snowy river site, we do the infamous buck and bust run down to shower at the Caves Reserve. It got a plug, didn't it, Andrew? A buck and bust run. So a really special place, and for us, even you know, as neighbours, I don't think fully aware of the real impact of that story, but lots of lessons for us all, so thank you so much, really appreciate it. We've got notebooks and a tree, apparently it's planted somewhere. So we're a bit behind time now. My favourite session has turned into the longest session. We've got a plan though, Jess, don't we? We've got one more online case study to go. Nikki, I'm looking, who's behind the booth with Doug. We've got Sam Steadman, who's going to talk about his flood experiences in Queensland. We've done the preamble slides. Can Sam hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Sam. Sam,
Hello.
we're a bit short for time. Do you reckon you could keep it to 10 minutes?
I can just certainly keep it to 10 minutes. I appreciate everyone's patience this afternoon, and it is, unfortunately, we come with more bad news after hearing all these other devastating stories, but we'll share our story up here in North Queensland as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. We're a resilient lot. That's the theme of the day. So thanks, Sam. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Sam Steadman. I'm the Director of Outer Limits Adventure Fitness, a small business in Townsville in North Queensland. It's important to note that Townsville's a very long way from Brisbane. We're also north of the border, and it's a big day today for the state of Oregon. But I am a Blues supporter in the other country, so we don't tell anyone that up here. Townsville is in a unique environment because we're in the subtropics environment. We're just at the end of the wet tropics, so we're far enough north that we get hot, sunny days, but in the wet season, we can get quite a lot of rain as well. The Great Barrier Reef is about 100 kilometres offshore here. We have the outback 50 kilometres away from us, which is, gets to 0 degrees out there. So we've got a location that has quite a lot of access to several environments. Paluma, so our centre up in Paluma is home to I've been sitting there listening to everyone all afternoon, and I've lost my chain of thought trying to rush things. And so we run school camps and events, and our home is up in Paluma, which is about an hour north of here in the southern end of the wet tropics. Over the years, Paluma gets a significant amount of rain, and this year in February, end of January, February, we had a record amount of rainfall that happened. We had over 4 metres of rain in 3 months.
Is he coming back?
Spec Road. Spec Road is World Heritage listed, has over 70 culverts, top to bottom, and had over 60 landslides from top to bottom, which is one of the worst that we've seen, sort of in recent history. In 2019, Townsville received 3.2 metres of rain in 10 days, and we had one major landslide also in there as well. These landslides have almost closed Paluma entirely. Outer Limits is situated at the top. We're a small business with 15 odd staff, full-time and seasonal staff. There's a Catholic education centre, a state education centre as well as 50 or 60 other community members and cafes and things alike. The Paluma Dam is 20% of Townsville's water as an asset, and it was essentially cut off from the eastern or from Townsville itself, and there is a back road which we have access to. If we could flick through to another slide, into 2 more slides if we can. We've jumped a few there trying to be quick. And so having access to Paluma the back way. During these floods, I was actually able to access Paluma in my 4-wheel drive myself. Some people spoke before about some of the other disasters having helicopter access. Paluma sits at 1,000 metres above sea level, and obviously no helicopter access. The community was cut off for 2 weeks in the cloud, and I was able to get access for important fuel and medication, essentially some scripts for the locals when the rivers would go down. The Burdekin River sits about 80 kilometres to the west of Townsville, and it is the biggest flood river in Australia. It's about 800 kilometres long, and it catches all the water from the west of the Paluma Range, and the range road sits on the eastern side of the Paluma Range. And the landslides happen on the east, and then when the rivers rose to the west where all the water went down on the other side, they were cut off from both sides as well, essentially closing down that community. And then the rain would subside, bridges would come out, we were able to get a very limited time of access, and we'd get in and get some supplies. This happened for about 2 weeks before we were able to get significant access via the back way. Now, 5 months on, we are still cut off on the Range Road. It's under a permit system only. Our business has been significant impact this year, and both the other school camps and the cafes and things have not reopened to date. At the moment, they are looking at, and this is one of the biggest things about communication with transport and main roads, is that there is no end date in sight. This is obviously only a recent, impact from this year, and there's no end date in sight when they're going to repair the road. We do have vehicle access under permit for local residents only. We also run several events, a mountain bike event. This is this weekend with what should be 600 mountain bike riders in Paluma, which is one of the biggest income revenue streams for the community, both for Rural Fire Brigade and SCS and the community itself. We're looking like we have about 250 riders by the time this weekend rolls around, and we've had to go the back way. We've completely changed the course due to the access of the Range Road and the landslides that occurred. Once they started clearing that road, it is trafficable at the moment. I drove down it today myself, but at the time, the significant impact took them quite a long time to clear, and now we are waiting. They're telling us that it is October before they'll actually have answers on when they have geotechnical support and an actual plan on when they're going to repair it. The Minister was on the news the other day saying that it could be months, could possibly be years. Now, this has a huge impact on our business because we're seasonal. Up here in Townsville in North Queensland, we only have a few months. So we have from about April through to October to do almost all of our business. And we're almost through that right now. And it looks like that the road will be closed into our peak season next year as well, which is going to be a significant impact. We spoke about resilience a second ago, and we are looking at ways, and we do run camps from Airlie Beach to Mission Beach in North Queensland. So we have business outside of Paluma, which has been enough to keep the doors open and keep our staff employed. And we do have a few camps and schools that have supported us to be able to go the back way, which is really important. But at the moment, we are losing so much business out of Paluma with the Range Road that is being cut due to those landslides. Now, moving forward, in 2019, we thought that, the amount of rain that we had, 3.2 metres in 10 days, probably couldn't happen again. And then this year, with absolute record floods over 4.7 metres in 4 months, we are certainly looking at ways to invest in our business outside of Paluma to become more resilient so that if this happens again, and look at this really great environment in the wet tropics in winter, for schools and groups to be up there and camping and learning in those environments. But as a business, we're looking to expand outside of that area, somewhere on a main bitumen road that doesn't get cut off and that has better access, possibly longer than the window of opportunity that we have in our good weather. However, I was listening to the first gentleman spoke about the heat, and it is certainly something that we struggle with up here as well, particularly around our trail running and mountain biking events. So that is why majority of our business is always from March through to October for the good weather, not only with the rain, but the heat as well. But the impact that this landslide has had on our small village in Paluma on the Range Road and on our business in particular has been quite devastating. And we have been working through that over the last few months, right up until literally today. I'm on the email with Main Roads, trying to get vehicle permits for staff to access. Travelling around the back way is about a 3-hour drive with about 80 kilometres of unfenced roads. It's a bit of a wildlife safari on the back road, anything from deer to emus. I saw some dingoes the other day, as well as it's a cattle station, so there's several hundred heads of cattle that do graze along that road. And it's back dirt road with no phone service, which again increases the risk, and travelling staff and fatigue of big long days and things like that is something that we're trying to manage as a small business to be able to continue to operate in the environment that we're in at the moment. The travel time up the highway is about 90 minutes. normally up the Bruce Highway with full phone service and a windy road up to the top. And at the moment, we're trafficking around the back way. But as a small business, we are being resilient and doing our best to be able to continue operate schools because for those, obviously, we all work in the outdoor industry. If you don't get a school camp, right now, then they're only on camp once that year and we don't get it back. And we also don't want to lose schools to possibly other camp providers. So we are trying to do our best to be able to facilitate as many camps as we can in the environment that we're with. It's also, we heard someone speak before about the risk, which does pose a bigger risk, obviously, for extraction. We are lucky enough now to have that vehicle access, and we have some schools coming back in term 3, which we're really looking forward to now that we are able to open a little bit. So moving forward, we're looking to be more resilient building outside of the Paluma area, but we do love our little home up in the wet tropics, and we are hoping that the road can reopen sooner rather than later.
Great. Thank you, Sam.
That in under 10 minutes.
You've done a fantastic job, Sam, and we really appreciate it. And I think there are a few oomph as we saw the pictures of that road impact, which looks pretty devastating. And for most of us down south, we can't even imagine that the numbers of 4.7 metres of rain and 3.5 metres of rain within a few days, yet alone a few months, is sort of like is something that's really hard for us to comprehend. So some really big challenges there in place, and I'm going to be self-indulgent for a minute, and my Outward Bound guys will be used to me doing this and it's relevant to the way in which our environment has changed and indeed the risk profile, because I do remember being flooded in at the back of Broadwater Creek, at the back of Ingham, some 30 plus years ago with a group of Year 7s. I think for 2 to 3 nights, and we couldn't cross the creek. But back in those days, we didn't have a radio. It was just, oh, well, we just have to sit here and wait until the creek goes down and we can cross. And I don't remember anybody blinking an eye about the fact that we just spent 3 days across the river until it went down, and, nobody had heard from us, and we emerged back at a certain point. But to contrast then what was not anywhere near as severe flooding, but something that was just, par for the course with the scale of the environmental impact that we're facing is within a period of a lifetime, 30, 40 years as practitioners is an interesting reflection.
Quite random and interesting things that we've thrown into the wrap-up. So let's go. I'll sit down, but I've got a spare mic if we need it, and we'll start with you, Nikki.
Thanks, Jess. I just want to introduce myself in a moment, but the rest of the panel with us, we've got Ellie Hargrove from NatCORR and Outward Bound. We've got Brendan Munge, who's actually wearing many hats today, but he's going to be talking about ATOA, Australian Tertiary Outdoor Education Network. And we then have joining us online where we will have a recording from Dr. Jeff Jackson, followed by Peter White, who from Deakin University, who is actually sitting in Perth at the moment, and then John to finish off this panel discussion. And as Jess said, we are talking about the future here in terms of what to expect and what is sort of coming up on the horizon from the different organisations represented here. NatCORR purpose, if you haven't come across sort of where we've come from, I think it's fairly self-explanatory why we're here and what we're doing, so I'm not going to labour the point on that one. But what I did want to just remind people is the way that we got to actually standing here and hopefully meeting the needs of the sector with the symposium, but also the workshops we've been running. It has been a co-design process. So from the outset, once the grant was won by Outward Bound and NatCORR was set up as an entity, we then had 2 co-design webinars, and I know a number of people in this room were heavily involved in them. And the results from the surveys that we actually ran with the co-design webinars actually created the framework that we're working to with NatCORR. So that co-design process has been the whole way through. You can see on there and you will get this deck so you can have a better look at this, but it gave us our highest ranked challenges, you can see there, but also our top priorities for NatCORR. And this was around weather and environmental conditions, risk and incident management, and finance and insurance. We also asked people how they wanted this information to get to them, or what was most important in terms of meeting those needs, and it really was through these enabling exercises. And a huge, I mean, we know the value of being together in a physical space, and so really that networking and collaboration was a huge one, but also resources, training and PD. Now, for those who haven't been onto our website, I'd encourage you to jump on there, because we have put a large number of resources in our hubs section that you can see. So if you're interested in weather, if you're interested in finance and insurance and so forth, you'll see those hubs there. You can go in and find a whole lot of resources there as well. I'm going to hand over to Ellie.
So we wanted to take a moment just to also acknowledge the incredible work NatCORR has been doing for the last 2 years leading up to this moment. So if you attended an incident response workshop, they were held with Risk Resolve with the amazing Claire Dallett. We got to do 10 workshops in 2023 and 4 workshops last year. We then also launched the weather survey, which then created the weather ready workshops. So we worked really hard to ensure that what was told to us in the survey was then what threaded through the workshops to deliver on what the industry and you guys said you wanted. So we delivered 5 workshops this year, which has been very exciting, working with MJ and Anthony Cornelius from Weatherwatch. We were lucky enough to do the organisational resilience workshop at NOEC, which was helped by Jeff Jackson as well, which we're going to hear from later. And then today, of course, our Outdoor Risk and Resilience Symposium, which has been wonderful to have everyone in one room and really getting to start these conversations about where we want to go next. As Nikki said, please head to our website, check it out. And there's so many good resources on there that we've compiled to do with climate change and the outdoor sector and how we can all work together. Please sign up to our quarterly newsletter, then you can stay engaged. We are still having a heavy presence on the international scene. We've got conferences coming up here and overseas. And of course, we work really closely with our wonderful outdoor peak bodies. And today is an excellent example that we're linking with the Bureau, AIDR, AFAC, NEMA, and a whole heap of other lovely acronyms to make sure that our voice is heard as a sector in these quite large federal organisations. And the next exciting thing, which I'm very glad that Grant got to speak about today, is our outdoor risk intelligence. So we have a hot deadline of launching this within the next 6 months. So ORI Heat is our heat stress risk rating application. So everything that Grant talked about in all of his incredible EMU systems and the back end of weather forecasting and heat forecasting, it's my job and NatCORR's job to create it and turn it around so that it's applicable for outdoor industry. So that's what the app is going to be. So it'll give you hourly risk forecasts up to 72 hours. It'll then project out for 7 days. And then as well, we want to also have a risk mitigation and advice designed specifically for your outdoor context. And then it was really awesome having the EMU here, so you can see that the app also uses the EMU systems to feed into that back end to give you really, hopefully, more accurate heat risk stress forecasting. And then we said as well that ORI tool can also launch into other suites. So we're involved with ORI Track, hopefully ORI Air, talking about air quality. So the possibilities are endless for expanding that out. That's NatCORR. I'll now hand over to Brendan.
I'm going to stand up here, if that's okay. I'm going to preface this. I may well read a little bit, and it kind of links to a little bit like something Claire Dallat mentioned earlier. I lost a good friend only last week, so my brain is a little bit mush. So it kind of helps me a little bit to read some of this, if that's all right to everyone. From a university perspective and a TOEN, so Australian Tertiary Outdoor Ed Network, the rise of NatCORR kind of gave us a bit of impetus. It's like, what are we doing in the tertiary sector? Look, often the tertiary sector, we're sitting up in our castles up above everyone else and in academia and wonder what everybody else is up to. But it really drew us into this reality that climate change is our blind spot in many ways in what we're teaching. Robin Fox and Glyn Thomas wrote a very good article recently saying that climate change is the elephant in the room, and our role as educators to teach the next band of outdoor educators is to really to grasp that and say, hang on a second, we've got a role in this and we need to be playing that fairly significantly. It correlates with the idea that, we've often talked about sustainability in outdoor education, and I think it's probably a hidden curriculum and it's not one that we've done very well from a university perspective, and we can't let that happen at a climate change perspective. We've actually got to bring it to the forefront, and we're well placed to do that. I would say in 17 years of teaching in universities, weather has become probably the hardest thing for me to teach, and that's sort of reflected in all of our academics. Everyone's got their weather station in their hand, and the days of going out and looking at the clouds and sort of predicting what the future is going to be has gone to being responsive, and that's sort of prompted us to think about, well, how are we teaching weather and what are we doing? And there's a number of projects. But I'm just going to sort of take you through a little bit of a story or an ideas of what we're thinking about in the university space, but also then what we're doing to sort of preempt and move forward with that. Some of the literature, there's a lack of it. There's virtually none. In our Journal of the Outdoor and Environmental Education, the article by Fox and Thomas found that climate change was only referenced 14 times out of a possible 250 articles. That's on us as academics. So we've got to sort of think about, well, how do we change that? How do we shift our focus? And none of those articles actually prefaced climate change as its significant, as its first item, so in that journal. But from that, we've seen an emerging trend in research, and there's been probably 4 or 5 articles published in the last 2 years. There's been a great book by a fellow by the name of Scott Jukes that has framed how outdoor education and climate change is impacting and how we need to shift our curriculum to focus on that. There's been a number of state conferences and national conferences where academics are presenting and engaging with the concepts, and I think that's going to be certainly a future trend that we'll see more of. Some of those articles, what they've presented is the reality that there's a massive gap in our both education about climate change, but also how we're framing that for our students to be the advocates for climate change. So that is probably our next big position. How do we create curriculum in a university setting to enable our future educators, future facilitators to be climate active in the sense of not only just thinking about the content, but also how they create a space for their students to respond. And there's some evidence of that occurring, and Fed Uni is probably leading the charge in this in terms of how they're creating and co-creating their curriculum. So they're looking at working with climate change and the environments that they're in. They're talking about the complexity and they're embedding that in their curriculum.